A declassified dossier on atrocity and accountability. Peter Kornbluh. Contents. Introduction 9. Chapter 1, Project Footbelt, Formula for Chaos. 1. Chapter 2, Destabilizing Democracy, the United States and the Allende Government. 79. Chapter 3, Pinochet in Power, Building a Regime of Repression. 161. Chapter 4, Consolidating Dictatorship, the United States and the Pinochet Regime. 209. Chapter 5, American Casualties. 275. Chapter 6, Operation Condor, State-Sponsored International Terrorism. 331. Chapter 7, Denouement of the Dictator, From Terrorism to Transition. 403. Epilogue, Atrocity and Accountability, the long epilogue of the Pinochet case. 465. Afterward, Kissinger's response. 529. Acknowledgements. 541 Notes. 547 Index. 585. In my memory. To my father, Kornbluh, this book is dedicated. He taught me, through parental patience as well as his social and political commitment, the simple meaning of human decency in a world of many ills and evils that could not be ignored, as he made sure I understood. To him I owe the construct of conscience and the sense of common community that has enabled this work from the RST page to the last. Introduction. History and accountability. It is not a part of American history that we are proud of. Secretary of State Colin Powell, responding to a question on the morality of the U.S. role in Chile, February 20, 2003. Just before midnight on October 16, 1998, two Scotland Yard officials slipped through the halls of an elite private clinic in London and secured the room in which former Chilean dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, was recovering from back surgery. With English efficiency, they disarmed his private bodyguards, disconnected the phones, posted 8 policemen outside the door, and then proceeded to serve Pinochet with a warrant from Interpol. Within minutes, British authorities accomplished what the Chilean courts had refused to do since the end of his military regime in 1990. They placed Pinochet under arrest for crimes against humanity. General Pinochet, whose name became synonymous with gross violations of human rights during his 17-year dictatorship, spent 504 days under house arrest in London. Only aggressive diplomatic intervention by Chile's civilian government, pressured by the Pinochetistas in the Chilean military, and an adroit propaganda campaign waged by his lawyers, kept him from being extradited to Spain to stand trial for offenses ranging from torture to terrorism. After 16 months in detention, the British government released the 84-year-old general on what it termed humanitarian grounds. When he returned to his homeland, however, he was stripped of his immunity from prosecution, indicted, and interrogated. At one point Pinochet even faced the ignominious prospect of being fingerprinted and posing for a mugshot. Initially, the Chilean courts ruled that due to age-related dementia Pinochet could not be put on trial for the abuses committed under his military reign. At the time of his death, however, Pinochet faced multiple indictments. Introduction. Pinochet evaded punishment. But the saga of the Pinochet case remains a historic milestone in the pursuit of accountability over atrocity. His arrest marked a long-awaited vindication for not only Pinochet's victims, but the victims of repression everywhere, as well as a turning point in the use of international law to pursue their repressors. It will forever be remembered as a transformational moment for the human rights movement, and a landmark event in both Chile and the United States of America. For the cause of human rights, the drama of Pinochet's detention has established a precedent for the globalization of justice. Now that the Pinochet case has empowered the concept of universal jurisdiction, the ability of any state to hold gross violators accountable to international codes of justice, tyrants will no longer be able to leave their homelands and feel secure from the reach of international law. For Chile, Pinochet's arrest ended his ability to repress his nation's collective memory of the horrors of his rule, and restrain his victims from seeking legal accountability for the crimes committed during his regime. Although Pinochet eluded justice, he did not escape judgment. Moreover, a number of his top military men have been indicted, arrested, and imprisoned since his arrest. As Chileans continue to resurrect and redress their bloody and buried past, in Washington, Pinochet's arrest has also led to a massive exhumation of secret U.S. government archives. The declassified Pinochet not only renewed international interest in the history of his regime, they have refocused public attention on the United States' own responsibility for the denouement of democracy and the rise of dictatorship in Chile. For almost 3 decades, September 11 marked a day of infamy for Chileans, Latin Americans, and the world community, a day when Chilean Air Force jets attacked La Moneda Palace in Santiago as the prelude to the vicious coup that brought Pinochet to power. In the aftermath of 9/11/2001, it is more likely to be remembered for the shocking terrorist attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. With that horror, the United States and Chile now share that dreadful date, as writer Ariel Dorfman has eloquently described it, again a Tuesday, once again an 11th of September LLED with death. But the histories of the United States and Chile are joined by far more than the coincidence of Osama bin Laden's timing. Washington has played a pivotal role in Chile's traumatic past. Beginning in the early 1960s, U.S. policymakers initiated more than a decade of efforts to control Chile's political life, culminating in a massive covert effort to bring down, as Richard Nixon and members of his cabinet candidly discussed, the duly elected Popular Unity government of Salvador Allende. Within hours of realizing that goal on September 11, 1973, the White House began transmitting secret messages welcoming General Pinochet to power and expressing a desire to cooperate with the military junta and to assist in any appropriate way. Until September 1976, when Pinochet sent a team of assassins to commit an act of international terrorism in Washington, D.C., Secretary of State Henry Kissinger steadfastly maintained a posture of avid support for the Pinochet regime. The assassination of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft on the streets of the nation's capital would dominate U.S. Chilean relations for the next decade, until the dictatorship began to unravel under growing popular pressure in Chile, and the United States fully and nally abandoned its one-time anti-communist ally. U.S. policy had an impact in changing not only the composition of Chile's government in 1973 but also the course of its violent future during the next 17 years. If U.S. policy has had a major influence on events in Chile, those events have returned to influence the political discourse of the United States and indeed the world. The country that Chilean poet Pablo Neruda described as a long petal of sea, wine, and snow holds a special place in the hearts and minds of the international community. Since the early 1960s, Chile has attracted international attention for a number of utopian political projects and economic and social experiments. In 1964, Chile became a designated showcase for the Alliance for Progress, a U.S. effort to stave off revolutionary movements in Latin America by bolstering centrist, middle-class, Christian democratic political parties. But with the election of Salvador Allende on September 4, 1970, Chile became the first Latin American nation to democratically elect a socialist president. The Via Chilena peaceful road to socialist reform captured the imagination of progressive forces around the globe, while provoking the consternation of imperial-minded U.S. policymakers. "We set the limits of diversity," Kissinger was heard to tell his staff as the United States initiated a series of covert operations against Allende, which at a minimum will either ensure his failure, according to a secret Kissinger proposal to Nixon, and at a maximum might lead to situations where his collapse or overthrow later may be more feasible. The sharp contrast between the peaceful nature of Allende's program for change, and the violent coup that left him dead and Chile's long-standing 12 introduction. Democratic institutions destroyed, truly shocked the world. The Pinochet regime's dictatorial bent, and abysmal human rights record quickly became a universal political and humanitarian issue. Revelations of CIA involvement in Allende's overthrow, and Washington's unabashed embrace of the junta raised Chile's worldwide parole even further, to a point where U.S. policymakers could no longer ignore the condemnation. Chile has taken on Spain's image in the 1940s as a symbol of right-wing tyranny, an aide reported to Kissinger in one secret Bren paper. Like it or not, we are identified with the regime's origins and hence charged with some responsibility for its actions. Chile, the U.S. Embassy noted in a 1974 strategy paper stamped secret, has become something of a cause célèbre in both the Western and communist worlds. What happens in Chile is thus a matter of rather special significance to the United States. Distant and small though it is, Chile has long been viewed universally as a demonstration area for economic and social experimentation. Now it is in a sense in the front line of world ideological conflict. In the United States, Chile joined Vietnam on the front line of the national conflict over the corruption of American values in the making and exercise of U.S. foreign policy. During the mid-1970s, events in Chile generated a major debate on human rights, covert action, and the proper place for both in America's conduct abroad. The Kissingerian disregard for Pinochet's mounting atrocities appalled the public and prompted Congress to pass precedent-setting legislation curtailing foreign aid to his regime, and to mandate a human rights criteria for all U.S. economic and military assistance. At the same time, revelations of the CIA's covert campaign to block Allende's election and then destabilize his democratically elected government generated a series of sensational intelligence scandals forcing the country for the RST time, according to the late Senator Frank Church, to debate and decide the merits of future use of covert action as an instrument of U.S. foreign policy. Indeed, Chile became the catalyst for the RST public hearing ever held on covert action. Senator Church's Senate Select Committee to study government operations with respect to intelligence activities known as the Church Committee conducted the RST major congressional investigation into clandestine operations and published the RST case studies, Covert Action in Chile, 1963 to 1973, and alleged assassination plots involving foreign leaders, detailing those operations abroad. Once revealed, the U.S. government's covert campaign in Chile led to the exposure of other foreign policy excesses, scandals, and corruptions. The endings of the Church Committee, and the public revulsion of Washington's ongoing association with Pinochet's brutality, prompted a widespread movement to return U.S. foreign policy to the moral precepts of American society. Chile is just the latest example for a lot of people in this country of the United States not being true to its values, one internal State Department memo conceded in June 1975. The debate around U.S. misconduct in Chile, as Richard Harris wrote in the New Yorker magazine in 1979, raised the fundamental question, how did we become such a nation? That question remains relevant to the worldwide debate over the exercise of U.S. power in the 20th century. Indeed, a historical review of U.S. Chilean relations raises many of the same contentious issues the American people, and the international community, confronted as the Bush administration launched its war on Iraq, preemptive strikes, regime change, unilateral aggression, international terrorism, political assassination, sovereignty, and the deaths of innocents. After so many years, Chile remains the ultimate case study of morality, the lack of it in the making of U.S. foreign policy. With respect to Chile in the 1970s, as Secretary of State Colin Powell conceded when asked how the United States could consider itself morally superior to Iraq when Washington had backed the overthrow of Chilean democracy, it is not a part of American history that we are proud of. Chile Declassified. For all of Chile's importance and notoriety in the ongoing debate over U.S. foreign policy, the historical record has remained largely hidden from public scrutiny. The covert operations, murders, scandals, cover UPS, and controversies over human rights violations all generated massive amounts of top-secret documentation. But only a handful of the hundreds of documents reviewed by the Senate committee staff in the mid-1970s were actually declassified. Legal proceedings against former CIA Director Richard Helms for lying to Congress on covert operations in Chile, and civil lawsuits brought by the families of Pinochet's most famous victims, Charles Horman, Orlando Letelier, and Ronnie Karpenmoft, yielded references to thousands of records on U.S. relations with the Pinochet regime at the height of its repression, but the U.S. government refused to release most of those. The documents the government did declassify were so heavily censored, many completely blacked out except for their title and date, as to render them useless for judicial or historical evaluation. Pinochet's arrest in London renewed national and international interest in the vast secret U.S. archives on Chile. Those records, CIA intelligence reports, State Department cables, Defense Department analysis, NSC memoranda, among other documents, were known to contain extraordinarily detailed coverage of Pinochet's atrocities, the inner workings of his internal repression and acts of international terrorism, as well as Washington's policies toward his regime. U.S. documentation would provide a wealth of evidence to prosecute Pinochet and his subordinates if only the Clinton administration could be persuaded to declassify thousands of leaks containing tens of thousands of pages of secret information compiled during Chile's military dictatorship. The Clinton White House had already pioneered a process of declassifying U.S. documentation to advance the cause of human rights. During his RST term, President Clinton authorized major declassifications on El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala in response to scandals over U.S. misconduct and repression in those countries. On Chile, the administration faced a chorus of strong and poignant voices from the families of Pinochet's American victims, as well as pressure from Congress to release evidence that would assist Spain's efforts to bring Pinochet to justice. Both publicly and privately, human rights and right-to-know groups, including my organization, the National Security Archive, lobbied administration officials to declassify documents in the name of human rights, justice, and history. For a variety of political reasons, the Clinton administration resisted any policy initiative or gesture that would aid Spain's unprecedented application of universal jurisdiction to Pinochet's crimes. Doing nothing, however, would be perceived as protecting the vilest of Latin American dictators in recent history. Eventually, the administration agreed to conduct a Chile declassification project, not to provide documents to Spain but for the benefit of Chilean and American citizens. The Declassification Review, the State Department announced in February 1999, would respond to the expressed wishes of Congress and the families of Pinochet's American victims, and encourage a consensus within Chile on reinvigorating its truth and reconciliation process. To its credit, the Clinton administration pulled, prodded, and pushed the secrecy system into divulging significant amounts of information. Under the leadership of Secretary Madeleine Albright, the State Department appreciated the need for thorough declassification to advance human rights and historical honesty. The National Archives, the NSC, Pentagon, and Justice Department in descending degrees also cooperated in the project. But the Securocrats in the CIA, the agency with the most revealing documentation to offer, but also the most secrets to hide, proved to be particularly recalcitrant. For months, agency officials sought to withhold any document demonstrating covert U.S. involvement in the death of democracy and rise of dictatorship in Chile. A special amendment to the Intelligence Act in 1999 required the agency to produce a written report for Capitol Hill on its covert operations, CIA activities in Chile. But only significant public pressure from human rights groups, key members of Congress, and dedicated officials inside the executive branch, including President Clinton himself, forced the CIA to partially open its secret lid on covert American ties to the violence of the coup and, in its aftermath, to the military and secret police institutions that systematically carried out Pinochet's abuses. The Chile Declassification Project yielded some 2,200 CIA records. In addition, approximately 3,800 White House, National Security Council, Pentagon, and FBI records were released, along with 18,000 State Department documents that shed considerable light on Pinochet's 17-year dictatorship as well as U.S. policies and actions in Chile between 1970 and 1990. In all, the Declassification Project produced 24,000 never-before-seen documents, the largest discretionary executive branch release of records on any country or foreign policy issue. These documents provide a chronicle of 20 dramatic and dense years of American policy and operations in Chile, as well as a comprehensive chronology of Pinochet's rampant repression. Stamped top secret/sensitive, eyes only, notice no foreign, and Roger Channel, among other classification categories. They include White House memoranda of conversation recording the private commentary of U.S. presidents and their aides, decision directives and brand papers prepared for Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, and Ronald Reagan, minutes of covert action strategy meetings chaired by Henry Kissinger, high-level intelligence reports based on informants inside the Pinochet regime, and hundreds of heavily redacted but still revealing CIA Directorate of Operations communications with agents in its Santiago station that detail massive covert action to change the course of Chilean history. Indeed, the documents contain new information on virtually every major issue, episode, and scandal that pockmarked this controversial era. They cover events such as Project Footbelt, the CIA's covert action to block Salvador Allende from becoming president of Chile in the fall of 1970, the assassination of Chilean Commander-in-Chief René Schneider, U.S. strategy and operations to destabilize the Allende government, the degree of American support for the coup, the post-coup executions of American citizens, the origins and operations of Pinochet's secret police, DINA, CIA ties to DINA chieftain Manuel Contreras, Operation Condor, the terrorist car bombing of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft in Washington, D.C., the murder by burning of Washington resident Rodrigo Rojas, and Pinochet's efforts to thwart a transition to civilian rule. Many of the documents name names, revealing atrocities and exposing those who perpetrated them. These records have been, and are being, used to advance judicial investigations into the human rights atrocities of Pinochet's military and to hold regime officials accountable for their crimes. They are also being used to rewrite the history books on the U.S. role in Chile. For students of this history, the declassified documents offer an opportunity to be a fly on the wall as presidents, national security advisors, CIA directors, and secretaries of state debated crucial decisions and issued nation-changing orders. They also allow the reader to observe the minute-by-minute, day-by-day process of how those orders were implemented in Chile. A comparison between what was said and done in secret and the official statements, testimonials, and memoirs reveals, in stunning detail, the mendacity that accompanied U.S. policy. The documents also permit a re-examination of many if not all of the outstanding questions that haunt this history. Questions such as: what role did the United States actually play in the violent September 11, 1973, coup that brought Augusto Pinochet to power? What motivated President Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger to authorize and oversee a campaign to overthrow and undermine Chilean democracy? What support did the CIA covertly provide to help the Pinochet regime consolidate? What assistance did the CIA give to the murderous secret police, DINA? Were U.S. officials negligent, or possibly complicit, in the execution of Charles Horman, an American citizen detained by the Chilean military following the coup whose case became the subject of the Hollywood movie, Missing? What did U.S. intelligence know about Operation Condor, the Chilean-led network of Southern Cone secret police agencies that organized international acts of state-sponsored terrorism to eliminate critics of their regimes? Introduction 17 Could U.S. officials have detected and deterred the September 21, 1976, car bombing that killed Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft, the most egregious act of international terrorism committed in Washington, D.C. before the September 11, 2001, attack on the Pentagon? And, in the end, what role did Washington play in the denouement of General Pinochet's dictatorship? This book is an effort to revisit the complex and controversial history of U.S. policy toward democracy and dictatorship in Chile. The secret-led declassified pursuant to Pinochet's arrest constitute a trove of new evidence that goes well beyond what the Church Committee reported in the mid-1970s on U.S. efforts to destabilize Chile's democratically elected government. CIA memoranda with titles such as Chile, Initial Post-Coup Support, and Western Hemisphere Division Project Renewals for FI 1975, shed considerable light on the long-hidden history of secret U.S. efforts to support the incipient military junta. Intelligence reporting on the regime's machinery of repression provides a clear chronology of what Washington knew and when it knew it regarding General Pinochet's campaign of terror both inside Chile and abroad. And the declassified record reveals, in rather extraordinary detail, what U.S. officials did and did not do when confronted with that knowledge. Drawing on the abundance of information contained in the declassified documents, the Pinochet file provides an investigative narrative to advance a history that remains disputed to this day. At the same time, the book is an attempt to tell the story of the United States and Chile through a representative selection of documents, drawn from the long paper trail left by multiple U.S. offices and agencies, from the White House to the CIA Santiago station. Distilling a full history into a compilation of 100 or so reproduced records is, admittedly, impossible. For reasons of space, I have been forced to select relatively short documents and in some cases only partially reproduce them. Dozens of key documents that could not be included are quoted at length in the text. Full versions of abbreviated records published in this book, along with additional germane documentation, can be accessed on the National Security Archives website, www.nsarchive.org. Ambitious readers who want to explore the broader universe of declassified documents on Chile can consult the Department of State website www.state.gov for the full collection of 24,000 U.S. records declassified under the Chile Declassification Project. Documents are essential to the reconstruction of history, but they do not always tell the whole story. Still, classified records, and there are many on Chile, may contain additional or even contradictory information. Moreover, elements of these events may not have been recorded on paper. Where possible, I have attempted to supplement and clarify the information in the documents through interviews with the retired U.S. foreign policy makers who wrote or read them, among them former Assistant Secretaries of State for Inter-American Affairs, NSC senior advisors on Latin America, several ambassadors, and numerous State Department, NSC, Justice Department, and intelligence officials. I have also sought to determine what information remains hidden under the blackened sections of key documents. In a number of cases designated in the text by information inserted within parenthesis, material blacked out in one document could be gleaned from another. There are still secrets being kept on Chile, to be sure, but today there are fewer of them. That the secrecy surrounding Chile and U.S. relations with Pinochet has been maintained for so long reeks both the controversial nature of this past, as well as its continuing relevance to the ongoing and future debate over American intervention abroad and the moral foundations of U.S. foreign policy. The declassified documents highlighted in the pages that follow are, in essence, a dossier of atrocity and accountability, addressing not only the general and his regime, but also the shameful record of U.S. support for bloodshed and dictatorship. One goal of the project, states the White House statement that accompanied the release of thousands of secret papers, is to put the original documents before the public so that it may judge for itself the extent to which U.S. actions undercut the cause of democracy and human rights in Chile. This book, hopefully, can contribute to rendering that judgment. 1. Project Fubelt. Formula for chaos. Carnage could be considerable and prolonged, i.e. civil war. You have asked us to provoke chaos in Chile. We provide you with formula for chaos which is unlikely to be bloodless. To dissimulate U.S. involvement will clearly be impossible. Top Secret CIA Santiago Station Cable, October 10, 1970. On September 15, 1970, in a 15-minute meeting between 3:25 and 3:40 p.m., President Richard Nixon ordered the CIA to initiate a massive covert intervention in Chile. The goal, to block Chilean President-elect Salvador Allende from taking and holding office. Allende was a well-known and popular politician in Chile. The 1970 campaign constituted his fourth run for the presidency. He was one of the most astute politicians and parliamentarians in a nation whose favorite pastime is coffee clutch politics, noted one secret CIA analysis. His victory on September 4, in a free and fair if narrow election, marked the RST time in the 20th century that a socialist parliamentarian, as Allende referred to himself, had been democratically voted into office in the Western Hemisphere. During a White House meeting with Henry Kissinger, Attorney General John Mitchell, and CIA Director Richard Helms, Nixon issued explicit instructions to foment a coup that would prevent Allende from being inaugurated on November 4, or subsequently bring down his new administration. Handwritten notes, taken by the CIA director, recorded Nixon's directive. 1 in 10 chance perhaps, but save Chile. Worth spending, not concerned, risks involved, no involvement of embassy. 2. $10 million available, more if necessary, full-time job, best men we have, game plan, make economy scream, 48 hours for plan of action. Helms' summary would become the RST record of an American president ordering the overthrow of a democratically elected government. The CIA moved quickly to implement the president's instructions. In a meeting the next day with top officials of the agency's Covert Operations Division, Helms told his aides that President Nixon had decided that an Allende regime in Chile was not acceptable to the United States and had asked the agency to prevent Allende from coming to power or to unseat him. Under the supervision of CIA Deputy Director of Plans Thomas Karamessines and Western Hemisphere Division Chief William Brough, a special task force with 2 operational units, one focused exclusively on the Chilean military headed by veteran covert operative David Atlee Phillips, and the second devoted to the political/constitutional route to blocking Allende, was immediately established and activated. By 8:30 a.m. on September 17, 1970, the new Chile task force had produced its RST situation report, complete with an organizational chart and a list of possibilities to stimulate unrest and other occurrences to force military action. To provide a presidential cachet for the task force, later that day Kissinger obtained Nixon's signed authorization to create a mechanism to work fast and in secrecy and make decisions, send out directives, keep tabs on things, coordinate activities, and plan implementing actions. In an afternoon meeting on September 18, Kissinger received an initial brief from DCI Helms on the status of what would become one of the CIA's most infamous covert operations. By then, CIA headquarters had dispatched a special covert agent to Santiago to deliver secret instructions to the station chief on the new operation, codenamed Project Fubelt. And the CIA's Chile task force had already produced situation report #2 proclaiming, "There is a coup possibility now in the wind." Genesis of a coup policy. Nixon's bold directive on Chile was neither unparalleled nor unprecedented. Throughout the 19th and early 20th century history of U.S. policy toward Latin America, presidents frequently authorized overt military f.3. forts to remove governments deemed undesirable to U.S. economic and political interests. After the signing of the United Nations Charter in 1948, which highlighted non-intervention and respect for national sovereignty, the White House made ever greater use of the newly created Central Intelligence Agency to assert U.S. hegemonic designs. Under Dwight Eisenhower, the CIA launched a set of covert paramilitary operations to terminate the Guatemalan government of Jacobo Arbenz. Both Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy gave green lights to clandestine action to undermine Fidel Castro in Cuba. It was the Kennedy administration that RST initiated covert operations in Chile to block the election of Salvador Allende. Allende RST attracted Washington's attention when his socialist coalition, then known as the Frente de Acción Popular, narrowly lost the 1958 election to the right-wing Partido Nacional, led by Jorge Alessandri. The Alessandri government, noted a report prepared by the Agency for International Development's predecessor, the International Cooperation Administration, had years in which to prove to the electorate that their medicine is the best medicine. Failure almost automatically ensures a marked swing to the left. But in the aftermath of the 1959 revolution in Cuba, the Kennedy administration recognized that Washington's traditional support for small oligarchic political parties, such as the Partido Nacional, was far more likely to enhance the strength of the Latin American left, rather than weaken it. Fostering reformist, centrist political parties to be what Kennedy called the viable alternative to leftist revolutionary movements became a key goal. The problem for U.S. policy is to do what it can to hasten the middle-class revolution, Kennedy's aide Arthur Schlesinger Jr. wrote to the president in a March 10, 1961, report that would become an argument for the Alliance for Progress. If the possessing classes of Latin America made the middle-class revolution impossible, they will make a workers' and peasants' revolution inevitable. In Chile, the Partido Democrata Cristiano led by Eduardo Frei appeared tailor-made as a model for that middle-class revolution. Overruling aides who wanted to continue support for Alessandri, Kennedy arranged for Frei, and another centrist leader, Radomiro Tomic, to have a secret backdoor visit to the White House in early 1962. The purpose of the visit was to allow the president to evaluate these new Chilean leaders personally, and, as one report noted, decide to whom to give covert aid in the coming election. 3. The CIA's two-volume internal history of clandestine support for the Christian Democrats titled The Chilean Election Operation of 1964 A Case History 1961–1964 remains highly classified. It is known to contain information. 4. However, on covert operations that started in 1961 through the establishment of assets in the small centrist political parties and in key labor, media, student, and peasant organizations, and the creation of pivotal propaganda mechanisms and escalated into massive secret funding of Frei's 1964 campaign. In April 1962, the 5,412-panel special group, as the then high-level interagency team that oversaw covert operations was named, approved CIA proposals to carry out a program of covert financial assistance to the Christian Democrats. 4. Between then and the election, the CIA funneled some $4 million into Chile to help get Frei elected, including $2.6 million in direct funds to underwrite more than half of his campaign budget. In order to enhance Frei's image as a moderate centrist, the CIA also covertly funded a group of center-right political parties. In addition to direct political funding, the agency conducted 15 other major operations in Chile, among them the covert creation and support for numerous civic organizations to unions and mobilize key voting sectors. The biggest operation, however, was a massive $3 million anti-Allende propaganda campaign. The Church Committee report, Covert Action in Chile 1963–1973, described the breadth of these operations. Extensive use was made of the press, radio, LMS, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, direct mailings, paper streamers, and wall paintings. It was a scare campaign that relied heavily on images of Soviet tanks and Cuban ring squads and was directed especially to women. Hundreds of thousands of copies of the anti-communist pastoral letter of Pope Pius XI were distributed by Christian democratic organizations. Disinformation and black propaganda material which purported to originate from another source, such as the Chilean Communist Party, were used as well. 5. In the several months before the September 1964 election, these operations reached a crescendo of activity. One CIA propaganda group, for example, was distributing 3,000 anti-communist political posters and producing 24 radio news spots a day, as well as 26 weekly news commentaries, all directed at turning Chilean voters away from Allende and toward Eduardo Frei. The CIA, as the Church Committee report noted, regarded this propaganda campaign as the most effective activity undertaken by the U.S. on behalf of the Christian Democratic candidates. All polls favor Eduardo Frei over Salvador Allende, Secretary of State Dean Rusk reported in a recently declassified top-secret exclusive distribution memorandum for President Lyndon Johnson dated August 14, 1964, 3 weeks before the election. 5. We are making a major covert effort to reduce chances of Chile being the RST American country to elect an avowed Marxist president. Our well-concealed program embraces special economic assistance to assure stability, aid to the armed forces and police to maintain order, and political action and propaganda tied closely to Frei's campaign. The CIA would subsequently credit these covert operations with helping Frei to an overwhelming 57% majority victory on September 4, 1964, a margin unheard of in Chile's typical three-way presidential races. With Free's election, the Johnson administration declared Chile a showcase for the Alliance for Progress. But Washington faced the same dilemma it had faced in 1958. If Free's policies failed to sustain social and economic development, Chilean voters would turn to Allende's leftist coalition in the 1970 election. The U.S., therefore, embarked on a massive program of economic, military, and covert political assistance. Almost overnight, Chile became the leading recipient of U.S. aid in Latin America. Between 1962 and 1970, this country of only 10 million people received over $1.2 billion in economic grants and loans, an astronomical amount for that era. In addition, aid pressured major U.S. corporations, particularly the two copper giants, Anaconda and Kennecott, which dominated the Chilean economy, to modernize and expand their investments and operations. Since Free's main appeal to many Chilean voters was his policy of Chileanization, partial nationalization of the copper industry, the U.S. government offered the corporations what Ambassador Edward Corey called a sweetheart deal, providing political risk insurance for investments and assets in Chile. Meant to mobilize private capital in uncertain investment climates, the program was administered through aid, and later a new quasi-governmental organization called the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. In 1969, OPEC's $400 million of political risk coverage in Chile not only dwarfed its programs in all other nations, but far exceeded its actual holdings. The program created a further U.S. political and economic incentive to block the appeal of an Allende candidacy in 1970. U.S. military assistance programs also dramatically increased during the 1960s. Although Chile faced no internal or external security threat, military aid totaled $91 million between 1962 and 1970, a clear effort to establish closer ties to the Chilean generals. A congressional survey of security assistance programs in Latin America determined that such assistance to Chile was political and economic in nature, rather than simply military. 6. And the CIA continued its covert intervention through political action and propaganda operations. Between 1965 and 1970, the agency spent $2 $6 million on some 20 projects designed to enhance the Christian Democrats and undermine Allende's political coalition. In February 1965, for example, the agency was authorized to spend $175,000 on direct funding of select candidates in the March congressional elections. 9 CIA-backed candidates were elected, and 13 FRAP candidates the CIA had targeted for defeat lost. In July 1968, $350,000 was approved for enhancing the 1969 congressional elections. 10 of 12 CIA-selected candidates won. The Santiago station also provided surreptitious funding to Free's party for 2 years following his election, and developed assets in his cabinet, as well as within the military. Funds were provided to church organizations and pro-U.S. labor agencies. New media assets were developed, including those who placed CIA-inspired editorials almost daily in El Mercurio, according to the Church Committee report. The propaganda mechanisms developed during the 1960s, in particular, put the CIA in a strong position to enhance the three-way 1970 presidential campaign, which pitted Allende's new coalition, Unidad Popular, against former President Jorge Alessandri, and Radomiro Tomic of the Christian Democrat Party. By 1970, the United States had a major political and economic stake in preventing Allende from becoming Chile's president. Indeed, his accession to that office would signify the abject failure of a protracted and concerted U.S. policy to undermine his socialist appeal. Indeed, the 10-year history of U.S. overt and covert actions and investments in Chile did far more than simply set a precedent for President Nixon's decision to foment a coup against Allende. It created what Ambassador Corey called a fiduciary responsibility, an imperial sense of obligation and entitlement to overturn the democratic decision of the Chilean electorate. As Corey put it, the question was not saying whether, but how and when the U.S. would intervene. 7. Extreme option, coup contingencies. In his memoirs, Henry Kissinger identified Chilean millionaire, owner, and publisher of El Mercurio and distributor for the Pipiscoco, Auguste N. Edwards, as the catalyst of Richard Nixon's September 15 orders for a coup. By then Nixon had taken a personal role, he writes in White House Years. He had been triggered into action on September 14 by Auguste N. Edwards, the publisher of El Mercurio, the most respected Chilean daily newspaper, who had come to Washington to warn of the consequences of an Allende takeover. Edwards was staying at the house of Don Kendall, the chief executive officer of Pepsi Cola, who by chance was bringing his father to see Nixon that very day. 7. Through Kendall, who was one of Nixon's closest friends and biggest contributors, Edwards played a role in focusing the president's angry attention on Allende. On the morning of September 15, Edwards met with Kissinger and Attorney General Mitchell for breakfast and briefed them on the threat Allende posed to his and other pro-American business interests. On Kissinger's instructions, Helms had also met with Edwards in a downtown Washington hotel. In a deposition before the Church Committee still classied after more than 28 years, Helms stated that it was his impression that the president called this meeting because of Edwards' presence in Washington and what he heard from Kendall about what Edwards was saying about conditions in Chile and what was happening there. 8. But the declassified record demonstrates that the White House, CIA, State Department, and the Pentagon had already been preparing and evaluating coup contingencies for weeks before Nixon issued his directive. As early as August 5, a full month before the election, Assistant Secretary of State John Crimmins sent Ambassador Correa a secret eyes-only cable regarding contingency options in the event of Allende's election. As you can see, it read, there are 3 options in September. We want you also to consider a 4th which we are treating separately with very restricted redistribution. This option would be the overthrow or prevention of the inauguration. We would like to have your views on A. Prospects of Chilean military and police who would take action to overthrow Allende. B. Which elements of the military and police might try and overthrow. C. Prospects for success of military and police who try and overthrow Allende or prevent his inauguration. D. The importance of U.S. attitude to initiate or success of such an operation. 9. Corey's response, partially declassified 30 years later, provided a remarkably detailed analysis of the various election scenarios, U.S. options, and expectations. His 13-page cable identified all the key elements that would occur in the forthcoming covert efforts to stop Allende, the key time frame between the September 4 election and the October 24 congressional ratification of the winner when a military coup would be possible, the impediment of the strong constitutionalist position of Chilean Commander-in-Chief General René Schneider, which Corey called the Schneider Doctrine. 8. Of non-intervention, and the identification of retired General Roberto Vio as the military guru most predisposed to move against Allende. 10. This secret inquiry into the potential for a military coup came as the intelligence community was concluding a review of U.S. policy and strategy in the event of an Allende victory for the White House. On Kissinger's orders, CIA, State, and Defense Department analysts conducted a major study into the implications for the United States. The intelligence assessment they produced in mid-August was called National Security Study Memorandum 97. Regarding threats to U.S. interests, NSSM 97 stated clearly, we conclude that 1. The U.S. has no vital national interests within Chile. There would, however, be tangible economic losses. 2. The world military balance of power would not be significantly altered by an Allende government. 3. An Allende victory would, however, create considerable political and psychological costs. A. Hemispheric cohesion would be threatened by the challenge that an Allende government would pose to the OAS, and by the reactions that it would create in other countries. We do not see, however, any likely threat to the peace of the region. B. An Allende victory would represent a denied psychological setback to the U.S. and a denied psychological advance for the Marxist idea. 11. In examining the potential threat posed by Allende, the review for Kissinger added, it is important to bear in mind that some of the problems foreseen for the United States in the event of his election are likely to arise no matter who becomes Chile's next president. NSSM 97 concluded that an Allende election carried no military, strategic, or regional threat to U.S. interests in security and stability. But the report contained a previously undisclosed covered annex. A secret CIA supplement titled Extreme Option Overthrow Allende addressed the assumptions, advantages, and disadvantages of attempting to foster a military coup. This option assumes that every effort would be made to ensure that the role of the United States was not revealed, and so would require that the action be effected through Chilean institutions, Chileans, and third country nationals, states the secret position paper drafted by the agency on August 11. The advantages were clear: successful U.S. involvement with the Chilean military. 9. Coup would almost certainly permanently relieve us of the possibility of an Allende government in Chile. But there were clear disadvantages as well. The most important, according to this analysis, was that there is almost no way to evaluate the likelihood that such an attempt would be successful even were it made. An unsuccessful attempt, involving as it probably would revelation of U.S. participation, would have grave consequences for our relations with Chile, in the hemisphere, in the United States and elsewhere in the world. 12. Even if the coup did succeed, these analysts noted in a prescient observation, there was another drawback: were the overthrow effort to be successful, and even were U.S. participation to remain covered, which we cannot assure, the United States would become a hostage to the elements we backed in the overthrow and would probably be cut off for years from most other political forces in the country. 13. But almost every member of the embassy and intelligence community shared the opinion that fostering a coup in Chile in the fall of 1970 was a nearly impossible, diplomatically dangerous, and undesirable operation. At the September 8 meeting of the high-level national security team known as the 40 Committee that oversaw covert operations, Kissinger and CIA Director Helms confronted the State Department argument that a more effective approach would be to focus on rebuilding the Christian Democratic Party for the 1976 Chilean election. The minutes of the meeting record Helms's acknowledgement that there was no positive assurance of success because of the apolitical history of the military in Chile, but, in any case, a military golpe against Allende would have little chance of success unless undertaken soon. Kissinger also voiced his considerable skepticism that once Allende is in the presidency there will be anyone capable of organizing any real counter-force against him. He requested a cold-blooded assessment of the pros and cons and prospects involved should a Chilean military coup be organized now with U.S. assistance. Ambassador Corey's response was quick and unequivocal. On September 12 he cabled the State Department. "We believe it now clear that Chilean military will not move to prevent accession barring unlikely situation of national chaos and widespread violence. What we are saying in this cold-blooded assessment is that opportunities for further significant USG action with the Chilean military are non-existent." 10. On September 25, Corey again cabled Kissinger to reiterate, "I am convinced we cannot provoke and that we should not run the risk simply to have another Bay of Pigs." CIA Chief of Station in Santiago, Henry Heckscher, who used the code name Felix, provided an equally negative assessment. On September 9, 6 days before Nixon's decision, Heckscher received a special cable from the CIA's head of the Western Hemisphere William Breaux that demonstrates the CIA's early preparation, apparently with White House urging, for plotting a coup. "The only prospect with any chance of success whatsoever is a military golpe either before or immediately after Allende's assumption of power," Breaux advised. He instructed the CIA station to undertake the operational task of establishing those direct contacts with the Chilean military which are required to evaluate possibilities and, at least equally important, could be used to stimulate a golpe if and when a decision were made to do so. The chief of station immediately began to implement this order, but his reports back to headquarters contained multiple caveats on the difficulties in accomplishing this mission. Forget about black operations and propagandistic conditioning of armed forces. They barely read, Heckscher cabled Langley on September 23. Bear in mind that parameter of action is exceedingly narrow and available options are quite limited. 14. I had left no doubt in the minds of my colleagues and superiors, Heckscher would later secretly testify before the Church Committee, that I did not consider any kind of intervention in those constitutional processes desirable. In Washington, other officials presented even more comprehensive arguments against the Nixon-Kissinger course of covert action in Chile. In late September, a member of the CIA's Directorate of Operations assessed the Cold War conventional wisdom that U.S. officials had applied to Chile. Far from being a pawn of the communists, he argued, Allende will be hard for the Communist Party and for Moscow to control. Moreover, Allende was no blind follower of Fidel Castro, nor do they and their followers agree on everything by any means. Covert operations to stop Allende from becoming president, this analyst predicted, would be worse than useless. Any indication that we are behind a legal Mickey Mouse or some hard-nosed play will exacerbate relations even further with the new government. I am afraid that we will be repeating the errors we made in 1959 and 1960 when we drove Fidel Castro in the Soviet camp. If successful for the moment in denying the UPIT's candidate, we would bring upon ourselves a much more dangerous civil war in Chile, and a much worse image throughout Latin America and the world. 15. 11. Similar arguments were on Henry Kissinger's desk even before Nixon gave his order to foment a coup. In the late evening of September 4, the day of Allende's election, Kissinger's top aide on Latin America, Viren Vaki, sent him a top-secret cable arguing that it is far from given that wisdom would call for covert action programs, the consequences could be disastrous. The cost-benefit ratio is not favorable. On September 14, Vaki presented Kissinger with a secret/sensitive memorandum summarizing a CIA position paper on Chile along with analytical comment, conclusions, and recommendations. Military action is impossible, Vaki reported. We have no capability to motivate or instigate a coup, he wrote, and any covert effort to stimulate a military takeover is a non-starter. Success in blocking Allende would lead to possible widespread violence and even insurrection, requiring an escalating U.S. involvement in Chile to prop up a substitute government. Failure could strengthen and radicalize Allende's forces, and would be this administration's Bay of Pigs. Somewhat more courageously, Vaki questioned whether the dangers of an Allende government outweighed the dangers and risks of the probable chain of events Washington would set in motion through covert intervention. He provided this answer. What we propose is patently a violation of our own principles and policy tenets. Moralism aside, this has practical operational consequences. If these principles have any meaning, we normally depart from them only to meet the gravest threat to us, e.g. to our survival. Is Allende a mortal threat to the U.S.? It is hard to argue this. 16. Track I and Track 2. In Chile, Latin America, and Washington, Salvador Allende's election on September 4 was a momentous event. His victory set off a frantic, virtually minute-by-minute reaction within the Nixon administration. On election day, Ambassador Edward Corey sent no fewer than 18 updates on the vote count. Those were followed by dozens of lengthy, verbose cables known in the department as Coreygrams for their unique language and rather undiplomatic opinions to Washington, blaming the bumbling, disorganized, naive, and impotent character of the centrist Christian Democrats, and the myopia of arrogant stupidity of Chile's right-wing upper class for allowing Allende to win. Leadership depends upon, if I may use Spanish, cabeza, corazón, and cojones, Corey wrote disparagingly. 12. In a September 5 cable titled Allende Wins. In Chile they counted upon Chikara. Over the next several weeks, the ambassador sent a constant series of secret/foreign cables with such titles as No Hopes for Chile and Some Hope for Chile. A number of his ELD reports identified what Corey skeptically called the Rube Goldberg contraption, or an undercover organizational operation to constitutionally block Allende from being raided by the Chilean Congress on October 24. Through covert political means, the Chilean Congress would be induced to ratify the runner-up candidate, Jorge Alessandri. On October 24, he would then renounce the presidency and initiate new elections in which the outgoing Christian Democrat President Eduardo Frei could run again, and presumably defeat Allende. This scheme was the initial blueprint for what the CIA called Track I, the parliamentary solution. Track 2 became the internal designation for operations in the aftermath of Nixon's September 15 order to foment, by whatever means possible, a military coup. The origins of Track I date back to June 18, 1970, when Ambassador Corey proposed that the 40 Committee allocate a contingency slush fund of $250,000 to bribe members of the Chilean Congress as Phase 2 of a $360,000 spoiling operation against Allende. If no candidate won a majority on September 4, the Chilean Congress would vote to ratify the winner, normally the candidate with the most votes, on October 24. Allende's UP party controlled some 82 votes in Congress. To win he would need 19 additional votes controlled by the Christian Democrats, and could conceivably be rated even if he were the runner-up. Corey's concern was to assure that the U.S. controlled enough votes among the Christian Democrats to block Allende. The money was approved, but distribution was tabled until after the election. 17 On September 14, the 40 Committee authorized Corey to spend the $250,000 for covered support of projects which Frei or his trusted team deem important. However, the embassy and the CIA soon realized that the potential for exposure made bribery operations too risky. One leak would provoke an anti-American backlash throughout Chile's nationalist political system. The bribery plan was abandoned, but the U.S. continued to covertly pressure the military and the Christian Democrats to orchestrate the so-called Frei re-election gambit. Within days of Allende's election, Ambassador Corey was meeting with Chilean General Camilo Valenzuela to promote a plan whereby the runner-up, Alessandri, would be raided, he would form a military cabinet and resign, and the military would oversee new elections between Frei and Allende. But this plan also considered a non-starter after 13. The CIA determined that there was no way to siphon off enough congressional votes to ratify Alessandri. By mid-September the embassy and the CIA were pursuing a scheme that amounted to little more than a Frei-authorized military coup. This plan called for Frei to order the resignation of his cabinet, formation of a new cabinet composed entirely of militaryers, appointment of an acting president, and Frei's departure from Chile, leaving the country under effective military control. The success of such a coup, one CIA status report stated, would ultimately depend on Frei's total commitment to follow through. Therein lay the main problem for the success of Track I: Frei's wavering unwillingness to betray Chile's long-standing tradition of civil, constitutional rule. Corey, who met secretly with Frei and his intermediary, Defense Minister Ricardo Ossa, gravitated between lauding the president as the one and only one hope for Chile, and disparaging him as a man with no pants on. At the CIA, David Atlee Phillips captured the problematic possibilities of a coup plot based on the voluntarism of Chile's respected president to sacrifice his country's sacred democratic traditions. The RST and fundamental task, he wrote in a September 21 cable to the station, is to induce Frei to take action which will produce desired results. After this we get fuzzy since we have no clear understanding of what we wish Frei to do other than lead the military coup himself, something we can hardly expect of this too gentle soul. We can wistfully aspire to have him act in a manner which will not only exacerbate climate for a coup but which will actively precipitate it. According to the Declassified report on CIA Chilean task force activities, the CIA mobilized an interlocking political action and propaganda campaign designed to goad and entice Frei into setting this coup plan in motion. The most superficial of these operations ranged from planting false articles in newspapers around the world stating that the communists planned to destroy Frei as an individual and political leader after Allende offs, and then having Frei directly informed of such stories, to orchestrating a series of telegrams to his wife from titious women's groups in other Latin American nations beseeching her to help save the region from the horrors of communism. Far more sinister and violent. 14. Operations designed to enhance Frei's frame of mind were conducted in tangent with Track 2 coup plotting. The historical distinction between Track I and Track II, that the RST favored a constitutional approach and the second focused on a military coup to block Allende, is inaccurate. Track I quickly evolved to focus on a military takeover as well, what the CIA's deputy director for covert operations Tom Karamessines called a quiet and hopefully nonviolent military coup. In a September 21 cable covering both Tracks I and II, the CIA Task Force Director informed the Chief of Station in Santiago that the purpose of exercise is to prevent Allende's assumption of power. Parliamentary legerdemain has been discarded. Military solution is objective. The main difference between the two approaches was that Track I required freeze participation and involved Ambassador Corey's efforts to pressure the Chilean president to give a green light to the Chilean military. Track II focused on identifying any Chilean military officer, active duty or retired, willing to lead a violent putsch, and providing whatever incentive, rationale, direction, coordination, equipment, and funding necessary to provoke a successful overthrow of Chilean democracy. The Track II component of Project Fubelt was highly compartmentalized. Most members of the 40 committee were not aware of its existence. On Nixon's orders, Ambassador Corey and his staff were excluded from knowledge and participation in this set of operations. 18. Track II operations began with Bro's September 9 cable to Heckscher, and accelerated with Nixon's September 15 mandate. The Chile Task Force, which also coordinated Track I, immediately set up a special communications channel with the Chief of Station. Additional agents were dispatched to Santiago, according to Project Fubelt Situation Report #1, to augment the station's strength. DDP Karamessines, WH/C Bro, and Task Force Chief David Atlee Phillips began meeting every day. The task force kept a daily log of activity, and led frequent situation reports on the status of the Chile operations. 19. Under constant pressure, from the White House, according to CIA officials, Karamessines periodically briefed Kissinger and his deputy Alexander Haig on the progress of fomenting a military coup in Chile. CIA pursued a basic three-step plan: identify, contact, and collect intelligence on coup-minded officers, inform them that the U.S. was committed to full support in coups short of sending the Marines, and foster the creation of a coup climate by propaganda, disinformation, and terrorist activities to provide a stimulus and pretext for the military to move. 15. Even before Nixon's coup directive, the Chief of Station had begun to contact select members of the Chilean military. But the station had limited access and no close relations within the officer corps. Indeed, at the initiation of Project Fubelt, the CIA had only 2 assets-paid agents in the Chilean military. For that reason, the agency recruited the services of the Defense Intelligence Agency military attaché in Chile, Colonel Paul Weimert, who, according to a task force report, enjoyed unusually close, frank, and confidential relationships with potential coup plotters. On September 29, Weimert received a secret message from the DIA acting director, Lt. Gen. Jamie Philpott, sent via the CIA's Chile Task Force, ordering him to work closely with the CIA chief, in contacting and advising the principal military leaders who might play a decisive role in any move which might, eventually, deny the presidency to Allende. Do not, repeat not, advise the ambassador, Weimert was instructed. 20. The CIA also mobilized a small elite unit of 4 special agents known as falsigers, or the illegal team. These operatives, chosen for their ability to assume non-US nationality, according to internal CIA summaries of Track II, operated under extreme deep cover, posing as Spanish-speaking Latin Americans. Their use was intended for those contacts with the highest risk potential, that is, those individuals whose credentials, reliability, and security quotient were unproven and unknown to safeguard against exposure. Headquarters proposed establishing small staff of falsag officers in Santiago to handle high-risk target of opportunity activities, records the September 28 entry in the CIA's daily log on Track II. Together, Heckscher, Weimert, and the FALSAC officers made some 2 dozen contacts with Chilean military and police officials from late September to late October. The message passed to all of them was that the United States intended to cut military assistance to Chile unless they moved against Allende, and that the U.S. desired, and would actively support, a coup. As the CIA task force instructed Weimer to tell key Chilean generals, high authority in Washington has authorized you to offer material support short of armed intervention to Chilean armed forces in any endeavors they may undertake to prevent the election of Allende on October 24, his inauguration on November 4, or his subsequent overthrow. Initially, the CIA targeted several active duty officers, among them Brig. Gen. Camilo Valenzuela, commander of the Santiago Barracks, Air Force General Joaquin Garcia, and a high commander of Chile's police forces, the Carabineros, believed to be General Vicente Huerta as likely coup leaders. They also evaluated the potential of retired General Arturo Marshall, a fanatical 16. extremist dedicated to terrorism that included bombings in Santiago and the actual assassination of Allende. But, in the station's opinion, the only military leader of national stature appears committed to denying Allende the presidency by force was Roberto Vallo, a disgruntled commander who had attempted a takeover in 1969 against Free. 21 Yet coup plotting remained problematic. General Vallo was retired after his unsuccessful coup attempt and therefore commanded no actual troops. One high-level CIA source discounted him as a man who could lead a coup attempt that fails with resulting carnage. General Marshall, who the CIA met with and passed funds to, was quickly deemed too unstable and contact was dropped because of his extremist tendencies, according to CIA reporting. And the active duty officers were immobilized by their own commander-in-chief, General René Schneider, who had publicly stated his position in support of a constitutional transfer of power. While Free has been exploring with the military the possibilities for intervening, and realizes that General Schneider is the major stumbling block, noted a CIA Special Situation Report dated October 2, he has not yet been able to muster the courage to neutralize Schneider or send him out of the country. Free, David Adley Phillips complained in a cable to the Santiago station the same day, is waiting for the military to depose him. However, the constitutionalist-minded Chilean military are waiting for Free to give them instructions to stage a coup. Thus, they are in a stalemate. In another cable 3 days later, the task force director predicted only economic chaos or serious civil disorder is likely to alter the military posture. Flashpoint for action, creating a coup climate. To implement President Nixon's order to foment a coup, the CIA faced what Director Helms described as the impossible challenges of forcing President Free to move against the democratic structures of his own nation, neutralizing, if necessary, Chile's respected commander-in-chief, General Schneider, and overcoming what agency records called the apolitical, constitutional-oriented inertia of the Chilean military. Moreover, there existed no reason, no justification, nor even a pretext for the military to move to block Allende's Popular Unity coalition from taking office. In reality, the vast majority of Chileans were at peace with the outcome of their political process. There is now no peg for a military move, as the station reported on September 29, in face of the complete calm prevailing throughout the country. In the most sinister set of operations related to Tracks I and II, the CIA, with the help of the embassy and the White House, actively set out to change 17. Tranquility into turmoil in order to foster a coup climate in Chile. The objective was to instigate such socio-economic crisis and upheaval that Free and/or the military would be prompted to act. We conclude that it is our task to create such a climate climaxing with a solid pretext that will force the military and the president to take some action in the desired direction, Bro and Phillips informed the Santiago station on September 28 in a cable that provides a covert blueprint for how the CIA intended to foment a coup in Chile. We should direct our attention in a systematic fashion to the three main and interlinked thrusts of a program designed to force Free to act or go, create an atmosphere in which he or others can act successfully, assist in creating the ashpoint for action. The three thrusts for the creation of coup climate consisted of economic warfare, political warfare, and psychological warfare. If successful in heightening tension through those three sets of operations, the CIA strategists suggested, a pretext for a coup would somehow present itself, the one act that will force massive communist reaction and or public outrage, as Bro and Phillips hoped and predicted. We can be looking for the opportunity and when the time comes spark it. From the RST day of Project Fubelt, real and threatened economic pressure were considered key components of coup strategy to make the economy scream, in Nixon's now famous words. Situation Report Number 1, for example, called for the CIA to begin immediately to determine just what economic pressure tactics can be employed. In a special cable to Kissinger, who was traveling with the president in Europe in early October, Richard Helms noted that a suddenly disastrous economic situation would be the most logical pretext for a military move, and that the only practical way to create the tense atmosphere in which Free could muster the courage to act is to see to it that the Chilean economy, precarious enough since the election, takes a drastic turn for the worse. According to Helms, at least a mini-crisis is required. Both CIA and State Department officials enlisted the support and help of U.S. businesses with interests in Chile. In late September, Corey convened an embassy meeting with a large group of corporate representatives to discuss the situation. He also met with a free intermediary, Defense Minister Asa, and passed a dramatic warning, not a nut or bolt will be allowed to reach Chile under Allende. We shall do all within our power to condemn Chile and the Chilean to utmost deprivation and poverty. Hence, for Free to believe that there will be much of an alternative to utter misery, such as seeing Chile muddle through, would be strictly illusionary. In a discussion with one unidentified official, Corey discussed a series of hostile economic steps that might contribute to a rapid slowdown in the 18 economy and provoke a military reaction. On September 24, Corey cabled Washington with a number of ideas and proposals, starting rumors of imminent rationing to create a run on food stocks, asking U.S. banks to suddenly halt renewal of credit to Chile, getting U.S. companies here to foot drag to maximum possible, hold off on orders, on deliveries of spare parts, spreading false information that Chilean building and loan associations were near bankruptcy, and pressing several major U.S. corporations to declare publicly that they were closing down their Chilean operations. Corey followed up on September 25 with an additional list of recommendations that included putting pressure on the U.S. mining giant, Anaconda Copper, to take a hard line on an ongoing miners' strike, circulating propaganda that an Allende government would seek to block technical and managerial talent from leaving Chile, spurring an exodus of such personnel now, pressuring Ford Motor Co. to pull out of Chile, and Bank of America to close its doors, which in Corey's opinion, would provide sharp blow to Chilean banking circles and dry up one source of credit. 22 high-level State Department officials did meet with corporate executives at Ford and Bank of America to enlist their support. The CIA, in turn, stepped up its collaboration with the most anti-Allende of U.S. corporations, the International Telephone and Telegraph Co. ITT had holdings of $153 million in Chile. It owned the telephone company, 2 Sheraton hotels, and Standard Electric among other properties, making it the third largest American conglomerate in that nation. Certainly ITT was the most interventionist. In mid-July, weeks before Allende's election, ITT board member and former CIA Director John McCone had placed a call to his successor, Richard Helms, and suggested ongoing communications and collaboration between ITT and the CIA to undermine Allende's candidacy. A series of high-level meetings ensued, according to leaked corporate papers, including a meeting on September 11 between McCone, Helms, and Kissinger, during which ITT offered $1 million for the purpose of assisting any government plan to stop Allende. 23 On September 29, the CIA's William Bro met with ITT Senior Vice President Edward Jarrity to explore the feasibility of possible actions to apply some economic pressure on Chile. While the CIA has not released its memorandum of conversation on this meeting, one of some 40 contacts between highest-level CIA and ITT officials on Chile in 1970 and 1971. Gerardi's report to company CEO Harold Jeanine stated that the CIA official had presented a plan aimed at inducing economic collapse in Chile. 24 In a phone call to Jeanine the same day, the CIA supervisor of Project Fubelt, Tom Caramesines, covered the same issues. As part of the campaign of economic pressure, the CIA also pushed for 19. Direct pressure against other major countries with strong economic ties to Chile. On the eve of President Nixon's meeting in London with British Prime Minister Edward Heath, Helms sent a cable to Kissinger concerning the role in the Chilean economic scene. A top-secret/sensitive memorandum of conversation captured Nixon telling Heath on October 3 he wanted the British to give no encouragement to the idea that this government might prove acceptable until the die is cast. As Nixon added, he hoped the British would suspend loans and other matters of this kind. 25 At the meeting of the 40 Committee on October 6, Kissinger noted that higher authority had been advising heads of state in Europe of the absolute undesirability of an Allende regime in Chile. By early October, the Nixon administration had taken a number of steps to destabilize Chile's economy. In the financial sector, one pending export-import bank loan was deferred. The bank had been secretly instructed to downgrade Chile's credit rating to restrict further credit transactions. A major loan for cattle farming was delayed. All new Inter-American Development Bank loans would be deferred. Bank of America had agreed to restrict additional credit lines. Further discussions with executives at ITT to coordinate and pressure other U.S. companies to limit their operations in Chile were planned. 26 Political warfare, in the form of propaganda placements and mobilization of CIA-controlled organization and assets, also accelerated. The CIA effort was intended to isolate Allende's Popular Unity Coalition by directing and enhancing negative statements by political and civic leaders, anti-Allende rallies, and hostile media, through CIA-owned or supported newspapers, radio stations, and television assets. In addition, the station was also directed to conduct multiple black propaganda operations, planting false but provocative information about Allende's plans in the press and inside the military. In early October, for example, the station was told to create and plant titious intelligence reports on how Chile's intelligence services would be reorganized along the Soviet/Cuban mold, thus creating the structure for a police state. The key is the psych war within Chile, CIA officials stressed. We cannot endeavor to ignite the world if Chile itself is a placid lake. The fuel for the re must come from within Chile. Therefore, the station should employ every stratagem, every ploy, however bizarre, to create this internal resistance. The tactics of CIA-instigated psychological warfare ranged from the superfluous to the sinister. On October 7, Phillips and Bro directed the station to begin at once a rumor campaign, based whenever possible on tangible peg, which will help create this climate. Suggest you assign false AC officers task of getting out to bars and planting at least 23 rumors each day for next 10 days. Believe station can provide this grist for rumor mill easily. 27 In another, and far more sinister, cable dated the same day, the station was ordered to consider instigating terrorist activities that might provoke Allende's followers. Almost all references to the use of terrorism have been redacted from the declassified CIA records, but they do contain enough information to show that terrorist acts were part of the effort to create a coup climate. The task force daily logs show that the agency was monitoring and providing small amounts of funding for the actions of a neo-fascist group, Patria y Libertad. An October 6 CIA status report noted that the station had contacted a representative of an anti-communist group intent on organizing terrorist activities, a reference to a Falsiger meeting with retired General Arturo Marshall, and this group is allegedly counting on the leadership of General Villa. The daily log for October 10 noted that Villa intends to increase the level of terrorism in Santiago over the weekend. The objective of this activity is to provoke the up into retaliatory violence and public disorder. Ironically, the most forceful advocate against plotting with Vayo and other Chilean military officials was the U.S. ambassador. On October 6 Corey heard about military coup plotting through his own sources and once again ordered Heckscher and Weimer to stay away from all Chilean military GERs. "I am appalled to discover that there is liaison for coup plotting," he angrily cabled Kissinger. "The military will not carry out a coup to put Vayo in power. Nor is there a public mood that would provide a moral justification for a coup. In sum, I think any attempt on our part actively to encourage a coup could lead us to a Bay of Pigs failure. An abortive coup," Corey warned, "would be an unrelieved disaster for the U.S. and do the gravest harm to U.S. interests throughout Latin America if not beyond." In Washington, Corey's advice was ignored, and Kissinger immediately overruled the ambassador's orders to the CIA. At the 40 Committee meeting of October 6, Kissinger directed that Corey's instructions to cease all contacts with the Chilean military be rescinded forthwith. At the same October 6 meeting, Kissinger pressed the CIA to instigate the coup. He pointed out that there were only 18 days left and that some drastic action was called for to shock the Chileans into action. His pressure resulted in a sharply worded Chile task force directive to the station the next day. This unique cable, signed for emphasis by the DCI, Richard Helms, ordered the station to sponsor a military move using all available assets and stratagems to create a coup climate. "Every hour counts," the cable 21 stated, "all other considerations are secondary. Contact the military and let them know the USG wants a military solution," the instructions read, "and that we will support them now and later." Under extreme pressure to come up with a shock to instigate upheaval, the CIA station arrived at what it called the only viable solution for blocking Allende, the Vayo solution, a military action by retired General Roberto Vayo. Vayo's value to the CIA as a coup catalyst was apparent to the agency at the start of Project Fubelt. In the very RST Situation Report on September 16, the task force noted that one way to stimulate unrest would be to determine whether General Vayo induced to take action which would cause communist reaction and in turn force military hand. A viable Vayo plan could also become leverage to push Free to seize the bull by the horns and act, asserted one CIA proposal. Free would be told that a Vayo coup would only produce a massive bloodbath and, though preferable to Allende, would be a tragedy for Chile. Through a foreign intermediary, the CIA RST contacted Vayo on October 5. A second, more substantive contact was then made through a member of the Falsiger team. The Track 2 daily log for October 9 stated that a false ex-staffer was instructed to contact General Vayo. This officer will offer Vayo moral, financial, and material support in behalf of an unidentified U.S. group. Two of the four-member False Ag team who served as a liaison with Vayo and his group can now be identified as Anthony Sforza and Bruce McMasters. McMasters was based out of the CIA's Mexico City station. Sforza was a legendary deep-cover agent who had spent 20 years operating throughout Latin America, Europe, and Asia pretending to be a Ma-connected smuggler and using the alias Henry J. Sloman. He had also been working in Mexico City on a top-secret CIA operation against Fidel Castro's regime in Cuba known by the code name Jake Lance. McMasters entered Chile using a false passport from Colombia. In his half-dozen contacts with Vayo and his men, according to a still classified CIA memorandum, he introduced himself as a Colombian businessman, and told them he was representing American business interests such as the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, and other unidentified business groups. Sforza passed himself off as an Argentine with connections to Latin American business. In his initial meetings with the Vayo conspirators, Sforza obtained details on their needs and military strategy. Among the equipment the retired general requested was riot control and crowd dispersal weapons and immediate U.S. assistance after the new regime was installed. Vayo expects some 10,000 casualties in Santiago area before leftist mobs are put down, the Falsiger reported to Heckscher. In his analysis, the station chief predicted the evolution of events that Vayo's coup effort would set in motion. He can split armed forces, with certain army units siding with him and others rallying around Schneider, i.e. Allende. Militant effectives of Unidad Popular will side with loyalist troops. Strength estimates as to opposing camps speculative to warrant serious effort. Fence-sitters will watch tide of battle before engaging themselves on either side. Carnage could be considerable and prolonged, i.e. civil war. You have asked us to provoke chaos in Chile, Heckscher's cable concluded. Through VIO solution, we provide you with formula for chaos which is unlikely to be bloodless. 28. The assassination of General Schneider. It was Ambassador Corey who RST pointed out on September 21, 1970 that to block Allende's ascension to the presidency, General Schneider would have to be neutralized, by displacement if necessary. The commander-in-chief, and his Schneider doctrine of non-intervention in Chilean politics, constituted the main barrier to all plans for the military to take over the government, according to CIA reporting. What does VIO plan to do to neutralize the Alto Mando? What is to keep Schneider from making statement in early hours which will freeze those military leaders who might otherwise join VIO? CIA headquarters cabled the station on October 13. In another cable, Bro and Phillips queried Heckscher on how to remove General Schneider, anything we or station can do to effect the removal of Schneider. We know this rhetorical question but want to inspire thought on both ends on this matter. 29. The answer was to kidnap him. On October 7, the U.S. military attaché, Colonel Weimert, RST discussed this idea with members of Chile's War Academy, a military institution headed by General Alfredo Canales who would become an active coup plotter. On October 8, the CIA station chief also discussed the possibility of Schneider's abduction with a high-ranking member of Chile's Carabinero police. The Falsigers, Sforza and McMasters, had discussions with the VIO group about a kidnap plot. On October 13, a VIO representative called to report that an attempt will be made to remove General Schneider within the next 48 hours in order to precipitate a coup. 23. On paper, the plan to kidnap Schneider appeared to potentially kill numerous birds with one stone. It removed the most powerful opponent of a gulp from the top military post. That post would then be LLED with a military GUR sympathetic to a coup. The kidnapping would be blamed on leftist extremists, undermining Allende's integrity, and the ensuing public outrage would create the coup climate and the justification the CIA had been seeking for a military takeover. The problem confronting the CIA was whether VIO actually had the ability to pull off a kidnapping and a military putsch. In the early meetings with VIO, he demanded that the Falsigers appropriately referred to as sponsors in the cable traffic establish their bona fide by airdropping weapons to his group and providing the plotters with life and physical disability policies immediately, as the Santiago station reported. Headquarters responded that an arms drop was risky, particularly given the lack of knowledge of VIO's capabilities. The task force ordered Heckscher to have a Falsiger recontact VIO and offer him sufficient funds to impress VIO with bona fide. Money is to buy arms, bribe arsenal commanders to provide arms, or to acquire them in any fashion he can. Bro and Phillips also directed the station to gather intelligence on whether VIO coup has any chance of success on its own or whether could trigger larger coup. 30. On October 11, a member of the illegal team, Anthony Sforza, met with VIO and his group several times. That evening, Sforza conferred with McMasters in the bar of the Hotel Carrera, a meeting the CIA considered a major security breach because the false AG agents were not supposed to be seen together. The next day, Sforza departed Santiago for CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, for a debrief with Bro and Phillips on the renegade general's capabilities and demands. We have debriefed. Believe it imperative that VIO be recontacted ASAP. By another Falsiger. McMasters took over Sforza's contacts after he left the task force directors cabled on October 13. The airdrops and paralyzing gas VIO had requested could not be furnished, but the sponsors could pledge $250,000 for insurance purposes. Headquarters suggested that the station keep VIO movement naturally lubricated while the CIA tried to coordinate his activities with other coup plotters. 31. The prospects for a coup may have improved significantly in the last 24 hours, states the October 14 task force log on Track 2. Last week General Vio appeared to be the only military leader committed to blocking Allende. Now we are beginning to see signs of increased coup activity from other military quarters. Intelligence gathering indicated that Mil. 24. Itari units in Concepcion and Valdivia were ready to move against the government. And CIA contacts with high-level active-duty military officers, among them Navy ADM. Hugo Tirado, Army Gen. Alfredo Canales, and Brig. Gen. Camilo Valenzuela were yielding signals of a willingness to move. In a discussion that Henry Heckscher described as uninhibited and in complete candor with one such official, the station chief passed on U.S. intelligence on the ability of Allende's supporters to resist. They could not hold out for more than 16 hours and assured the Chilean military commander that after the coup, the USG would promptly transact with military junta. We would be most comprehending. Obviously we could not allow armed forces to deteriorate and prompt measures would be taken to modernize its plant. Military should not worry about image they present abroad and ignore lament of public opinion in democratic nations. With active duty officers now involved in coup plotting, the CIA task force became concerned that Vio might move precipitously, and undercut chances for a successful military operation. It became evident, the CIA task force post-mortem on Track 2 noted, that Vio did not have the organization or support to carry out a successful coup, but might trigger prematurely an action that would spoil the better chances of doing so from within the active military itself. Faced with a tactical decision on whether to try to get Vio to hold off until active duty officers were ready, the CIA came under renewed pressure to act from the highest authority in the U.S. government. In a secret White House meeting with Karamessines and Kissinger between 10:59 and 11:09 a.m. on October 13, the same day, Vio had told agents in Chile that Schneider would be kidnapped within 48 hours. President Nixon explicitly reissued his orders to block Allende from becoming president. As Karamessines recalled the meeting, the president went out of his way to impress all of those there with his conviction that it was absolutely essential that the election of Mr. Allende to the presidency be thwarted. As they were leaving the Oval Office, Karamessines later testified, the president took aside to reiterate the message. 2 days later, Nixon passed the same message to Ambassador Edward Corey, who had been recalled to Washington for consultations. That son of a bitch, the ambassador recalls the president swearing while striking his ST against his open palm as Corey and Kissinger entered the Oval Office at 12:54 p.m. on October 15. When Nixon saw the poor 25 plexed expression on Corey's face, he exclaimed, "Not you, Mr. Ambassador. It's that son of a bitch Allende. We're going to smash him." For the duration of the 21-minute meeting, Corey shared his evaluation with Nixon and Kissinger that Allende's ratification was a fait accompli, and that any covert effort to foment a military coup would backfire on U.S. international interests. "Mr. President," as Corey remembers giving advice Nixon did not want to hear, "I tell it like it is." 33 Several hours later, at 4:30 p.m., Kissinger met with Karamessines at the White House for an update on Project Fubelt. In preparation for the meeting, the CIA's senior officer on Track 2 drafted a memorandum on the probable reaction to an unsuccessful Vio coup, focusing on the implications for the United States, the radicalization of a future Allende government, and the decreased prospects for a post-inaugural coup. He told Kissinger that Vio did not have more than one chance in 20, perhaps less, to launch a successful coup. According to minutes of the meeting, Kissinger and Karamessines reviewed together the repercussions of a failed coup and decided that the agency must get a message to Vio warning him against any precipitate action. Later, after the details of the Schneider operation and Track 2 were publicly revealed, Kissinger would repeatedly claim that he turned off all coup plotting at this October 15 meeting. In his still classied testimony before the Church Committee on August 12, 1975, Kissinger asserted that after that meeting, in my mind, Track 2 was nished. In his memoirs, Years of Renewal, he wrote on October 15, "I called off Track 2 before it was ever implemented. but the detailed declassified documents relating to the October 15 meeting do not record any directive to terminate Track 2, rather, according to the meeting minutes, Kissinger approved the decision to defuse the VIO coup plot, at least temporarily. He authorized a message to VIO stating, "Preserve your assets, the time will come when you with all your friends can do something. You will continue to have our support." The Memorandum of Conversation of the October 15, 1970, meeting contained Kissinger's instructions to Karamessinas to preserve agency assets in Chile, working clandestinely and securely to maintain the capability for agency operations against Allende in the future. Finally, the meeting concluded on Dr. Kissinger's note that the agency should continue keeping the pressure on every Allende weak spot in sight now, after the 24th of OC. 26. October, after November 5, and into the future until such time as new marching orders are given. Mr. Karamessinas stated that the agency would comply. Far from turning off Track 2, Kissinger's marching orders were to continue the covert pressure on every Allende weak spot up to the congressional ratification and inauguration, and thereafter. In a cable the next day to the Santiago station, Karamessinas transmitted this reaffirmed mandate. Policy, objectives, and actions were reviewed at high USG level afternoon October 15. Conclusions, which are to be your operational guide, follow. It is RM and continuing policy that Allende be overthrown by a coup. It would be much preferable to have this transpire prior to October 24, but efforts in this regard will continue vigorously beyond this date. We are to continue to generate maximum pressure toward this end utilizing every appropriate resource. It is imperative that these actions be implemented clandestinely and securely so that the USG and American hand be well hidden. The cable ordered the station to pass a message to VIO using the exact language that was worked out with Kissinger. The station was to encourage him to amplify his planning and join forces with other coup plotters. Headquarters ordered Heckscher to review all your present and possibly new activities to include propaganda, black operations, surfacing of intelligence or disinformation, personal contacts, or anything else your imagination can conjure which will permit you to continue to press forward toward our objective. Beyond VIO's problematic prospects, the CIA had briefed Kissinger on the activities of several active-duty military officers, including Admiral Tirado and General Canales, who were also engaged in coup plotting. But although Kissinger ordered the agency to keep the pressure on, he emerged from his October 15 meetings with both Karamessinas and Corey pessimistic that the CIA would be able to block Allende's accession to the presidency. At 5:58 that evening, according to President Nixon's Oval Office logs, Kissinger called to tell him that the CIA's main coup gambit was not viable. Kissinger's Telkins transcripts of his telephone conversations record him as informing the president that because of the risks the VIO plot would not succeed. 27. I turned it off. Nothing would be worse than an abortive coup. 34 3 days later, on October 18, Kissinger sent a comprehensive 7-page action memorandum to Nixon, subject, Chile immediate operational issues, broaching the broad and specific policy decisions necessary for undermining an Allende government. Our capacity to engineer Allende's overthrow quickly has been demonstrated to be sharply limited, Kissinger wrote in an oblique reference to Project Fubelt. It now appears certain that Allende will be elected president of Chile in the October 24 congressional runoff elections. Kissinger's secret/sensitive memo recommended the president and NSC consider a longer-term adversary strategy and action program as soon as Nixon's schedule permitted. 35 Ironically, at the very moment Kissinger and Nixon began to strategize on how to overthrow a post-inaugural Allende government, the CIA's efforts to foment a preemptive strike rally seem to be yielding results. At last, the military is pulling itself together in an effort to deny Allende the presidency, noted a CIA Special Situation Report on October 19. Apparently a number of senior military leaders have joined together and have agreed to move against the government. By then, a full-edged coup conspiracy led by General Valenzuela in collaboration with Admiral Tirado and retired General Vio, had taken shape. On October 17, at a late evening clandestine meeting with U.S. military attaché Paul Weimert, two of Valenzuela's deputies requested that a range furnish them with 8 to 10 tear gas grenades, according to a CIA cable. Within 48 hours they need 3 .45 caliber machine guns with 500 rounds ammo each. When a CIA falsiger met with Vioa's group on October 18 to defuse their plotting, the agency operative was told that the plan to kidnap Schneider was going forward the next night as the RST link in a chain of events. In a separate conversation at 10:30 p.m. that evening, Valenzuela told Weimert that Vioa was knowledgeable of operation and briefed the U.S. military attaché on the progression of events that would bring the military to power. On the evening of October 19, Valenzuela advised, General Schneider would attend an Army VIP stag party at the house of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army on Presidente Arizuriz Street. As Schneider left the party he would be kidnapped. Schneider's abduction would begin the following progression of events to establish an anti-Allende military regime. 1. After arriving at the house, Schneider would be abducted. 2. He would be taken to a waiting airplane and owned to Argentina. 3. Valenzuela would announce that Schneider had disappeared. 28. 4. The military would blame the kidnapping on leftists and would institute a search for Schneider in all of Chile, using this search as a pretext to raid communist-controlled poblaciones. 5. The military command would be chauffeured to put coup plotters in positions of power. 6. Free would resign and leave Chile. 7. A new military junta would be installed headed by Admiral Hugo Tirado. 8. The junta would dissolve Congress. To kidnap Schneider, Valenzuela said, the plotters would need to pay $50,000 to an unidentified team of abductors, money that the CIA station subsequently authorized Weimert to provide. The October 19 kidnapping attempt failed. Schneider's police security detail at the party was supposed to withdraw, allowing the kidnappers to act, but did not do so. Instead of leaving in his official Mercedes, Schneider took his personal car and the abduction team became nervous due to inexperience, the station cabled. On October 20, Weimert's military contact reported that another kidnapping attempt was now underway. Schneider was to be intercepted while leaving the Ministry of Defense during rush hour. But the kidnappers got stuck in traffic and lost sight of his car. 36 headquarters requested that the station continue to assure Valenzuela and the others with whom he has been in contact that USG support for anti-Allende action continues. Late the next day, the 6 submachine guns and ammunition arrived via the embassy's diplomatic pouch, specially wrapped and falsely labeled to disguise what they were from State Department officials. It took the station almost 24 hours to arrange a clandestine transfer. At 2 a.m. on October 22, Colonel Weimert drove to a desolate spot in Santiago to deliver the weapons to a Chilean army officer waiting in his vehicle. Only hours later, at 8 a.m., Schneider's chauffeur-driven car was deliberately struck and stopped by a jeep as he drove to military headquarters in Santiago. 5 individuals then surrounded his car, one used a sledgehammer to break in the rear window. Schneider was shot 3 times at close range. Despite emergency open-heart surgery, he died on the morning of October 25. 37 The CIA's initial reaction to the shooting is wreaked in the cold-blooded cable traffic between the station and headquarters. Heckshare transmitted a report indicating some uncertainty about who was actually responsible but offering hope that the conditions were now propitious for a coup. We know that Gen. Valenzuela was involved, but cannot prove or disprove that execution of attempt against Schneider was entrusted to elements linked with 29. Vio, he wrote. All we can say is that attempt against Schneider is affording armed forces one last opportunity to prevent Allende's election. After Bren DCI Richard Helms, the task force directors Bro and Phillips sent back a cable of commendation. The station has done excellent job of guiding Chileans to point today where a military solution is at least an option for them. COS are commended for accomplishing this under extremely difficult and delicate circumstances. Valenzuela's group coup plan has been put into action, CIA task force analysts noted in a pair of special reports on the machine gun assault on General Schneider. The task force analysts optimistically asserted that the die has been cast, and the coup plotters had gone beyond the point of no return. If Allende assumed power, the role of the military in the Schneider operation would become known, according to this analysis. Therefore, the coup plotters had only two options: try and force Free to resign, or they can attempt to assassinate Allende. 38 With only 24 hours remaining before the congressional runoff, a coup climate exists in Chile, proclaimed one of the NUL Task Force Situation Reports on Track 2 dated October 23. In the CIA's estimation, all the elements to complete Project Fubelt had fallen into place. Schneider has been removed, a state of emergency has been declared, General Prats has replaced General Schneider, radicals have been arrested, and General Valenzuela has assumed control of Santiago province. Although the plotters may have second thoughts about a coup, they nonetheless are irrevocably committed to executing the plot even if Free refuses to resign, since it can be assumed that their plotting would eventually surface under an Allende government. Hence they have no alternative but to move ahead. The state of emergency and the establishment of martial law have significantly improved the plotters' position. A coup climate now prevails in Chile. Covering up the U.S. role. On October 24, 1970, the Chilean Congress overwhelmingly rated Salvador Allende as president. The vote count was 153, which included all 74 Christian Democrat senators and congressmen, to 37 votes from the Nationalist Party delegates for runner-up Jorge Alessandri. Far from fostering a coup climate, the Schneider shooting produced an overwhelming public and political repudiation of violence and a clear reaffirmation of Chile's civil, constitutional tradition. The CIA's self-serving predictions of an obliga. 30. Tory Allende assassination or military move to take power proved to be quite incorrect. For several days, agency reports bemoaned that fact that there are no indications that Valenzuela or Vayo's group are planning a coup before 3 November, the date of Allende's inauguration. But most of the CIA's official attention after the assassination focused on a security review of Fubelt to ascertain its vulnerabilities to exposure. The declassified record shows considerable concern about news articles on the Schneider operation, based on sources inside the coup plotters' camps, that appeared in the Washington Post and Latin American press, including an extremely detailed and accurate expose in Prensa Latina published in Havana, Cuba. As conspirators, including Vayo, were identified and arrested, the CIA conducted a detailed assessment of the dozens of contacts and communications between the falsigers, Weimart, station personnel, the embassy, and Chilean coup plotters from late September and late October. The task force produced comprehensive chronological lists on contacts with Chilean military, individuals witting of coup attempt and degree of knowledge, and station feelers and contacts with Vayo group in order to anticipate and evaluate potential trouble spots and leaks. 39. Two key problems concern the CIA, RST, that Vayo may not want to be fall guy for the killing and could implicate the U.S. One of the falsigers, the station determined, had given Vayo a written message that could potentially prove a U.S. role. Second, and more importantly, a Chilean military officer still had the CIA machine guns, and ammunition that Colonel Weimart had given him apparently hidden in his house. On October 29, headquarters requested that Weimart manage to regain possession of material. But the Chilean official resisted, arguing that the guns might be useful in the future. He promised, according to one CIA memorandum of conversation, to take special care in hiding hardware and remove telltale indicators of origin such as fingerprints. On November 5, Bro sent another cable reiterating the concern that U.S. supplied hardware could ultimately be discovered. This led Weimart to forcefully retrieve the weapons. This equipment was subsequently returned to the station, a CIA report cryptically concluded. Weimart also recalled that he was forced to pistol whip General Valenzuela into returning the $50,000 supplied to pay the kidnappers. 40. To dispose of the guns, as Weimart would later admit, he and Heckscher drove 70 miles west, to the resort town of Vina del Mar, and threw the weapons into the Pacific Ocean. In addition to destroying evidence, CIA station officials received orders to lie in response to any allegations of involvement, even to other U.S. OV. 31. Chales. If any points of compromise of the CIA's secret role in the Schneider assassination surfaced in the press or through the Chilean government's investigation, headquarters warned in an October 28 cable reacting the anxiety in Washington, absolute denial will be the order of the day even with ambassador and other embassy colleagues. 41 According to Bro and Phillips, the CIA's position will be Stonewall all the way. The Stonewall strategy succeeded for 4 years until investigative reporter Seymour Hersh broke the story of Track 2 and CIA efforts to destabilize the Allende government on the front page of the New York Times in September 1974. The revelations created an immediate political scandal. As the U.S. Senate launched a major investigation into CIA-covered action in Chile, both the White House and the CIA deemed their damage control positions. The White House would claim ignorance, the CIA would claim to be following orders. Both would argue that they had disassociated the United States from the VIO group prior to the Schneider assassination and therefore Washington was blameless. In an August 12, 1975 closed-door deposition, Secretary Kissinger presented his story that he had told the CIA to stand down on Project Fubelt, shutting off coup plotting on October 15, 1970, a week prior to the Schneider shooting. Moreover, he asserted, we never received another report on the subject. After October 15, he claimed, Track 2 was dead as far as my office was concerned. 42 Kissinger, according to the Church Committee report, also testified that he was informed of no coup plan which began with the abduction of General Schneider. Asked specifically by Senator Gary Hart to clarify whether he had prior knowledge of the kidnapping plot against General Schneider, Kissinger was emphatic in his disavowal, I said I did not know. 43 But just 9 weeks prior to his testimony before the Senate committee, in the privacy of the Oval Office, Kissinger acknowledged to President Ford that he had been briefed on the kidnapping plan and claimed that was the reason he turned off the VIO plot. According to the secret/notice/XGDS memorandum of their conversation, the two were discussing Senator Church's investigation of U.S. sponsored assassination plots. President, I am concerned at Church trying to sensationalize by focusing on the assassinations. From what I am told, we made some clumsy attempts. From what I see, if he pushes it, it could make Kennedy look bad. But at the same time, it is so clumsy it makes CIA look bad. Kissinger, I think if everything were known, Kennedy and Johnson did far more than Nixon did, not since I have been here has there been. 32. Anything even thought of. There was the killing of the Chilean chief of staff, but we had dissociated from that group when we heard they were plotting to kidnap him. 44. Contrary to his testimony that his office considered Track 2 dead and received no post-October 15 reports on coup plotting activities, Kissinger's office was kept informed of the area of events between October 18 and 22. The cables from CIA headquarters to the station repeatedly referred to the need for information since we must be prepared to advise higher echelons. Indeed, on October 19, between 3:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m., Cara Messines went to the White House to update Kissinger's deputy, General Haig, whose job was to rapidly pass such information to the National Security Advisor. 45 That morning the CIA Deputy Director had received a detailed intelligence report from the Santiago station outlining General Valenzuela's comprehensive plan starting with the Schneider kidnapping scheduled for that very evening for a coup. In secret testimony before the Church Committee, Cara Messines noted that he would have shared this information with Kissinger very promptly, if for no other reason than that we didn't have all that much promising news to report to the White House. Haig apparently asked to be quickly informed of any developments. In a cable to Santiago that night, the CIA's Chile task force requested that the station provide a status report on whatever events may have occurred night 19 October, and whether ref action was aborted, postponed, or whatever. The cable noted that station will understand that HQS must respond during morning October 20 to queries from higher levels, the traditional reference to Kissinger's office. At 4 p.m. on October 22, 8 hours after General Schneider was shot, Karamesson's calendar shows he met again with Haig at the White House. No records of this meeting and the Bren Haig likely gave to Kissinger have been declassified. But the meeting was clearly to discuss the Schneider shooting and its impact on coup plotting. The argument that Kissinger presented to protect the White House cast the CIA as a veritable rogue elephant, operating without authorization as the Nixon-ordered Project Fubelt culminated in an area of coup plotting and criminality during the week of October 15 to 22. The CIA, citing meetings with, and instructions from, both the President and his National Security Advisor, understood its clandestine operations to have the full backing of the White House. The fact remained, however, that Washington had been covertly involved in a shocking act of political assassination abroad, the Chilean equivalent of John F. Kennedy's assassination. 33. To distance itself from any culpability for this crime of state, the agency drafted a series of nuanced, self-serving, postmortems about the Schneider killing. A secret overview titled The Assassination of General René Schneider and written as the Senate investigation into Track 2 began, claimed that the murder was totally unplanned and unforeseen. Unplanned perhaps, but certainly not unforeseen, the declassified records demonstrate. On 2 occasions the CIA's coup conspirators raised the possibility that Schneider might be killed. During a conversation between Heckscher and a high-ranking official in the Carabineros on October 8, according to the Memorandum of Conversation, they analyzed available means to remove General Schneider. Abduction attempt might lead to bloodshed, they concluded, and as the military official presciently predicted, Schneider's accidental death would rally Army RMLY behind AG of constitutionalism. In a meeting with a fall SIG officer on October 16, a representative of Vioa's group asked for a sponsor's opinion about Plan Import VE Puerto Ricans to carry out kidnapping of Schneider. He explained Vio group did not like killing and that kidnapping might result in violence. In a secret October 1974 Bren paper, titled Special Mandate from the President on Chile, the CIA attempted to rewrite Fubelt history, forcefully asserted that the Vio group, acting independently, had killed Schneider. To sum up, the tragic death of General Schneider resulted from a unilateral kidnap attempt taken on the initiative of the Vio group despite and against the advice of an agency representative. This argument ignored the fact, well documented in the CIA's own records, that Vio was not acting independently or unilaterally, but clearly as a co-conspirator with Valenzuela, who had the unreserved support of the CIA, support that included $50,000 to pay the kidnap team Vio had hired. 46 CIA documents written at the time of the shooting repeatedly referred to the assault as part of the Valenzuela's group coup plan. Vio had accepted the CIA's advice to join forces with other coup planners so that they may act in concert. The null coup plot called for Vio to handle the abduction, using a small group of extreme right-wing civilians so that the crime could not be traced to the Chilean armed forces. In the aftermath of the kidnapping, Valenzuela, Admiral Tirado, and the active-duty military officers were supposed to take over the government. The initial kidnap attempt on October 19, Chilean court records show, had been Valenzuela's idea and a collaborative effort. Valenzuela would make sure the guests stayed inside when Schneider left, and Vioa's henchmen would pursue Schneider when he departed. A Chilean jury determined that the same group that attempted the kidnapping on October 19 part of the plan that 34. Valenzuela had described in detail to Colonel Weimer to be paid for by $50,000 in CIA funds had shot Schneider on October 22. Both Vio and Valenzuela were subsequently convicted of conspiracy to cause a coup. To absolve itself from accountability for what has come to be one of the most famous acts of political assassination in the history of U.S. covert operations, the CIA diligently fostered the impression before the Church Committee that all contact with Vioa's forces had ceased after October 18, when the agency attempted to defuse his plotting 4 days before the shooting. But key documents withheld from Senate investigators reveal multiple CIA contacts with Vioa's group after the shooting, as well as covert efforts to abet a conspiracy to obstruct justice and hide the U.S. role in this crime. More than 20 years after the Senate Select Committee published its report on alleged assassination plots involving foreign leaders, the CIA was forced to declassify a cable that showed that a VIO rep had contacted the CIA in Santiago on October 24 with requests that the group wants to see fooled based on your promises. Among them, financial aid in resettling those of the group who have been identified with the conspiracy and who will have to leave Chile. Based on the concern that VIO might inculpate Washington, the agency had an incentive to help. In early November, according to a declassified November 9 cable from the station, the CIA received intelligence that VIO had deposited detailed record of his activities in safe custody abroad, and advised that all bets are off if has to GHT for his life. In a subsequent meeting at Langley headquarters, CIA falsifier Bruce McMaster noted that several members of the VIO gang were in prison and there is a serious concern that one of these people now jailed in Chile will possibly implicate CIA in the action taken against Schneider. In a still classified memorandum of the conversation, McMaster stated that he had recently met with a member of VIO's group who was seeking a large amount of money somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000 for the purpose of providing support for the families of the members of the group. According to McMaster, the CIA could probably get away with paying around $10,000 for the support of each family. The CIA did, in fact, pay hush money to those directly responsible for the Schneider assassination and then covered up that secret payment up for 30 years. In a short paragraph, buried in a September 2000 report to Congress on CIA activities in Chile, the agency conceded that in November 1970 a member of the VIO group who avoided capture recontacted the agency and requested financial assistance on behalf of the group. Although the agency had no obligation to the group because it acted on its own, in an effort to keep previous contacts secret, maintain. 35. The goodwill of the group and for humanitarian reasons, $35,000 was passed. 47. At the time of the Schneider assassination, only a handful of high U.S. officials and CIA operatives knew that this atrocity was set in motion by an explicit presidential directive for covert action to undermine Chilean democracy. Unwitting of how and why General Schneider had come to be shot, the State Department recommended to Kissinger that President Nixon send a condolence message to Chile's outgoing President Eduardo Frei. "Dear Mr. President," reads the text of the most ironic document to be generated by Project Fubelt. The shocking attempt on the life of General Schneider is a stain on the pages of contemporary history. I would like you to know of my sorrow that this repugnant event has occurred in your country. Sincerely, Richard Nixon. Destabilizing democracy. The United States and the Allende government. Our main concern in Chile is the prospect that he can consolidate himself and the picture projected to the world will be his success. Richard Nixon on why the U.S. had to bring down Allende, November 1970. Within 2 days of Salvador Allende's inauguration, President Nixon convened his entire National Security Council to discuss ways to bring about his downfall. "We want to do it right and bring him down," Secretary of State William Rogers declared at the November 6, 1970, NSC meeting on Chile. The Secretary of Defense, Melvin Laird, agreed, "We have to do everything we can to hurt and bring him down." The secret/sensitive memorandum of conversation of this cabinet meeting, a pivotal document withheld from the Church Committee on the grounds of executive privilege and kept secret for 30 years, records the unyielding White House commitment to undermine Chilean democracy, as well as the reason for it. "Our main concern in Chile is the prospect that he can consolidate himself and the picture projected to the world will be his success," stated Nixon, providing the only candid explanation of his policy to prevent the democratic election of a socialist from becoming a model for Latin America and elsewhere. "No impression should be permitted in Latin America that they can get away with this, that it's safe to go this way. All over the world it's too much the fashion to kick us around," the president continued. "We cannot fail to show our displeasure." After the failure of Project Fubelt, U.S. policymakers adjusted their strategy, but the goal of bringing Allende down remained. Rather than a small group of covert operatives trying to stimulate a military move in a short period of time, most of the US government would now be involved in a long-term 80. Expanded effort to destabilize the Chilean government economically, politically, and militarily. The question, as Kissinger's talking points for the NSC meeting called for him to say, is whether there are actions we can take ourselves to intensify Allende's problems so that at a minimum he may fail or be forced to limit his aims, and at a maximum might create conditions in which a collapse or overthrow may be feasible. One, if forceful action was not taken, as Kissinger implied to Nixon's scheduler when he requested an hour to brief the president before the National Security Council members met, Chile could end up being the worst failure in our administration or Cuba by 1972. Kissinger's pressure on Nixon to take a hardline policy posture on Allende is revealed in an 8-page White House Bren paper titled NSC Meeting, November 6, and classified secret/sensitive. The election of Allende as president of Chile poses for us one of the most serious challenges ever faced in this hemisphere, Kissinger dramatically emphasized to Nixon. Your decision as to what to do about it may be the most historic and difficult foreign affairs decision you will make this year. Allende had been president of Chile for less than 48 hours, but a preemptive U.S. strike was necessary. Chile posed some very serious threats to U.S. interests, Kissinger informed Nixon, among them U.S. investments that could be lost. More important was what Kissinger called the insidious model effect of Allende's democratic election. The example of a successful elected Marxist government in Chile would surely have an impact on and even precedent value for other parts of the world, especially in Italy. The imitative spread of similar phenomena elsewhere would in turn significantly affect the world balance and our own position in it. Notwithstanding this danger, Kissinger warned, the State Department believed that Washington had no choice but to coexist with Allende because he was the legitimately elected leader of Chile, and U.S. measures to oppose him would cause serious diplomatic damage to America's image abroad. Nixon would have to overrule this position. It is essential that you make it crystal clear where you stand on this issue at the NSC meeting, Kissinger counseled. If all concerned do not understand that you want Allende opposed as strongly as we can, the result will be a steady drift toward the modus vivendi approach. The clear position of Kissinger and Nixon, and indeed the very purpose of the November 6 NSC meeting, stands in sharp contrast with the many public representations that the president and his men would later make about the benign nature of the U.S. approach toward Chile during the Allende 81 years. Only a few months after ordering massive efforts to undermine Allende's administration, Nixon falsely asserted in his 1971 State of the Union address that we are prepared to have the kind of relationship with the Chilean government that it is prepared to have with us. 4 years after recommending a program of action against Allende that might lead to his collapse or overthrow, Kissinger testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in September 1974 that the intent of the United States was not to destabilize or to subvert but to keep in being political parties. Our concern was with the election of 1976 and not at all with a coup in 1973 about which we knew nothing and which we had nothing to do. In an unprecedented presidential acknowledgement of a CIA-covered operation, President Gerald Ford would argue that the United States had acted to preserve Chilean democracy. The effort that was made in this case, he told the press, was to help assist the preservation of opposition newspapers and electronic media and to preserve opposition political parties. This was, submitted President Ford in one of the most famous statements made regarding U.S. intervention against Allende, in the best interests of the people of Chile and certainly in our best interests. Cool but correct, National Security Decision Memorandum 93. We will be very cool and very correct, but doing those things which will be a real message to Allende and others, Nixon informed his aides on November 6. Presenting U.S. policy as detached diplomatic accommodation of the Popular Unity government while pursuing direct hostile actions designed to make it collapse, was a deliberate, conscious decision made at the highest levels of the White House. In the wake of the Schneider-Asco and Allende's inauguration, as Henry Kissinger explained to the National Security Council, a high-level policy review had produced several options for U.S. policy: to seek a modus vivendi with the Allende government, implement an overt, hostile policy, or adopt what is in fact a hostile posture but not from an overt stance, that is, to move in hostility from a low-key posture. A modus vivendi was out of the question. Kissinger had already secretly lobbied Nixon against that option prior to the meeting. 2. But a posture of overt hostility would be problematic. Events in Chile, Kissinger told the NSC members, according to his talking points, were taking a form which makes them extremely difficult to deal with or offset. A. Allende was elected legally and constitutionally. Therefore, he has legitimacy as far as Chileans and most of the world is concerned. 82. There is nothing we can do to deny him legitimacy or claim he does not have it as a tactic for weakening him. B. He is unlikely to move things along lines which would permit us easily to marshal international or hemisphere censure of him. He will project Chile as an independent socialist country, not as a communist government or a Soviet puppet. C. We ourselves have traditionally espoused the principles of self-determination. We have stressed our opposition to the concept of intervention in foreign affairs. It would therefore be costly for us to act in ways that appear to violate those principles. 3. For that reason, Kissinger urged, and Nixon approved, option 3, which in innocuous bureaucratic language stated, maintain an outwardly correct posture, but making clear our opposition to the emergence of a communist government in South America, act positively to retain the initiative vis-a-vis the Allende government. A cool but correct posture masking continuing efforts to subvert the Chilean government, Nixon determined, would guide U.S. policy against Allende. The merit of the non-overt course, as Kissinger had told the president, is that while it also utilizes the same kinds of pressure and hostility, it promises to increase their effectiveness by avoiding the risks inherent in public hostility. Those risks, U.S. policymakers understood, included discrediting Washington among its principal allies in Europe and Latin America, as well as serving Allende's purpose of rallying the Chilean people around him in the face of the foreign devil, as one Bren paper prepared for Kissinger stated. In a special Bren paper for Secretary of State Rogers, the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs argued that were Washington to openly violate its announced policy of respect for the outcome of democratic elections, it would reduce our credibility throughout the world, increase nationalism directed against us, be used by the Allende government to consolidate its position with the Chilean people and to gain inions in the rest of the hemisphere, and move the Allende government to seek even closer relations with the USSR than it might have initially contemplated. 4. U.S. strategy for a broad range of low-profile pressures against Allende's government was laid out, at least partially, in National Security Decision Memorandum 93, Policy toward Chile. In guarded bureaucratic language, the top-secret/sensitive/eyes-only directive signed by Kissinger and distributed to CIA, State, Defense, the Joint Chiefs, and aid among other agencies expressed the goal of U.S. policy, within the context of a publicly 83. Cool and correct posture. The United States would seek to maximize pressure on the Allende government to prevent its consolidation. The measures identified in NSDM 93 reeked at Washington's intent to isolate, weaken, and destabilize Chile until the country was ungovernable. Among its other provisions, NSDM 93 called for vigorous efforts to rally other Latin American nations to join the United States in isolating and undermining Allende's socio-political experiment, with particular focus on Brazil and Argentina. As enticement, Nixon authorized close relations with friendly military leaders in the hemisphere who were considered allies against the left in the region, including the Chilean military. NSDM 93 also identified a range of economic measures designed to continue U.S. efforts to make the economy scream, as Nixon had previously ordered. The directive stated that necessary action be taken to reduce and terminate current and future financing for U.S. exports and guarantees for corporate investment in Chile, lobby private investors to curtail economic activities, bring maximum feasible inions on the multilateral banks to cut their lending to Chile, and terminate bilateral economic aid programs. The NSDM also ordered a study from the Office of Emergency Preparedness on copper stockpile disposal actions. Nixon's idea to dump part of the U.S. copper holdings on the international market to quickly undermine the world price of copper, Chile's main natural resource. "I want something in a week on how we can sell from the stockpile," the president ordered Kissinger and others at the NSC meeting of November 6. "Cutting the stockpile would hurt Chile. This is very important. I want state and defense and everyone to study it. It could be the most important thing we can do." 5. The invisible blockade. U.S. efforts to isolate Chile and quietly curtail bilateral and multilateral economic support constituted an invisible blockade against a country whose economy was deeply dependent on financial, industrial, and commercial relations with the United States. U.S. businesses generated 2/3 of the $1.6 billion in foreign investment in Chile. Two major U.S. copper corporations, Anaconda and Kennecott, controlled 80% of the Chilean copper industry, an industry that accounted for some 4/5 of all export earnings. During the free years, Chile had run up almost $1 billion in debt to U.S. banks. Economic operations relied heavily on U.S. commercial credits to finance machinery and parts for key industries as well as Chilean trucking, buses, taxis, and planes. For years U.S. officials, and their supporters in academia, blamed Allende's 84 socialist programs and nationalization of U.S. businesses for the severe drop-off in bilateral and international financial support for Chile. There was no invisible blockade, according to the disingenuous official histories, and Allende was responsible for his own demise. It was the policies of the Allende government, its insistence on forcing the pace beyond what the traffic would bear much more than our policies, Henry Kissinger testified on Capitol Hill one day after the coup, that contributed to the economic chaos. But recently declassified NSC records on Chile show conclusively that the Nixon administration moved quickly, quietly, and politically to shut down multilateral and bilateral aid to Chile well before Allende had had any opportunity to implement his own economic policies or any question of Chile's creditworthiness had arisen. At the Inter-American Development Bank, the White House acted to effect the early departure of the incumbent chairman, who was deemed not sufficiently malleable, according to a secret memo written by Kissinger's deputy, Alexander Haig. 6. The White House also passed the message to the U.S. representative that he did not have instructions to vote for loans to Chile. A secret/notice status report on U.S. stance on IDB lending to Chile prepared for Dr. Kissinger several weeks after Allende's inauguration laid out the surreptitious credit cutoff. The U.S. Executive Director of the Inter-American Development Bank understands that he will remain uninstructed until further notice on pending loans to Chile. As an affirmative vote by the U.S. is required for loan approval, this will effectively bar approval of the loans. We have instructed our representative to delay action on Chilean loans pending before the Inter-American Development Bank, Kissinger reported to Nixon in a mid-November, 1970, secret/sensitive status report on Chile. We are seeking the cooperation of the IBRD to similarly delay loans to Chile. 7. At the World Bank, U.S. officials worked behind the scenes to assure that Chile would be disqualified for a pending $21 million livestock improvement credit, and for future loans. Since the United States did not have veto power at the World Bank, the State Department's Bureau of Inter-American Affairs prepared a series of questions for a bank delegation to pose to authorities in Santiago in an effort to show that Allende's economic platform did not meet criteria for credits. The executive director will routinely and discreetly convey these questions to bank staff members, another NSC status report for Kissinger noted, as to ensure adequate attention to them by the team visiting Chile and by other staff elements within the bank, but without the hand of the U.S. government showing in the process. 85. And at the Export-Import Bank and the Agency for International Development, the NSC issued classified instructions to withhold any new commitments of U.S. bilateral assistance to Chile, including aid loans, aid investment guarantees, and Exim Bank loans and export guarantees. The Exim Bank, which Chile relied on for credits to purchase major industrial equipment, spare parts, and other machinery critical for key industries, particularly copper mining, simply extended the reduction of credit status and loans it had implemented during Track 2 when Kissinger's office ordered the bank director to drop Chile's credit rating from a B to a D rating. A long-planned $21 million loan toward the purchase of Boeing jets to upgrade the national airline, LAN, Chile, became the RST casualty of the Exim Bank's rating reduction. Since the D status influenced private U.S. banks, corporations, and private investors, as the Church Committee report pointed out, it aggravated Chile's problem of attracting and retaining needed capital in out through private foreign investment. 8. By any evaluation, the cut-off of aid and credits to Chile was dramatic. In 1970, IDB loans approved before Allende's election totaled $46 million, following the election only 2 small loans for Chilean universities totaling $2 million were approved until after the military coup. The World Bank, which had provided $31 million in loans to the Free Government in 1969-1970, approved 0 loans between 1971 and 1973. Bilateral U.S. assistance, administered through aid, reached $110 million between 1968 and 1970, from 1971 to 1973 that GUR dropped to approximately $3 million. The U.S. Export-Import Bank, which provided some $280 million in commercial loans and credits between 1967 and 1970 to Chile, granted not a penny of financing or lending in 1971. 9. Predictably, one sector of U.S. assistance rose during the Allende years: U.S. military sales and assistance. Training and other military aid programs doubled between 1971 and 1972 from $1 million to $2.3 million. Between 1967 and 1970, sales of U.S. military equipment totaled $6 million. Between 1970 and 1973, that GUR more than tripled to $19 million. With regard to the Chilean military, we are maintaining our military mission on a business-as-usual basis, Kissinger wrote in a memorandum to Nixon, in order to maintain maximum contacts with the Chilean military. 10. Kissinger also reported to the president that on the economic side U.S. officials had informed U.S. business and labor leaders of our discouraging view of developments in Chile. Since Chilean labor unions had a key role to play in agitating against Allende, on November 12, 1970, U.S. officials gave an off-the-record brand to AFL-CIO President George Meany, presumably discussing whatever unions and support the powerful union organization could provide in Chile through its international affiliates and the 86. American Institute for Free Labor Development, which had collaborated closely with the CIA in anti-Allende operations during the 1960s. CIA officials continued to hold luncheon meetings, and other secret rendezvous with high-level ITT executives even after press revelations on their covert collaboration against Allende sparked the RST Major Chile scandal in March 1972. And the Nixon administration attempted to assist U.S. copper corporations in their effort to obtain major compensation for nationalized mining facilities in Chile by linking adequate indemnification with the rescheduling of Chile's foreign debt payments. At the personal direction of President Nixon, Washington sought to block Allende's ability to renegotiate the massive national debt inherited from the Christian Democrats. In mid-January 1972, Nixon became infuriated by a secret memorandum from Treasury Secretary John Connally, complaining that the State Department bureaucracy was not sufficiently supportive of keeping the pressure on Chile and was planning to allow Chile to renegotiate its debt with European nations. Treasury should be named to lead the delegation to the upcoming Paris talks, Connally demanded, to advance our principal purpose, to get broad creditor support to isolate Chile. In a margin notation, Nixon initialed his RN approval and scrawled, "This is our policy." He immediately sent a top-secret directive to Connally giving him presidential authority to represent the United States at the Paris talks. On the Chilean loan matter, the president ordered any suggestion, expressed or implied, That I favor U.S. support of an agreement to renegotiate the Chilean loan is in total contradiction to the views I have expressed on a number of occasions in various meetings on this matter. I expect you to see that all agencies of the government strictly comply with my position. With that presidential mandate, the U.S. took a hard-line position at the 1972 and 1973 Paris Club debt negotiations. Pressure was brought on major European creditor nations to join the U.S. in refusing to conclude a rescheduling of Chile's foreign debt. When the other European nations moved to renegotiate Chile's debt despite U.S. pressure, the Nixon administration broke ranks and refused to reschedule Chilean payments on more than $1 billion owed to U.S. government and private sector creditors. The Nixon administration also attempted to isolate Allende's government diplomatically around the world. A secret/notice set of strategy papers, presented to Kissinger in early December 1970, reported on USG consultation with selected Latin American governments, to promote their sharing. 87. Of our concern over Chile. In his update to the President, Kissinger reported that particular efforts are being made to consult with key countries such as Brazil and Argentina through both diplomatic and military channels. The White House also considered trying to expel Chile a la Cuba from the OAS. A 26-page study of options for U.S. strategy concerning Chile's future participation in the Organization of American States seriously weighed the possibility of forcing the Chileans to withdraw or be ejected. But, the working group concluded, such tactics were likely to boomerang, be highly divisive, alienate many of our Latin American supporters and undercut the cool but correct facade of U.S. policy. Covert destabilization. Economic strangulation and diplomatic isolation were two legs of a triad of destabilization measures under NSDM 93, the third unidentified in the presidential directive because of its sensitivity was CIA clandestine intervention. In a covered annex to a major NSC options paper on Chile developed as part of the NSDM process, the CIA submitted its initial blueprint to sabotage an Allende government in late October. At Kissinger's explicit prodding to broaden the scope for covert operations, in mid-November the agency drafted an 8-page covert action program for Chile along with a $7 million operational budget keyed to NSDM 93. 11 For the CIA, a sitting Allende government provided a far broader target of opportunity than the brief transition period in the fall of 1970. A secret special report titled Allende After the Inauguration noted that prospects for a military coup in the post-inaugural period would significantly improve as Allende faced tremendous administrative and governmental problems brought on by a continued economic decline and by an increase in political infighting within his coalition. A coup climate will begin to materialize and the military would have justification for intervening. Thus, as the analysts predicted, Allende's administration may be short-lived. 12 Toward that end, the CIA designed its covert operations to create and exacerbate economic, political, governmental, and military tensions to divide and weaken Allende. The Covert Action Program for Chile, submitted to Kissinger on November 17, was directed at the Allende government, the Chilean armed forces, the non-Marxist opposition, the Chilean public, and other Latin American countries in an effort to maximize pressure on the Allende government. In a secret/sensitive/eyes-only summary for President Nixon, his national security advisor outlined the VE principal elements of the CIA's Covert Action Program Chile. 88. 1. Political action to divide and weaken the Allende coalition. 2. Maintaining and enlarging contacts in the Chilean military. 3. Providing support to non-Marxist opposition political groups and parties. 4. Assisting certain periodicals and using other media outlets in Chile which can speak out against the Allende government. 5. Using selected media outlets to play up Allende's subversion of the democratic process and involvement by Cuba and the Soviet Union in Chile. The CIA Western Hemisphere chief, William Brough, presented this covert program to the 40 Committee on November 19. Kissinger, sounding more like Director of Central Intelligence than the National Security Advisor, attempted to micromanage the operation. Casting himself as a devil's advocate, Kissinger pointed out that the CIA's political operations against Allende's coalition focused on supporting moderates. Since Allende was holding himself out as a moderate, Kissinger asked, why not support extremists? This would enhance the position of the most extreme groups, presumably the militant Movimiento Izquierdista Revolucionario, and, according to the talking points Kissinger carried with him to the meeting, disrupt Allende's game plan. His talking points also called for Kissinger to emphasize that the goal of maintaining contacts and unions in the Chilean military was not just for intelligence but for potential future action, obviously a very important element. When Bro stated that the CIA had acted on a practical proposal Kissinger had raised at the last 40 committee deliberations that prompt steps be taken to procure escudos for possible future expenditures in Chile, Kissinger questioned the amount of the fund. 13 Mr. Kissinger referred to the proposed stockpile of escudos and commented that this did not seem to be a very large fund to have on hand if stringent currency controls should be imposed. States deleted Section D of the heavily censored minutes of the November 19 meeting. 14 He raised this question because he did not wish the problem of a lack of operational funds in Chile to be used later as a justification for not to be able to follow through on desirable actions. Between 1970 and 1973 the CIA poured millions of dollars, and escudos, into extensive covert actions to undermine Allende. More than $3.5 million was funneled into opposition political parties and allied organizations, not only to Union's municipal and congressional elections but to bolster and encourage opposition to the Popular Unity government, as one CIA talking paper noted, and to incite major ongoing anti-Allende campaigns. 89. Station operatives conducted a $2 million propaganda program, concentrating on Chile's leading newspaper, El Mercurio. More than $1.5 million was passed to business, labor, civic, and paramilitary organizations organizing protests, demonstrations, and violent actions against Allende's administration. A penetration and psychological operations program to rebuild access and unions within the Fuerzas Armadas de Chile provided the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and Washington with close contacts among military coup plotters. Those contacts became increasingly important as U.S. supported economic and political upheaval inevitably created the long-sought coup climate necessary for overthrowing Chile's elected government. Political operations. Since 1962, the Christian Democrat Party had been a leading recipient of CIA political operations in Chile as a beacon of democracy. After Allende's inauguration, the agency poured covert funding into the party to transform it into a pro-coup force. On Ambassador Corey's recommendation, Kissinger summoned the 40 committee to a special meeting on November 13 to approve funds. The amount remains classified to be used to enhance the party's political convention scheduled for early December. Washington's concern was not that Allende threatened the existence of the PDC, rather that the left wing of the party, led by former Foreign Minister Gabriel Valdez, would win control away from the centrist faction and weaken what Kissinger's office believed was the best potential source of organized opposition to the consolidation of the Allende government. As you know, Kissinger's aide Arnold Nachmanoff reported to him on November 12, Valdez represents the group in the PDC that is prepared to accommodate to and cooperate with Allende. If it was feasible to enhance the PDC decision in favor of the Free Group, Nachmanoff wrote, I would recommend approval of Corey's request. Based on conversations with his sources within Free's camp, Corey subsequently determined that no funds and no actions are required for the upcoming convention. But significant foreign financing would still be necessary. The party was 20 million escudos in debt from the 1970 campaign, it had needs for 1971 operational expenses. Corey reported in a heavily redacted secret/eyes-only/sensitive December 4 cable for the CIA's William Breaux and Assistant Secretary Charles Meyer. Under still censored portions of the cable, the ambassador recommended that the CIA covertly help the PDC purchase a newspaper that would serve as a party oracle against Allende's government. 15 In December 1970, the Santiago station chief, Henry Heckscher, was recalled to Langley headquarters to develop plans for working with elements 90 of the PDC. The CIA also sent agents to meet with a PDC representative to explore in depth certain proposals and requests for substantial support. Similar meetings were held with representatives of Chile's right-wing Partido Nacional. In late January 1971, the agency presented a comprehensive 14-page proposal on financial support of Chilean opposition parties for the April 1971 elections and to the 40 Committee for approval. The agency requested $1,240,000 to covertly finance the campaigns of PDC and PN candidates, as well as those of the smaller Democratic Radical Party in the upcoming April 4 municipal elections. These elections have a fundamental importance. There is no doubt that a massive electoral victory will have significant repercussions not only in Chile but throughout Latin America, the CIA argued. When one considers Allende's superb political performance during the first 2 months of his administration, and the speed and effectiveness with which the UP has moved to implement the most popular aspects of its program, it becomes obvious that the UP goal of a popular electoral majority may be achieved in the April elections. Such a victory could encourage nascent popular unity movements elsewhere in the hemisphere as well as disheartening opposition and institutional forces inside Chile. On January 28, Kissinger's 40 Committee authorized these operations. Shortly thereafter, the CIA funneled significant funds to all three parties, as well as sufficient monies for the PDC and PN to purchase their own newspaper and radio station to expand their anti-Allende campaigns. On March 22, May 20, May 26, July 6, and November 5, 1971, the 40 Committee authorized additional covered funds for the PDC and other opposition parties. On October 26, 1972, the CIA sought and received another $1,427,666 to covertly finance opposition campaigns, and yet another appropriation of $175,000 was approved before the end of that year for a total of $1,602,666 in anticipation of the March 1973 congressional election. And on August 20, 1973, another $1 million was approved to continue covert actions to strengthen opposition political parties and private sector organizations opposed to Allende's UP government. 16. The agency used hundreds of thousands of dollars of these appropriations to covertly fund the operations of private sector organizations dedicated to undermining Allende's ability to govern. CIA officials would later testify that financial support to the private sector was con to specific activities, such as voter registration drives and a get-out-the-vote campaign. In point of fact, as the CIA conceded to Congress in its September 91. 2000 report, CIA Activities in Chile, the agency provided assistance to militant right-wing groups to undermine the president and create a tense environment. A number of the organizations receiving CIA support, they included major associations of large and small businessmen and umbrella organizations of opposition groups directly supported, and were closely allied with, key sectors fomenting economic and social upheaval, notably the truck owners and strikers that paralyzed Chile in 1973. The CIA has withheld documents on the truckers, including records from the station that showed that one private sector organization on the CIA payroll had passed $2,800 directly to the strikers. But, according to Senate investigators who did review some of these records, it is clear that anti-government strikers were actively supported by several of the private sector groups which received CIA funds. 17. The CIA was well aware that a substantial portion of the business community was collaborating with groups dedicated to promoting violent disorder designed to build a political atmosphere which would be propitious for a military coup. In an August 29, 1972, cable the station reported on efforts by Patria y Libertad and business leaders to provoke a coup. PNL and a large segment of the business community, the station cabled, are undertaking actions to increase discontent and incidents of violence, especially in the Santiago area, in order to create an atmosphere in Chile which would be propitious for a military coup. The business leaders involved are trying to foment strikes and labor connects, while PNL will attempt to provoke incidents of violence. The collaboration of those organizations to foment disorder would continue until the coup nearly took place. The El Mercurio Project. The covert operation that, according to the CIA's own internal records, played a significant role in bringing about a coup was clandestine funding for the El Mercurio Project. Throughout the 1960s, the CIA poured funds into Chile's largest and staunchly right-wing newspaper, El Mercurio, putting reporters and editors on the payroll, writing articles and columns for placement and providing additional funds for operating expenses. After the paper's owner, Auguste N. Edwards, came to Washington in September 1970 to lobby Nixon for action against Allende, the CIA used El Mercurio as a key outlet for a massive propaganda campaign as part of Track I and Track II. 92. Throughout Allende's aborted tenure, the paper continued an unyielding campaign, running countless virulent, intimidatory articles and editorials exhorting opposition against and at times even calling for the overthrow of the Popular Unity government. El Mercurio continues strong opposition to regime, the CIA informed the White House in early 1971, publishing attacks against Allende attempts to nationalize banks, violation of press freedom, and land seizures. While CIA intelligence reports documented that the Edwards media empire retained its independence during the Allende years, El Mercurio did face growing financial problems from its own mismanagement, credit and cash flow problems, as well as advertising cutbacks, newsprint shortages, and labor unrest for which the Edwards and the CIA blamed the Popular Unity government. In September 1971, a representative of the Edwards Media Group requested covert support totaling $1 million from the CIA. The request prompted a significant internal debate among U.S. policymakers. In a secret options paper the CIA presented to Kissinger on September 8, the agency suggested that the newspaper faced an economic squeeze and passed on the position of El Mercurio's proprietors that the paper needs at least $1 million to survive for the next year or two. Washington had two basic options. A. To provide extensive financing for the newspaper with the understanding that this may not be sufficient to stop the Allende newsprint, or labor stoppages. This would involve an initial commitment of at least $700,000. B. Allow El Mercurio to go out of business and arrange a maximum propaganda effort on the issue of freedom of the press. Option B was risky, the CIA advised, because Allende might be able to counter that by demonstrating that it was El Mercurio's financial ineptitude which resulted in its closing. The CIA station chief and ambassador Corey favored funding. Others within the administration believed that $1 million was a very expensive price to pay for a little extra time if the paper was going to close anyway. Indeed, when the members of the 40 committee were polled, each had a different position. Kissinger's aide, Arnold Nachmanoff, argued we should probably take both options and link them. The paper would receive $700,000 but the U.S. would condition our support on an understanding that El Mercurio will launch an intensive public attack on the Allende government's efforts to force them out of business. Attorney General John Mitchell, according to a summary of the discussion, felt we should keep a strong voice alive but a weak one would not be worth it. The Pentagon's 93. Representative, ADM. Thomas Moorer, stated we were gambling with a loser and expenditure extravagant. CIA Director Richard Helms opined that the prospects were not good either for the short or long term. 18. Faced with a major disagreement regarding a specific anti-Allende operation, Kissinger simply decided to take the matter to higher authority. On September 14, in a rare example of presidential micromanagement of a covert operation, Nixon personally authorized the $700,000 and more if necessary in covert funds to El Mercurio. That evening, Kissinger called Helms to tell him that the president had just approved the proposal for supporting El Mercurio in the amount of $700,000, and the president wished to see the paper kept going and the amount stipulated could be exceeded if it would usefully serve that purpose. Per the president's decision, Helms authorized his Western Hemisphere division to exceed the authorized $700,000 and go up to, and even over, $1 million provided it was warranted to keep the paper going. The initial $700,000 was sent immediately. In October, Kissinger personally authorized the additional $300,000. 7 months later, the CIA requested that an additional $965,000 be made available to El Mercurio, a covered tranche that would bring total expenditures on the paper to $1.95 million in less than a year. 19 In a proposal prepared by the new head of the Western Hemisphere Division, Theodore Shackley, the CIA argued that the decision to continue funding must be based on a value judgment of the importance of attempting to ensure the paper's continued existence for political purposes. 20 The paper was no longer on the verge of being shut down by the Allende government, but it was about to run out of credit. The new allotment, Kissinger was informed in a top-secret memorandum, would be used to repay a loan, to cover monthly operating deficits through March 1973, and to provide for a contingency fund to meet emergency needs such as credit requirements, new taxes, and other bank debts which could come up on short notice. 21. El Mercurio, according to the CIA argument advanced for this money, was deemed essential to help CIA-backed opposition candidates win the March 1973 congressional election, a major electoral test of Allende's popularity. Now, as Kissinger aide William Jordan noted in a top-secret White House action memorandum, the consensus was that El Mercurio is important. It 94 is a thorn in Allende's side. It does help give heart to the opposition forces. And if, in the end, the newspaper did go down the drain, Jordan reminded Kissinger, we have an excellent freedom of the press issue to use there and in the hemisphere. 22 On April 11, Kissinger's office approved the funds. Additional secret monies owed to El Mercurio through the CIA's main corporate collaborator in Chile, the ITT Corporation. A declassified May 15, 1972 memorandum of a conversation between CIA officer Jonathan Hanke and ITT official Hal Hendricks recorded a discussion about $100,000 bank deposits ITT was secretly making to Auguste N. Edwards. He had told me money for the Edwards Group went through a Swiss account, Hanke reported to his superiors. Sustained by a massive influx of covered funding, the Edwards media empire became one of the most prominent actors in the downfall of Chilean democracy. Far from being a news outlet, El Mercurio positioned itself as a bullhorn of organized agitation against the government. In the summer of 1973, the CIA's Santiago station identified El Mercurio, along with the paramilitary Patria y Libertad and militant elements of the Partido Nacional, as the main private sector organizations that have set as their objective creation of conflict and confrontation which will lead to some sort of military intervention. The CIA's Western Hemisphere Covert Action Division credited the paper with a singular contribution to creating a coup climate. In heavily redacted Project Renewal memoranda dated in January 1974, agency officials stressed that continued funding was necessary to reward and sustain the propaganda outlets provided by El Mercurio because of its role in bringing down Allende. Prior to the coup, the project's media outlets maintained a steady barrage of anti-government criticism, exploiting every possible point of friction between the government and the democratic opposition, and emphasizing the problems and conflicts which were developing between the government and the armed forces. 23. In an admission that U.S. covert operations had directly contributed to the overthrow of Allende, the CIA asserted that the propaganda effort, in which El Mercurio was the dominant actor, played a significant role in setting the stage for the military coup of September 11, 1973. The military project. The Chilean military remained the essential player in Chile's future. According to assessments that CIA operatives in Chile repeatedly sent to Washington in one form or another, the station placed tremendous emphasis on 95. Covert operations targeting the armed forces. For the RST year following Allende's election, the CIA invested considerable time and effort rebuilding its asset network decimated by arrests and purges of those involved in the Schneider killing within the Chilean armed forces. The station recruited a number of new agents inside the military with the goal of penetrating leading officer groups so that they could be in communication with real and potential coup leaders, assuming that the program's end objective, a military solution to the Chilean problem, must be sought within very carefully drawn guidelines. We conceive our mission as one in which we work consciously and deliberately in the direction of a coup, the station cabled in November 1971, a position that headquarters cautioned was subject to conducive circumstances. Given the dramatic failure of Track 2, both Langley and the station agreed that there must be predisposition on the part of military to take initiative themselves, that artificially stimulated or ill-planned precipitous action would be counterproductive. 24. By the fall of 1971, the CIA station was conducting a deception operation, designed to convince the Chilean generals that Allende was secretly plotting with Castro to undermine the army high command, in order to arouse the military to move against if necessary. By early 1972, the CIA was subsidizing an anti-Allende newsletter targeting the armed forces, and the Santiago station began compiling arrest lists, installation targets, and other operational data necessary for coup contingency planning. In August 1971, the station began sending detailed lists of officers strongly opposed to the present regime back to Washington. The RST Concrete Intelligence Information Special Report on Coup Plotting, distributed to DCI Helms and to Kissinger, was dated on November 9 of that year. In preliminary planning for an eventual military move against the Chilean government, the CIA reported, senior Army, Navy, and Carabinero officers have decided on the overthrow of the Chilean government sometime in the spring of 1972. By that time, the plotters expected, the Chilean economy would have deteriorated sufficiently to provoke a state of emergency during which the military could move. In March 1972, the FBI sent Kissinger a priority intelligence report on various regiments, Navy officers, majors and colonels who believed a coup could become a reality in the near future. The brothers-in-law of General Roberto Vio, the FBI informed Kissinger, were actively engaged in coordinating the anti-Allende activities of right-wing exiles throughout the Southern Cone nations and desired to convey the foregoing information to the United States government. 25 Intelligence gathering on pro-coup Chilean military officers brought the CIA, inevitably, to General Augusto Pinochet. Although Pinochet signed on to the September 11, 1973, putsch only days before it took place, U.S. 96. Intelligence had him on their radar screen of potential plotters as early as the summer of 1971. Drawing on an informant who attended a dinner party with Pinochet on August 5, the station reported to headquarters that the general was a mild, friendly, narrow-gauged military man who totally immersed in new eld of security, public order, and political events and who clearly enjoyed feeling of being important. His wife, according to this intelligence report, was turning against the Allende government, and his son was married to a member of the National Party who hoped to push Pinochet to effect coup. But, the informant noted, other plotters assessed Pinochet as a person who would not lead any coup. At the time, Pinochet was the commandant of the Army's Santiago garrison, but he had also been given the position of Jefe de la Plaza in the capital city, making him responsible for emergency crowd control. Seems he would have major functions in controlling any major military/civilian convulsion in Santiago, stated one of many index cards the CIA kept on Chilean military officers in September 1971. By March of the following year, the index card had been updated to indicate that Pinochet was involved with coup preparations of Army Chief of Staff General Alfredo Canales, with whom the CIA had collaborated during Project Fubelt. In various intelligence reports, Chilean military officers cast Pinochet as uncommitted and therefore unreliable. Pinochet would favor but would want to close eyes to events, one asset told the CIA in Santiago. On September 27, 1972, however, a CIA informant inside Pinochet's camp reported that the general was harboring second thoughts about the necessity of overthrowing Allende. Pinochet now believed that Allende must be forced to step down or be eliminated. These were, in his words, the only alternatives. When Pinochet traveled to Panama that month to negotiate the transfer of U.S. tanks to the Chilean army, he felt he was very well treated, as a member of his entourage reported back to a CIA handler. and U.S. Army officers at the Southern Command, according to this source, passed an important message along to Pinochet's delegation: the U.S. will support coup against Allende with whatever means necessary when the time comes. As the CIA began issuing more strident reports on the likelihood of a military move, officials in Washington took up the issue of how and with what means to assist. In October 1972, a team of appropriate CIA elements, officials and analysts gathered at Langley headquarters and brainstormed the current Chilean situation from every conceivable angle, weighing various courses of action, to accelerate current Chilean events leading toward a coup, as Shackley reported to the Senior Review Group on October 17. The CIA group concluded, no course of action which could be taken would help in a decisive manner to achieve the objective of removing Allende. 97. From power. At a State Department meeting on current Chilean situation later that day, CIA, NSC, and State Department officials evaluated what U.S. policy should be if coup plotters requested concrete assistance for overthrowing the Allende government, and/or assurances of post-coup U.S. support as a condition for undertaking the coup. As noted in a heavily censored memorandum for the record of this meeting, the SRG determined that because direct U.S. support for a military coup was not necessary for its success, the proffer of such assistance was not worth the inherent political risks. According to the minutes of the meeting, the group Nally did agree on the following. A. If and when the Chilean military decided to undertake a coup, they would not need U.S. government assistance or support to do so successfully, nor are they likely to seek such support. Further, given the Chilean military capabilities for an unaided coup, any U.S. intervention or assistance in the coup per se should be avoided. B-26. The CIA-ITT scandal. As Nixon administration officials weighed the degree to which Washington might directly aid and abet a coup, their caution was certainly enhanced by the breaking of a major political scandal on U.S. intervention in Chile, the RST of a series of covert operations scandals that would plague the CIA throughout the 1970s. On March 21, 1972, columnist Jack Anderson reported that secret documents which escaped shredding by International Telephone and Telegraph show that ITT dealt regularly with the Central Intelligence Agency and, at one point, considered triggering a military coup to head off Allende's election. 27. These allegations are astonishing, the Washington Post exclaimed in a lead editorial the next day. How could it be if it is so that in 1970 an American president could consider the possibility of acting to prevent the democratically elected president of a supposedly friendly country from taking office? Unprecedented in their detail, the ITT records 24 secret documents totaling 79 pages of strategy papers, memoranda of conversations, and meeting notes candidly charted the intrigue of covert corporate collaboration between the CIA, White House, and embassy officials to provoke economic chaos and subvert Chilean democracy in 1970 and early 1971. 98. In Chile, the revelations set off an explosion of nationalist indignation. The leaked documents bolstered a long-standing belief among the Chilean left of U.S. economic imperialism, and confirmed widespread suspicions of Washington's covert efforts to thwart the Chilean socialist experiment. Moreover, with the publication of the secret papers, the facade of the Nixon's administration's cool but correct diplomatic posture toward Chile was destroyed. The Allende government, which had been in extensive year-long talks with ITT officials over the value and acquisition of the company's majority interests in the Compañía de Telefonos de Chile, cancelled negotiations and announced that ITT's holdings would be expropriated through a vote of the Chilean Congress. In the United States, the Anderson article set off the RST of many congressional investigations into covert action in Chile and eventually the whole history of CIA operations abroad. 48 hours after its publication, the powerful chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator William Fulbright, received a private memo from his top aide calling for a major inquiry. Anderson's articles, wrote Pat Holt, indicate scandalous behavior by representatives of ITT and of the U.S. government as well. I do not think it suffices to have a denial, which we got yesterday, by the Secretary of State of improper government conduct. If we leave it at that, the committee would well be accused of being party to a cover-up. Some further action by the committee is called for. 28. The next day, Senator Fulbright authorized the establishment of a special subcommittee on multinational corporations, and named a then little-known senator from Idaho, Frank Church, as chairman. The subcommittee had a broad mission to investigate the activities and opinions of multinational corporations on U.S. foreign policy, but Church also oversaw a separate, discrete, inquiry into ITT and the anti-Allende operations, which produced the RST hearings on covert action in Chile and the RST in-depth official report on the issue, the International Telephone and Telegraph Company and Chile, 1970, 1971. 29. With this major breach of secrecy in the midst of ongoing covert intervention in Chile, the Nixon administration went into crisis control mode. The exposure of Track I, in which ITT had played an active role, and Track II were at stake, as well as the continuing covert efforts to subvert the elected Chilean government. The unraveling of the truth, as White House counsel John Dean would tell the CIA director, could be rather explosive. 99. For 2 days, the State Department, CIA, and NSC withheld all public comment. During that time, as the declassified documents reveal, officials debated the wording of a deceptive denial of U.S. operations to block or overthrow Allende. The RST Department draft stated the U.S. government had weighed various contingencies after Allende's election, but the government did not at that time and has not since worked for or sought the overthrow of the elected government of Chile. A second draft concluded with the statement, any ideas of thwarting Chilean constitutional processes during the election period during 1970 were RMLY rejected by this administration. Anal draft, issued by the State Department spokesman Charles Bray at a press conference on March 23, subtly changed that language to read, any ideas of thwarting Chilean constitutional processes following the election of 1970 were RMLY rejected by this administration. What about before the election, was the RST question asked at the March 23 press conference. Reporters bombarded Bray with demands for clarification on whether CIA operations as described in the ITT papers had taken place. They pursued the question of whether Ambassador Edward Corey, as cited in a personal and confidential September 28, 1970 ITT memorandum, had been given the green light to move in the name of President Nixon. To do all possible short of a Dominican Republic type action to keep Allende from taking power. Bray's responses ranged from evasion, to disinformation, to simply false information. My principal purpose here today, he stated, is to make it clear that the United States government did not engage in improper activities in Chile. A few minutes later Bray reiterated, there were no improper activities in which the embassy, the mission in Santiago, our representatives in Chile engaged. 30. President Nixon, who was personally involved in instigating the anti-Allende operations, kept closely informed of his administration's effort to contain the CIA-ITT scandal. A few hours after the press conference, he received a telephonic brand from White House Press Secretary Ron Ziegler. Their conversation was recorded by the secret taping system in the Oval Office. Ziegler, they denied it, but they were cautious on how they dealt with the Corey statement because they were afraid it might backfire. Nixon, why? What did Corey say? Ziegler, well, Corey said that he had received instructions to do anything short of a Dominican type, alleged to have said that. Nixon, Corey did. Ziegler, yeah. 100. Nixon, how the hell did that get out? Ziegler, well, Anderson got that from some source. Al Haig is sitting with me now. Nixon, well, he was instructed to. But he just failed, the son of a bitch. That was his main problem. He should have kept Allende from getting in. 31. The initial Orwellian response to the CIA-ITT scandal set the stage for a protracted cover-up, made possible by a display of official mendacity virtually unparalleled in the annals of foreign policy. Outright deception of the public, of Congress, and even other sectors of the U.S. government permeated the administration's effort to contain and conceal the facts of Track I and Track II. The CIA, State Department, and the NSC sought to obstruct the Senate Subcommittee on Multinational Corporations investigation. Cooperation was severely restricted, evidence was withheld, government and corporate witnesses committed perjury. In its commitment to hide the truth, and contain the inquiry, the administration even assisted ITT in defrauding the Overseas Private Investment Corporation and by extension the U.S. taxpayer in order to collect a $94 million political risk insurance claim for its expropriated Chilean properties. ITT's investments in Chile were insured by OPIC for close to $100 million. But the OPIC insurance contract carried a clause excluding coverage for expropriations resulting from provocation by the investor, except for actions taken in compliance with a specific request by the U.S., as Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Charles Meyer warned in a secret/sensitive/eyes-only memo. For OPIC's management, the disclosure of the ITT papers strongly suggested that the corporation's own covert actions had provoked expropriation of its telephone company in Chile. Full disclosure of the Track I documentation would show that ITT had indeed provoked its own expropriation by engaging in illicit and illegal intervention in internal Chilean politics. The corporation had approached the CIA in July 1970 and offered a secret election fund to support the conservative candidate Jorge Alessandri. It had conducted its own covert political operations inside Chile, among them passing funds to Alessandri through a secret channel provided by the CIA. ITT had urged the embassy to be more aggressive in blocking Allende, and conspired with CIA officials to destabilize the economy and stop Allende. After the elections, ITT officials had secretly funneled tens of thousands of dollars into a secret Swiss bank account for El Mercurio as part of a covert CIA propaganda operation. But the Nixon administration's effort to cover up the scandal precluded sharing any information with OPIC, and officials feared that if denied its claim, ITT would 101. Turn on the USG and argue that its covert involvement in Chile was undertaken at official request. Our primary interests, as Meyer wrote, are to avoid or to minimize disclosures that could severely compromise opposition forces in Chile and embarrass the administration. So, when OPIC requested that the State Department turn over all reliable information available to the intelligence community on the activities of ITT which could constitute provocation, the State Department denied it had any. We have carefully reviewed our stated the November 29, 1972, letter signed by Assistant Secretary Meyer, who had personally sent top-secret cables to Ambassador Corey on meetings with ITT and other U.S. corporations during Track I. We have no material that adds to the information we have already made available to you. The CIA also misled OPIC by baldly deceiving officials about the nature and knowledge of agency ITT collaboration in Chile and denying the existence of relevant records. A subsequently review conducted for the agency's Inspector General examined whether the agency had provided adequate and correct information to the Overseas Private Investment Corporation for its use in considering the ITT claim. The documents showed that the agency's initial replies to OPIC queries about ITT activities were not correct, and those incorrect replies were allowed to stand for some time. 32 On March 16, 1973, in a secret/extus memorandum, the Church Committee hearings on multinational corporations, Chile ITT, the State Department briefed Kissinger on the OPIC problem. A central question is OPIC's decision whether to pay ITT's $92.5 million claim, the memo stated. OPIC management proposes to deny the claim on the grounds that ITT activities disclosed by the so-called Anderson Papers were in breach of its contract and prejudiced OPIC's rights. The company presumably would resist such a ending in arbitration on the theory that it did nothing improper in Chile, that it rejected the suggestions allegedly made to it by USG officials or, alternatively, that anything it did was at the request of the USG. OPIC has scheduled a meeting of its board of directors for March 19 to take anal decision on the case. After a series of corporate appeals and perhaps subtle White House intervention in January 1975, OPEC agreed to provide ITT $94 million in insurance compensation for its expropriated properties in Chile. Senator Church's subcommittee on multinational corporations suffered similar deceptions. It is clear that the agency did not provide the Church Subcom. 102. MIDI all relevant information, the CIA's own internal Lee review would later conclude. The agency was not totally forthcoming. The State Department decided to withhold the Lee of cables between Corey and Washington, the same Lee it had told OPEC didn't exist. "We do not plan to release the cable Lee to the committee," stated the secret March 16, 1973, memo to Kissinger from State Department Executive Secretary Theodore Elliott. Both the CIA and the State Department did their utmost to limit the Senate subcommittee's ability to investigate the CIA-ITT collaboration. The State Department maneuvered to prevent the committee from calling Viernovsky, Kissinger's NSC aide in the fall of 1970, who was privy to all the details of Track I and 40 committee deliberations, to testify, threatening to invoke executive privilege. The CIA played hardball with the subcommittee's request that former Western Hemisphere Chief William Breaux become the RST-covered operative to testify before a congressional panel, attempting to limit his testimony to written answers to questions on the narrow topic of CIA's relations with ITT during the 1970 election period in Chile. Ultimately, on March 27, Breaux did testify in executive session. His testimony, Senator Church announced the next day, enables the subcommittee to have before it a full and complete record. In fact, Breaux, along with other key witnesses from CIA, State, and ITT, deliberately misled the subcommittee, some to the point of bald mendacity. After a careful review in September 1974, Chief of Staff Jerome Levinson reported in a confidential memo to Senator Church that Breaux's testimony that there was no U.S. policy to intervene in the 1970 Chilean election was only technically shy of perjury. The CIA's own internal Lee review concluded there is reason to believe that perjury was committed and that the agency was aware of that fact. Indeed, under the supervision of the Western Hemisphere Chief, Theodore Shackley, the CIA conspired with ITT officers to deceive the Church Committee. In early May 1972, ITT Senior Vice President Raymond Brittenham traveled to Washington to discuss with the agency what ITT might say in the Senate hearings, what the agency might say, etc., according to one memorandum of conversation. Shackley, according to David Korn's biography, Blonde Ghost, ordered his deputy Jonathan Hanke to meet with ITT operative Hal Hendricks for further discussions on withholding information. On May 11, 1972, Hanke picked Hendricks up on a street corner at 8 a.m. and after driving around a while we had breakfast at the Marriott Hotel in Roslyn, Virginia, Hanke reported back. According to Hanke's summary of the meeting, Hendricks advised him on efforts by ITT executives to keep incriminating documents on the covert transfer of funds in Chile from falling into the hands of the Senate. If they now turn over the three sensitive 103 documents to the committee, Hanke advised Shackley, names of persons, banks, and funding mechanisms will be deleted. 33 ITT officials, among them CEO Harold Jeanine, Senior Vice President Edward Gerardi, and Southern Cone Manager Robert Bareles, all deceived the subcommittee. Jeanine claimed that ITT did not take any steps to block the election of Salvador Allende. Gerardi claimed the $1 million that ITT had offered to the CIA to help block Allende was for low-cost housing, a farming program. And Bareles repeatedly misled the Church subcommittee by denying any ITT contact with CIA officials in Chile. 34 State Department lead witness Charles Meyer also lied to the subcommittee. Meyer, who was a key, if not particularly supportive, participant in 40 committee deliberations during the Track I operations and who actively participated in decisions to clandestinely fund political parties and media groups in Chile to implement NSDM 93, told Senator Church under oath that the policy of the government, Mr. Chairman, was that there would be no intervention in the political affairs of Chile. We were consistent in that we announced no candidates, No political parties before or after September 8, or September 4, rather, the policy of the United States was that Chile's problem was a Chilean problem to be settled by Chile. Under questioning by Senator Charles Percy, he continued, "Let me simply say, Senator Percy, and with pride, and I don't want to hammer on this, that the policy of the U.S. government, despite all of the electricity in the air at any given point, remained non-interventionist. We neither nanced candidates nor nanced parties nor nanced Alessandri gambits, nor tried to precipitate economic chaos, and promoted neither civil nor military nor any other coup. The policy of Chile's future was Chile's." 35. But the most egregious effort to deceive the Senate, and the American public, was undertaken by former CIA Director Richard Helms, conceivably the most knowledgeable official on covert operations to destabilize Chile. 36. After a long career in the agency, in November 1972 Nixon removed Helms as DCI. 37. The President then nominated him to be U.S. Ambassador to Iran. On February 7, 1973, during desultory confirmation hearings before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Missouri Senator Stuart Symington, who was sympathetic to the CIA, asked Helms two questions: "Did you try in the Central Intelligence Agency to overthrow the government of Chile?" 104. "And did you have any money passed to the opponents of Allende?" Helms answered no, sir, to both questions. As the CIA itself would later admit, some of the statements in Mr. Helms' testimony seem not to be in full accord with the facts. Helms, as multinational subcommittee senior staff member Jerome Levinson reported to Senator Fulbright in a memo, stamped secret, had been less than candid, and there were several important questions which had not been raised. Levinson recommended recalling Helms because the best way to get at the question of what really happened is through face-to-face questioning. 38. Helms was called again, in executive session, before the full Committee on Foreign Relations on March 6, and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Senator Fulbright turned over questioning him to Senator Church, whose staff had prepared dozens of extremely specific questions. As it became evident that Helms would not be able to get away with his usual method of evasive responses, Levinson recalls, Senator Symington managed to abort the hearing, but not before Helms had feigned forgetfulness and issued blanket denials. The following exchange took place. Senator Church: "Mr. Helms, did the CIA attempt at any time to prevent Salvador Allende Gossens from being elected president of Chile in 1970? Helms: "No, sir." Senator Church: "Now, following the election, and up to the time that the Congress of Chile cast its vote installing Allende as the new president, did the CIA attempt in any way to influence that vote?" Helms: "Which vote?" Senator Church: "The vote of the Congress." Helms: "No, sir. Mr. Helms did not have to deceive us," Senator Church would later submit. "No one coerced him to commit perjury. He could have said no comment." When the Chile scandal over revelations of Project Fubelt exploded in the press again in the fall of 1974, the Justice Department under President Ford was forced to open a major investigation into possible charges of perjury and obstruction of justice by Helms. The Carter administration inherited the controversial case, and to avoid further embarrassing revelations at trial about CIA covert intervention in Chile, made a deal for the most minimal plea possible. On October 31, 1977, Helms made history. He became the first CIA director ever to be indicted for a crime. The Justice Department charged him with a 2-count misdemeanor that he did refuse and fail to. 105. Answer material questions before the Senate subcommittee. He pleaded nolo contendere and was NED $2,000. Helms had been caught, but neither punished nor chastened. "I wear this conviction like a badge of honor," he told the press as his CIA colleagues threw him a victory party and passed the hat to raise the amount of his NE. Lost amidst the Carter administration's rush to let Helms and the CIA off the hook was the importance and impact of his crime, Helms and other members of the Nixon administration had sustained a cover-up of covert operations at a very sensitive time in U.S. efforts to undermine the Allende government, successfully evading public scrutiny until well after the coup took place. 39. A day after the Chilean military violently took power, State Department officials met to discuss press guidelines for Henry Kissinger on how much advance notice we had on the coup. Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Jack Cubis noted that one Chilean military official, General Pinochet himself, as it turns out, had told the embassy that the plotters had withheld from their U.S. supporters the exact date they would move against Allende. But Cubis said he doubted if Dr. Kissinger would use this information, for it would reveal our close contact with coup leaders. 40. In the months leading up to the coup, the CIA and the Pentagon had extensive contacts with Chilean plotters through various assets and agents, and at least 3 days advance knowledge of a concrete date for a military takeover. Their communications derived from refocused covert operations targeting the military after the March 1973 congressional elections in Chile. The dismal electoral outcome convinced many CIA officials that the political and propaganda operations had failed to achieve their goals, and that the Chilean military, as agency documents suggested, was the null solution to the popular unity problem. Until the spring of 1973, the political operations and propaganda generated by El Mercurio, and other CIA-funded media outlets, focused on a major political opposition campaign to decisively win the March 4 congressional elections, when all of Chilean representatives and half of Chilean senators were up for re-election. The CIA's maximum goal was to gain a 2/3 majority for the opposition in order to be able to impeach Allende. Its minimum goal was to prevent the popular unity from obtaining a clear majority of the electorate. Of the 3.6 million votes cast, the opposition polled 54.7%, the popular unity candidates garnered 43.4%, picking up 106 Senate seats and 6 seats in the Congress. Actions undertaken by CIA in the 1973 elections have made a contribution to slowing down the socialization of Chile, proclaimed Abren on Chile elections written at Langley headquarters. The reality was quite different, as both CIA headquarters and the Santiago station understood. In the RST national test of its popularity since Allende took office, his popular unity government had actually increased its electoral strength despite concerted CIA political action, a massive covert anti-Allende propaganda campaign, and a U.S. directed socio-economic destabilization program. The UP program still appeals to a sizable portion of the Chilean electorate, the station lamented in one cable. The CIA now had to reassess its entire clandestine strategy in Chile. Future options, headquarters cabled on March 6, now being reviewed in light of disappointing election results, which will enable Allende and UP to push their program with renewed vigor and enthusiasm. The station, now under the direction of a new COS, Ray Warren, took a forceful position on what future options would be necessary. In a pivotal March 14 post-mortem on the congressional elections, the CIA station articulated plans to reinforce its focus on the military program. We feel that during foreseeable future, station should give emphasis to activity, to widen our contacts, knowledge, and capability in order to bring about one of following situations. A. Consensus by leaders of armed forces of need to move against the regime. Station believes we should attempt induce as much of the military as possible, if not all, to take over and displace the Allende government. B. Secure and meaningful station relationship with a serious military planning group. Should our restudy of the armed forces groups indicate that would-be plotters are in fact serious about their intentions and that they have the necessary capabilities, station would wish to establish a single, secure channel with such elements for purposes of dialoguing and, once basic data on their collective capabilities is obtained, to seek HQS authorization to enter into an expanded role. 41. At the same time, the station also reaffirmed the need to refocus attention on creating a coup climate, the long-standing goal of U.S. policy. While the station anticipates giving additional impetus to our program. 107. Other political power centers will play an essential support role in creating the political atmosphere which would allow us to accomplish objectives or above. Given the outcome of the election results, Station feels that creation of a renewed atmosphere of political unrest and controlled crisis must be achieved in order to stimulate serious consideration for intervention on part of the military. The station's gung-ho position, which clearly enunced its attitude and actions on the ground in Chile, was supported by a number of hardliners within the Western Hemisphere Directorate who pushed for a far more aggressive, violent approach, an approach that clearly did not count saving democracy in Chile as an objective. In a bald and blunt internal challenge to the strategy of pursuing political operations, on April 17 a group of CIA officers sent a memorandum to WH/C Shackley on policy objectives for Chile calling for cutting covert support for the mainstream opposition parties. Such support lulled those parties into believing they could survive until the 1976 election. Moreover, if the CIA helped the opposition Christian Democrats win in 1976, the authors argued, it would be a Pyrrhic victory because the PDC would pursue leftist communitarian policies. Instead, the CIA should directly seek to develop the conditions which would be conducive to military actions. This involved large-scale support to the terrorist elements in Chile, among them Patria y Libertad and the militant elements of the National Party over a XED time frame 6 to 9 months, during which time every effort would be made to promote economic chaos, escalate political tensions and induce a climate of desperation in which the PDC and the people generally come to desire military intervention. Ideally, it would succeed in inducing the military to take over the government completely. 42 But the position of the station and the hardliners at Langley was not shared by the State Department, nor by key senior CIA officials who feared the consequences of precipitous military action and believed in the prudence of caution given the ongoing Congressional Committee investigation into ITT and covert operations in Chile. There was disagreement on a number of fundamental and strategic questions. Could the Chilean military be counted on to act against Allende? Should the CIA be encouraging violent demonstrations through covert funding of militant groups before knowing for sure that the military would not move to put down the demonstrators? Given the current congressional inquiry on the CIA in Chile, did 108. The risks of exposure outweigh potential gains of working directly with the militant private sector and the Chilean military to sponsor a coup? 43. These questions were discussed repeatedly as the process of formulating the agency's fiscal year 1974 proposals and budget for covert action became grounds for a significant internal debate kept secret for 27 years over the strategic nuances of U.S. intervention in Chile. The State Department, led by a new Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, Jack Cubis, opposed the station's desire to foment a coup, through direct support for the Chilean military or collaboration with extremist private sector groups. Along with Ambassador Nathaniel Davis, who replaced Edward Corey in mid-1971, Cubis preferred to concentrate covert action on an opposition victory in the 1976 elections. In addition, CIA officers at headquarters, such as former Chile Task Force Director David Adley Phillips, who would return to Chile operations as the new chief of the Western Hemisphere Division in June, well remembered the Schneider Asco, and remained skeptical of the Chilean military's commitment to a coup. Cables from headquarters to Santiago wreaked their uncertainty over whether the Chilean military would be more likely to move against the government than to move against street demonstrators and strikers that the station wanted to support. Promoting large-scale protests such as a strike, cautioned a March 6 cable from Langley, should be avoided, as should any action which might provoke military reaction against the opposition. In a March 31, 1973 budget proposal, Covert Action Options for Chile FI 1974, headquarters argued that, although we should keep all options open, including a possible future coup, we should recognize that the ingredients for a successful coup are unlikely to materialize regardless of the amount of money expended, and thus we should avoid encouraging the private sector to initiate action likely to produce either an abortive coup or a bloody civil war. We should make it clear that we will not support a coup attempt unless it becomes clear that such a coup would have the support of most of the armed forces as well as the code parties, including the PDC. On May 1, Langley sent a cable to Chief of Station Warren stating, "We wish to defer any consideration of action program designed to stimulate military intervention until we have more definite evidence that military is prepared to move and that opposition, including PDC, would support a coup." 109. Attempt. The Chief of Station responded with a request that headquarters postpone its request for FI 1974 funding until the proposal could be redrafted to reach current Chilean realities. The most militant parts of the opposition, including CIA-supported organizations such as El Mercurio and the National Party, the station reported, were mobilizing to foment a coup. The planning, focus and action of all the opposition forces is on the period immediately ahead rather than on 1976. If we are to maximize our unions and help the opposition in the way it needs help, we should work within this trend rather than try to oppose and counter it by trying to get the opposition as a whole to focus on the distant and tenuous goal of 1976. In sum, we believe the orientation and focus of our operational effort should be on military intervention. On April 10, the Western Hemisphere Division did secure the approval from CIA Director James Schlesinger for accelerated efforts against the military target. These covert actions, according to a May 7 memorandum to Schlesinger from WH Division Chief Theodore Shackley, were designed to better monitor any coup plotting and to bring our unions to bear on key military commanders so that they might play a decisive role on the side of the coup forces when and if the Chilean military decides on its own to act against Allende. Headquarters authorized the Santiago station to move ahead against military target in terms of developing additional sources, and promised to seek appropriations for an expanded military program when we have much more solid evidence that military is prepared to act and has reasonable chance of succeeding. 44. The Chilean High Command provided evidence that the military was not yet ready to act on June 29. When several rogue units of the Chilean armed forces deployed to take over the presidential palace known as La Moneda. In his secret sit rep #L for President Nixon, Kissinger reported that Chilean army units had launched an attempted coup against the government of Salvador Allende. Later that day, Kissinger sent Nixon another memo, "Attempted Chilean rebellion ends," noting that the coup attempt was an isolated and poorly coordinated effort, and that the leaders of all three branches of the military remained loyal to the government. The failed coup attempt reinforced the hand of cautious U.S. policymakers who opposed a more activist CIA role to directly support the Chilean military. This ongoing internal debate led to a delay in approval for the CIA's FI 1974 covert action budget as the CIA and the State Department worked out compromises on how funding authorizations would be used in 110. Chile. Finally, on August 20, the 40 Committee authorized, via telephone, $1 million for clandestine funding to opposition political parties and private sector organizations but designated a contingency fund for the private sector operations that could only be spent with approval from Ambassador Davis. Within 3 days, the station was pressing for approval to use the money to sustain strikes and street demonstrations as well as to orchestrate a takeover from within, pushing the military to take key positions in Allende's cabinet where they could wield the power of state and reduce him to a gearhead president. Events are moving very fast and military attitudes are likely to be decisive at this moment, the station cabled on August 24. It is a time when significant events or pressures could affect future. In Washington the next day, CIA Director William Colby sent a memo to Kissinger, submitting the station's arguments word for word and requesting authorization to move forward with the funds. The memo proposed covert financial support of Chilean private sector, used language designed to assuage State Department sensitivities. The Santiago station would not be working directly with the armed forces in an attempt to bring about a coup, nor would its support to the overall opposition forces have this as its result, Colby submitted. But he added this caveat: realistically, of course, a coup could result from increased opposition pressure on the Allende government. By then, the CIA had multiple, and promising, reports of coup plotting. In mid-August, C/WHD Phillips had dispatched a veteran agent to Santiago to assess the situation. He cabled back that in the past several weeks we have again received increased reporting of plotting and have seen a variety of dates listed for possible coup attempt. One report noted that military plotters had chosen July 7 as the target date for another coup attempt, but the date was now being postponed because of the opposition of Commander-in-Chief Carlos Prats, as well as the difficulty in lining up the key army regiments in the Santiago area. According to the CIA source, key problem for the military plotters is now how to overcome this vertical command impediment. One way would be for the plotting army generals to meet with General Prats, advise him he no longer enjoyed the confidence of the army high command, and thus remove him. The plotters' choice to replace Prats, at the time of the coup d'état is to be attempted, is General Manuel Torres, commander of the FTH Army Division and the third-ranking Army General. The plotters do not regard General Augusto Pinochet, who is the second most senior officer in the army, as a suitable replacement for Prats under such conditions. 111. In late July, the CIA reported that a coordinated coup plan was near completion. The plotters were still dealing with the Prats problem. The only way to remove Prats, the station noted, would appear to be by abduction or assassination. With the memory of the affair of the former army commander, René Schneider, ever present in their minds, it will be difficult for the plotters to bring themselves to carry out such an act. The CIA also reported that the military was attempting to coordinate its takeover with the Truck Owners Federation, which was about to initiate a massive truckers' strike. The violent strike, which paralyzed the country throughout the month of August, became a key factor in creating the coup climate the CIA had long sought in Chile. Other factors included the decision by the leadership of the Christian Democrats to abandon negotiations with the Popular Unity government and to work, instead, toward a military coup. In a CIA progress report dated in early July, the station noted there has been increasing acceptance of the part of PDC leaders that a military coup of intervention is probably essential to prevent a complete Marxist takeover in Chile. While PDC leaders do not openly concede that their political decisions and tactics are intended to create the circumstances to provoke military intervention, station assets report that privately this is generally accepted political fact. 45. The Christian Democrat position, in turn, prompted the traditionally moderate Chilean Communist Party to conclude that political accommodation with the mainstream opposition was no longer feasible and to adopt a more militant position, creating deep divisions with Allende's own coalition. The military's hardline refusal to accept Allende's offer of certain cabinet posts also accelerated political tensions. The feeling that something must be done seems to be spreading, CIA headquarters observed in an analytical report on consequences of a military coup in Chile. The resignation of Commander-in-Chief Carlos Prats in late August, after an intense public smear campaign led by El Mercurio and the Chilean right wing, eliminated the null obstacle for a successful coup. Like his predecessor, General Schneider, Prats had upheld the constitutional role of the Chilean military, blocking younger officers who wanted to intervene in Chile's political process. In an August 25 intelligence report stamped Top Secret Umbra, the Defense Intelligence Agency noted that the departure of Prats has removed the main factor mitigating against a coup. On August 31, U.S. military sources within the Chilean army were reporting that the army is united behind a coup, and key Santiago regimental commanders have pledged their support. Efforts are said to be underway to complete coordination among the three services, but no date has been set for a coup attempt. 112. By then, the Chilean military had established a special coordination team made up of 3 representatives of each of the services and carefully selected right-wing civilians. In a series of secret meetings on September 1 and 2, this team presented a completed plan for overthrowing the Allende government to heads of the Chilean Army, Air Force, and Navy. The incipient junta approved the plan and set September 10 as the target date for the coup. According to a review of coup plotting obtained by the CIA, the general who replaced Carlos Prats as commander-in-chief, General Augusto Pinochet, was chosen to be head of the group and would determine the hour for the coup to begin. 46. On September 8, both the CIA and the DIA alerted Washington that a coup was imminent, and confirmed the date of September 10. A DIA intelligence summary stamped top secret Umbra reported that the three services have reportedly agreed to move against the government on September 10, and civilian terrorist and right-wing groups will allegedly support the effort. The CIA reported that the Chilean Navy would initiate a move to overthrow the government at 8:30 a.m. on September 10 and that Pinochet has said that the army will not oppose the Navy's action. On September 9, the station updated its coup countdown. A member of the CIA's covert agent team in Santiago, Jack Devine, received a call from an asset who was eyeing the country. It is going to happen on the 11th, as Devine recalled the conversation. His report, distributed to Langley headquarters on September 10, stated, "A coup attempt will be initiated on September 11. All three branches of the armed forces and the Carabineros are involved in this action. A declaration will be read on Radio Agricultura at 7 a.m. on September 11. The Carabineros have the responsibility of seizing President Salvador Allende." According to Donald Winters, a CIA high-ranking agent in Chile at the time of the coup, the understanding was they would do it when they were ready and at the null moment tell us it was going to happen. 47 On the eve of the putsch, however, at least one sector of the coup plotters became nervous about what would happen if Ding became protracted and the takeover did not go as planned. On the night of September 10, as the military quietly assumed positions to violently take power the next day, a key officer of Chilean military group planning to overthrow President Allende, as CIA headquarters described him, contacted a U.S. official. It remains unclear whether it was a CIA, defense, or embassy officer and asked if 113. The U.S. government would come to the aid of the Chilean military if the situation became difficult. The officer was assured that his question would promptly be made known to Washington, according to a highly classified memo sent by David Atlee Phillips to Henry Kissinger on September 11, as the coup was in progress. At the time of the coup, both the State Department and the CIA were making contingency plans for U.S. assistance if the military move appeared to be failing. On September 7, Assistant Secretary Cubis reported to state and CIA officers that high-level department officials had discussed Chile and determined the following: if there should be a coup attempt, which appears likely to be successful and satisfactory from our standpoint, we will stand off, but if there should be a coup, which might be viewed as favorable but which appears in danger of failure, we may want a capability for enhancing the situation. Cubis tasked the CIA to give this problem attention. 48 That issue proved to be irrelevant. Chile's coup d'état was close to perfect, Lt. Col. Patrick Ryan, head of the U.S. military group in Valparaiso, reported in a sitrep to Washington. By 8 a.m. on September 11, the Chilean Navy had secured the port town of Valparaiso, and announced that the Popular Unity government was being overthrown. In Santiago, Carabinero forces were supposed to detain President Allende at his residence, but he managed to make his way to La Moneda, Chile's White House, and began broadcasting radio messages for workers and students to come and defend your government against the armed forces. As army tanks surrounded La Moneda ring on its walls, Hunter jets launched a pinpoint rocket attack on Allende's offices at around noon, killing many of his guards. Another aerial strang attack accompanied the military's ground effort to take the inner courtyard of the Moneda at 1:30 p.m. During the meeting, the military repeatedly demanded that President Allende surrender, and made a perfunctory offer to why him and his family out of the country. In a now famous audio tape of General Pinochet issuing instructions to his troops via radio communications on September 11, he is heard to laugh and swear that plane will never land. Forecasting the savagery of his regime, Pinochet added, "Kill the bitch and you eliminate the litter." Salvador Allende was found dead from gunshot wounds in his inner office around 2 p.m. 49 at 2:30 p.m., the Armed Forces Radio Network broadcast an announcement that La Moneda had surrendered and that the entire country was under military control. International reaction to the coup was immediate, widespread, and overwhelmingly condemnatory. Numerous governments denounced the military takeover. Massive protests were held throughout Latin America. Inevitably, finger pointing was directed at the U.S. government. In his confirmation here. 114. Ings as Secretary of State only one day after the coup, Kissinger was peppered with questions about CIA involvement. The agency was in a very minor way involved in 1970, and since then we have absolutely stayed away from any coups, Kissinger responded. Our efforts in Chile were to strengthen the democratic political parties and give them a basis for winning the election in 1976. Preservation of Chilean democracy summed up the official line, spun after the fact, to obfuscate U.S. intervention against the Allende government. On September 13, CIA Director Kolbe sent Kissinger a secret two-page overview of CIA covert action program in Chile since 1970, meant to provide guidance on the questions concerning the agency's role. U.S. policy has been to maintain maximum covert pressure to prevent the Allende regime's consolidation, the memo stated candidly. After a selective review of the political, media and private sector covert operations, Kolbe concluded, while the agency was instrumental in enabling opposition political parties and media to survive and to maintain their dynamic resistance to the Allende regime, the CIA played no direct role in the events which led to the establishment of a new military government. By the most narrow definition of direct role, providing planning, equipment, strategic support, and guarantees, the CIA does not appear to have been involved in the violent actions of the Chilean military on September 11, 1973. The Nixon White House sought, supported, and embraced the coup, but the political risks of direct engagement simply outweighed any actual necessity for its success. The Chilean military, however, had no doubts about the U.S. position. "We were not in on planning," recalled CIA operative Donald Winters. "But our contacts with the military let them know where we stood, that was, we were not terribly happy with government." The CIA and other sectors of the U.S. government, moreover, were directly involved in operations designed to create a coup climate in which the overthrow of Chilean democracy could and would take place. Kolbe's memo appeared to omit the CIA's military deception project, the covert black propaganda efforts to sow dissent within the Popular Unity Coalition, the support to extremist elements such as Patria y Libertad, and the intimidatory achievements of the El Mercurio project, which agency records credited with playing a significant role in setting the stage for the coup, let alone the destabilizing impact of the invisible economic blockade. The argument that these operations were intended to preserve Chile's democratic institutions was a public relations ploy, contradicted by the weight of the historical record. Indeed, the massive support that the CIA provided to the ostensible leading representatives of Chilean democracy, the Christian Democrats, the National Party, and El Mercurio, facilitated their transfer. 115. Mashing into leading actors in, and key supporters of, the Chilean military's violent termination of Chile's democratic processes. You may also recall discussion of a Track 2 in late 1970 which has not been included in the summary, Kolbe wrote to Kissinger on the routing slip of his September 13 memorandum. Fundamental to the Chilean general's understanding of Washington's support was the knowledge that the CIA had sought to directly instigate a coup 3 years earlier. Track 2 never really ended, as Thomas Karamessines, the top CIA official in charge of covert operations against Allende, testified in 1975. What we were told to do was to continue our efforts, stay alert, and to do what we could to contribute to the eventual achievements and of the objectives and purposes of Track 2. I am sure that the seeds that were laid in that effort in 1970 had their impact in 1973. I do not have any question about that in my mind. 50. Our policy on Allende worked very well, Assistant Secretary Cubis commented to Kissinger on the day following the coup. Indeed, in September of 1973 the Nixon administration had achieved Kissinger's goal, enunciated in the fall of 1970, to create conditions which could lead to Allende's collapse or overthrow. At the RST meeting of the Washington Special Actions Group, held on the morning of September 12 to discuss how to assist the new military regime in Chile, Kissinger joked that the president is worried that we might want to send someone to Allende's funeral. I said that I didn't believe we were considering that. No, an aide responded, not unless you want to go. On September 16, President Nixon called Kissinger for an update. Their conversation was recorded by Kissinger's secret taping system. The Chilean thing is getting consolidated, Kissinger reported, and of course the newspapers are bleeding because a pro-communist government has been overthrown. Nixon and Kissinger commiserated over the fact that they wouldn't get laudatory credit in the media for Allende's demise. In the Eisenhower period, Kissinger stated, referring back to the CIA's covert overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala, "We would be heroes." The two then candidly discussed the U.S. role. "Well, we didn't, as you know. Our hand doesn't show on this one though," the president noted. "We didn't do it," Kissinger responded, referring to the issue of a direct involvement in the coup itself. "I mean, we helped them, created the conditions as great as possible." "That is right," the president agreed. 51. Pinochet in power. Building a regime of repression. There are three sources of power in Chile: Pinochet, God, and Dina. Chilean intelligence officer to the U.S. Defense Attaché, February 6, 1974. The advent of the Pinochet regime was both violent and vicious. In the days following the coup, the military's bloodshed was so widespread that the CIA's own sources could not accurately tally the casualties. Thus far, the station reported on September 20, 4,000 deaths have resulted from the September 11, 1973 coup action and subsequent cleanup operations. 4 days later, the station cabled estimates of civilian deaths from 2,000 to 10,000. The new military government admitted to only 244 killed, but the U.S. intelligence community knew that number was false. These figures will not be recorded and, therefore, there will never be an accurate tally of the total deaths, the CIA station advised on the rampage of repression that followed the military takeover. Only the junta members will have a really clear idea of the correct death figures, which they will probably keep secret. In late October, the CIA did obtain a highly sensitive summary on post-coup repression prepared for the new military junta. The document became the basis for a special secret Bren paper titled Chilean Executions, prepared for Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. In the 6 weeks following the coup, according to the report, the military had massacred approximately 1,500 civilians. Of those, some 320 to 360 were summarily executed by ring squads while in custody or shot on sight in the street. The summary estimated that more than 13,500 Chilean citizens had been quickly rounded up through raids and mass arrests aimed at officials of the deposed Popular Unity government, political activists, labor unions, factory 162 workers, and shantytown dwellers. They were being held at approximately 20 detention camps scattered throughout the nation. Only a few, the CIA reported, are known to the general public. 3 by far the largest and most infamous known sites were 2 converted sports arenas, the National Stadium and the smaller Chile Stadium in Santiago. According to statistics compiled in the secret report for the new junta, a total of 7,612 prisoners were processed through the National Stadium between September 11 and October 20. 4 all were held incommunicado, many subjected to intense interrogation in locker rooms and luxury skyboxes that the military had transformed into torture chambers. After savage abuse, numerous prisoners were executed, their bodies buried in secret graves, thrown in the Mapaco River, dropped into the ocean, or dumped at night on city streets. The acclaimed Chilean folk singer, Victor Jara, met such a fate after being imprisoned at the Chile Stadium. His body, discovered in a dirty canal with his hands and face extremely disfigured, had 44 bullet holes, according to an inquiry conducted by the Chilean National Commission on Truth and Reconciliation in 1990. 2 American citizens, Charles Horman and Frank Turugay, seized by military squads at their homes following the coup and detained at the National Stadium, were similarly executed. 6 During a ruthless 17-year dictatorship, the Chilean military would be responsible for the murder, disappearance, and death by torture of some 3,197 citizens, with thousands more subjected to savage abuses such as torture, arbitrary incarceration, forced exile, and other forms of state-sponsored terror. 7. The majority of the killings and disappearances took place during the several years of the regime, as it consolidated and institutionalized its repressive rule. Within weeks of the coup, Pinochet created a secret police force empowered to eliminate any and all enemies of his regime. The junta quickly banned all political activities, closed Congress, suspended political parties, nullified electoral rolls, took over the universities, and shut down all but the most right-wing, pro-putsch media outlets in a clear effort to impose a military dictatorship. Severe repression is planned, the CIA station bluntly reported on September 21. There is no indication whatever that the military plans any early relinquishment of full political power in Chile. Pinochet ascends. Augusto Pinochet was the last general to sign on to the coup, but after September 11 he quickly positioned himself as Chile's preeminent leader. Originally, the military junta formed from heads of the Army, Air Force, Navy. Pinochet in power 163 and Carabineros was intended to be a commission of equals, with a rotating presidency. Pursuant to protocol, the junta named Pinochet, the oldest member and head of the army, as its RST chief. I was elected because I am the oldest, as Pinochet told the press shortly after the coup. But, after a while, Admiral Moreno will be, then General Lee, and so on. I am not an ambitious man, he added. I would not want to seem to be a usurper of power. 8. In fact, Pinochet moved methodically to distinguish himself from the rest of the junta and usurp powers the coup plotters had intended to share. His dual role as army commander-in-chief and head of the junta afforded him a base of institutional support and concentration of force that he wielded to an autocratic advantage. With the army behind him, Pinochet soon discarded the rotation concept. By June 1974, he had pressured the other junta members into signing Decree Law 527 naming him Supreme Chief of the Nation. On December 18, 1974, he assumed the mantle of President of the Republic, a title he held until January 1990 when his dictatorship ended. 9. Both the U.S. intelligence community and the State Department appeared to underestimate Pinochet's individual ruthlessness. 10. A secret post-coup Defense Intelligence Agency biographic data report characterized the Chilean general as quiet, mild-mannered, very businesslike, very honest, hard-working, dedicated, a devoted, tolerant husband and father, lives very modestly, drinks scotch and pisco sours, smokes cigarettes, likes parties. In an October 12, 1973 cable to Washington, Ambassador Nathaniel Davis described a gracious and eloquent private conversation with the budding dictator. If the junta government fails, Chile's tragedy be permanent, Pinochet told Davis, seeking U.S. economic and military assistance. When Davis pointed out that human rights issues, the Horman and Turugay murders high on the list, were already creating political problems, Pinochet responded, "The Chilean government shares fully concern for human rights, and is doing its best to prevent violations and loss of life." 11. Only 3 days after this conversation, Pinochet set in motion a series of massacres that came to be known as the Caravan of Death. He dispatched General Sergio Arellano Stark, a coup leader and chief enforcer of the new regime, to expedite justice in the cases of political prisoners, regional representatives of the Popular Unity government, mayors, police chiefs, prominent trade unionists, and civic leaders in the northern provinces. Between October 16 and October 19, Stark and a death squad of VE officers 12 traveled to the provincial centers of La Serena, Copiapó, Antofagasta, and Cal. 164. AMA in a Puma helicopter. During each stop, Stark identified prisoners, most of who had turned themselves in after an official summons. They were removed from their cells, taken away, brutalized, bayoneted and shot. In La Serena, 15 dead, in Copiapo, 16. In Antofagasta, 14 taken from their cells and executed in the middle of the night, in Calama the next day, 26 prisoners shot and stabbed. 13 over 4 days, the caravan left a death trail of 68 individuals. Most of the victims were unceremoniously thrown into common graves, their families denied permission to bury them. 14 bodies were never recovered and are considered among the RST groups of desaparecidos at the hands of the new military regime. U.S. intelligence knew of these massacres, but reported on them only in vague and incomplete terms. In its biographic report on General Arellano, the DIA noted that he was considered close to Gen. Pinochet and part of the hard line in months after the September 1973 coup because of his summary executions of leftists. The CIA station generously described Stark's operations as part of a campaign to neutralize extremists, although most victims of the caravan of death were upstanding civic officials and well-known members of their communities. The military will continue to act against any person taking belligerent action against law and order, according to a heavily redacted October 25 CIA intelligence report on Pinochet's harsh measures. As an example of this type of action, General Sergio Arellano gave instructions during a recent trip to the south of Chile, to deal harshly with extremists. As a result of these instructions, 6 extremists who had been captured were executed. Arellano gave the same instructions in the north and already 15 have been executed there. Stark himself was acting on instructions. Indeed, more than any other atrocity during his reign, witnesses and evidence tied Pinochet directly to this massacre. When the provincial military commander in charge of the Antofagasta region, General Joaquín N. Lagos, confronted General Arellano and denounced this monstrous and cowardly crime, Arellano showed him a document signed by Pinochet designating him the Oficial Delegado Oficial Delegate to review and accelerate the judicial process on political prisoners in the north. When Lagos complained directly to Pinochet, he was summoned to Santiago on November 1. After turning in a report attributing dozens of deaths to the delegate of the army commander-in-chief, Pinochet sent his assistant to give Lagos the following order: rewrite the report eliminating all references to Arellano's involvement. 14. As an act of official savagery, these mass executions clearly deemed the Pinochet in power 165 character of the regime Augusto Pinochet intended to establish. The caravan of death wreaked at a decision at the highest level of the junta to take vengeance on even nonviolent, civilian supporters of democratic governance. At the same time, it appeared designed to weed out soft commanders such as General Lagos, who was forced into retirement within a few months, and dramatically reconstitute Chile's traditionally law-abiding, constitutionalist officer corps forging a dirty war. The official and extraordinary character of this delegation's journey to the north and its degree of authority from the commander-in-chief, coupled with what it left in its wake in the form of executions without trial and the blatant impunity with which it operated, as the Commission on Truth and Reconciliation noted, could only have given officers of the armed forces and the police one signal: there was only one command structure, and it was going to be used with severity. 15. The murderous mission and message of the caravan of death portended the creation of a Chilean secret police agency, DINA. In some respects, DINA represented the institutionalization of the caravan, a roving instrument of repression, accountable only to Pinochet, intended to eliminate enemies of the state, circumvent civil, legal norms, and strike fear into the populace and less aggressive military services. Initial personnel derived from the caravan team. General Arellano Stark, as the U.S. intelligence learned, was appointed to an elite military commission tasked by General Pinochet with preparing a plan for the reorganization of Chile's intelligence agencies that resulted in DINA's creation. 16 members of his caravan death squad were transferred to the new intelligence agency after it was secretly authorized. 1. Colonel Pedro Espinosa quickly became DINA's deputy director, overseeing repressive operations inside the country and acts of international terrorism abroad. A second member, Armando Fernandez Larios, played a key role in Dina's most infamous external operation, the Washington, D.C. assassination of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft. Aside from Augusto Pinochet himself, Dina would become the main pillar of power for the military dictatorship and its most representative and enduring symbol. Dina was officially created by Junta Decree No. 521 on June 14, 1974. The new law described it as a specialized agency which can provide systematic processed information, in the areas of national security and development. 8 published articles of the decree mandated a military agency of a professional technical nature, composed of personnel from the armed forces, and when necessary, civilian officials. 3 null sections remained. 166. Secret Articles 9, 10, and 11 that provided Dina with its repressive powers to conduct raids, arrests, and secret detentions. U.S. intelligence recognized that the decree provided a statutory foundation for a Gestapo-type police force intended to supplant the intelligence units of each branch of the Chilean armed forces. Taken at face value, the U.S. Naval Attaché, Gerald Brechta, reported to the DIA, the decree granted sweeping investigative powers to the Director Dina. In addition, and equally significant, there are no apparent restrictions to the intelligence operations that the Director can initiate. In total, the law provides legal/official blessing to an organization that is already fully active, and represents a potentially damaging blow to the efforts of the service intelligence organizations to consolidate and enhance their positions. 17. By the time it was officially constituted, Dina had been operating as a brutal secret police agency for more than 6 months. Its origins dated back to a Dina commission created after the coup and led by Lt. Col. Juan Manuel Contreras Sepulveda, a mid-level army administrator with close personal ties to General Pinochet. With Pinochet's blessing, on November 12, 1973, Contreras presented the directors of intelligence for the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Carabineros with a blueprint for establishing a National Intelligence Directorate. Some military officials foresaw Dina as a personal vehicle to enhance Pinochet's power at their expense, but Contreras's plan was quickly approved. 18 On November 17, as the CIA later reported, Pinochet quietly authorized the formal creation of this new secret police force. Dina was intended to centralize both the gathering of intelligence and the dispensing of repression operations then being conducted by the individual services. The Air Force's Servicio de Inteligencia de la Fuerza Aérea, SIFA, became renowned for torture and disappearances. The Navy had its Servicio de Inteligencia Naval SIN. The Army ran SIM, the Military Intelligence Service, and DINE, the Directorate of Army Intelligence. The National Police had SICAR, the Police Intelligence Service. In late 1973, the services created CESIFA, the Armed Forces Counterintelligence Center, in an effort to coordinate and strengthen their own operations. In 1975, they initiated a joint command to track down and eliminate members of the Chilean Communist Party. But while committing countless atrocities, the activities of these agencies paled in comparison to DINA, which, between 1974 and 1977, became the reigning intelligence service engaged in political repression. DINA began operations as a unit hidden within the National Executive Secretariat for Detainees, a new administrative bureaucracy created in December 1973 ostensibly to handle the mass of civilians being Pinochet in power. 167 rounded up and held by the new military regime under the state of siege. Portrayed as a mechanism to provide regular, permanent, and coordinated attention to the plight of thousands of imprisoned Chileans, in reality Sende provided clandestine cover for DINA, which operated as its so-called intelligence department. This department, according to the decree establishing Sende, would have as its responsibilities the zing of norms for interrogations or re-interrogations of the detained, determining the degree of danger, maintaining a permanent coordination with the intelligence branches of the armed forces, Carabineros, and investigationes, with the object of exchanging and maintaining current information which they are able to give about the detained. 19. From the start, DINA became notorious for its brutality, even among the other violent intelligence units in the Chilean armed forces. Agents not only coordinated and conducted interrogations, but also carried out systematic clandestine raids and arrests, while building a network of secret detention and torture centers to extract information from supporters of the former Allende government, terminate and disappear them. In late January 1974, the CIA reported that DINA was committing incidents which have been the source of embarrassment to the Ministry of Defense, including secret detentions that the ministry was unaware of and had denied. As originally predicted, the U.S. Defense Attaché Col. William Hahn reported back to Washington, "It seems as though is developing into a KGB-type organization." The rival services were referring to DINA as the monster. Hahn cabled again on February 5, 1974, reacting their apprehension about its growing power and size. At that point DINA had an estimated 700 agents and officials drawn from ranks of the police, army, and the paramilitary legions of the civilian neo-fascist group Patria y Libertad. By April 1975, it had, in the peculiar parlance of DIA reporting, blossomed to approximately 2,000 regular members with an additional force of 2,100 civilian personnel deployed throughout the nation. With funds approved by Pinochet, in 1975 DINA constructed a new 24-story headquarters at the end of Belgrado Street in Santiago to house its massive expansion. The agency's mission went beyond decimating the left in Chile. DINA also infiltrated a network of spies inside the military government to ensure full loyalty to the Pinochet regime, as well as posted its own agents in policy positions to influence the direction the regime took. Operating at every level of the regime served to enhance DINA's power of repression, which Con. 168. Trias implemented extrajudicially, circumventing the courts and ignoring the legal rules and regulations. No judge in any court or any minister in the government is going to question the matter further if DINA says they are handling, one source told Hahn in early February 1974. The CIA characterized DINA as an all-service intelligence organization, but with Pinochet's blessing, it would become essentially a government within a government. There are three sources of power in Chile, the informant told Col. Hahn, Pinochet, God, and DINA. Large as it was, the secret police personnel, organizational structure, resources, and operations remained largely unknown to the Chilean public. They were, however, known to U.S. intelligence. The CIA began collaborating with DINA soon after it was covertly created. The DIA routinely reported on DINA's continuing institutionalization. In June 1975, a high-level source handed an officer of the U.S. military group the unit of American officers at the embassy known as the MIL Group a comprehensive organizational diagram on Chile's largest and most influential intelligence organization. The structural chart showed a vast apparatus, with numerous operational divisions both inside and outside the country. Key brigades included, the Metropolitan Intelligence Brigade known as BIM, which conducted all raids, arrests, and detentions in Santiago, the Economic Brigade responsible for operations related to the monitoring of public and private sector business/economic activities, and the Citizens Brigade of informers throughout the country. The diagram also identified a Secreta, a secret brigade close to the director whose function remains unknown. Col. Contreras devised and supervised all these operations. In late 1973, Pinochet handpicked him as DINA director. U.S. intelligence dated his appointment on February 24, 1974. Contreras had no formal military background in the field of intelligence. He had spent much of his career as a professor and administrator at Chile's military engineering academies. But his U.S. Department of Defense biographic report recorded that he had taught a course on strategy and intelligence at the Chilean Army War College in the mid-1960s, where then Lieutenant Colonel Pinochet was deputy commandant. The two apparently established a close friendship that enabled Contreras to become Pinochet's closest advisor and ally after the military coup. A DIA biographic assessment would describe Contreras this way. Strong character, with intense loyalty to President Pinochet. Apparent designer, and certainly implementer, of hard-line policy, a very intelligent, observing officer with a keen sense of humor. Strongly. Pinochet in power 169 anti-communist and anti-Marxist to the point that he envisions leftist plots behind every action which seems to him to be counter to Chilean best interests. Extremely capable performer, who is intensely disliked by many, both superiors and peers, because of his ruthless means employed by Dina. While he has ability to achieve higher positions, he will advance only with the personal support of President Pinochet, and could be expected to fall from any position of responsibility without this support. 24. At the time of the coup, Contreras headed the military engineer school at Tejas Verdes, near the port town of San Antonio about 60 miles from Santiago. On September 11, he transformed the engineering school into a detention center known as Prison Camp No. 2, which became the prototype Dina torture execution facility. 25. His early success in extracting confessions and disposing of victims helped to catapult Contreras over the military hierarchy to become Pinochet's intelligence chieftain and commandant, while providing him with a reputation for viciousness that he institutionalized through the Dina. Under Contreras's command, Dina became notorious for three types of gross human rights violations, a web of secret detention camps, the systematic and inhuman practice of torture, and the disappearances of hundreds of Chileans. In addition to Tejas Verdes, Dina operated at least a dozen other secret detention and torture facilities in Santiago and throughout the country. 26. These included Villa Grimaldi, a walled estate built in 1835 and located in a residential section of the Santiago foothills, which served as the headquarters of BIM, Dina's Metropolitan Brigade. As Dina's most important facility in the capital, Villa Grimaldi, known within the military as the Terranova Barracks, operated around the clock, with hooded prisoners being trucked into the camp at all hours of the night and day, to be abused by rotating shifts of torturers. Victims were housed in small wooden rooms, some no bigger than closets. In a small water tower on the property, Dina guards constructed 10 cramped spaces where prisoners were kept after torture but prior to execution. The tower proved to be anal station for many who disappeared at the hands of BIM agents. 27. The Discoteque / La Venda Sexy, a house located on Calle Iran in Santiago, served as another Dina torture center. Its name derived from prisoner reports that music was played continuously while var. 170. Types of abuses took place and that Dina agents used sexual torture as their preferred form of repression at this facility. Many victims were then disappeared. Londres No. 38, a facility housed in the former Socialist Party headquarters in the Santiago region. Dina maintained up to 60 prisoners at a time here, before transferring them to harsher camps. Cuatro Alamos, in a section of the Tres Alamos prison in downtown Santiago, Dina secretly controlled a series of holding cells for prisoners, many of them awaiting transfer from one torture camp to another. Colonia Dignidad, one of the most secretive facilities used by Dina outside of Santiago, Colonia Dignidad was a cult-like German enclave started by ex-Luftwaffe officials from Nazi Germany, located in the Parral province in southern Chile. Dina's regional intelligence brigade operated out of a house owned by the Colonia in Parral. According to the Rettig Commission, a certain number of people apprehended by Dina were really taken to Colonia Dignidad, held prisoner there for some time, and some of them subjected to torture. All of these facilities shared a similar modus operandi. Blindfolded victims were brought to them after being snatched in their homes or on the street by plainclothed agents in Dina's signature unmarked Ford Falcons. Prisoners were severely abused. One Chilean military officer told the U.S. Defense Attaché that Dina used a system of interrogation straight out of the Spanish Inquisition. Each facility specialized in particular forms of torture. At Londres No. 38, for example, Dina agents often rounded up a prisoner's family members and sexually abused them with the prisoner present in order to extract information. Villa Grimaldi was known for its chilly rooms, wooden isolation compartments so small that prisoners could not kneel nor lay down. Other forms of torture were commonly used at all DINA facilities. The report of the Chilean National Commission on Truth and Reconciliation catalogued the horrific methods favored by DINA practitioners to obtain intelligence from prisoners. The grill: prisoners would be tied to a metal bedspring and electrical current applied to sensitive body parts, including sexual organs. La Parrilla: a bar on which victims were suspended by the wrists or by wrists and knees for long periods of time. While suspended, victims received electric shocks and beatings. Pinochet in Power 171. The submarine: forced immersion in a vat of urine and excrement, or frigid water. The dry submarine: use of a cloth bag roped around the head to bring victims to the point of suffocation. This practice was often accompanied with burning victims with cigarettes to accelerate loss of air. Beatings: administered with gun butts, STS, and chains. In one technique, called the telephone, according to a survivor, the torturer slammed his open hands hard and rhythmically against the ears of the victim, leaving the prisoner deaf. 28. In some camps, routine sadism was taken to extremes. At Villa Grimaldi, recalcitrant prisoners were dragged to a parking lot. DINA agents then used a car or truck to run over and crush their legs. Prisoners there recalled one young man who was beaten with chains and left to die slowly from internal injuries. Rape was also a reoccurring form of abuse. DINA officers subjected female prisoners to grotesque forms of sexual torture that included insertion of rodents and, as tactfully described in the Commission report, unnatural acts involving dogs. Few prisoners who were severely tortured lived to provide evidence of these atrocities. DINA agents murdered hundreds of victims. Many of them remain desaparecidos, disappeared. Approximately 1,100 Chileans and one U.S. citizen vanished during the 17-year Pinochet dictatorship, the majority of them at the hands of DINA. Some were killed and buried in secret graves, others were airlifted in a helicopter and thrown into the ocean by DINA agents after cutting their stomach open with a knife to keep the bodies from floating, states the Rettig Commission report. Making victims simply disappear was a particularly cruel method of terrorizing the opposition, inflicting psychological injuries on surviving family members, while avoiding legal constraints and evidence of responsibility and criminal accountability. 29. But many families and human rights workers in Chile did hold the military regime and its secret police accountable, as did the international community. DINA's involvement in secret detention, torture, and disappearances drew strong and continuous condemnation from around the world. The Pinochet regime moves across the world scene like a metal duck in a shooting gallery, CIA analysts lamented in a top-secret report titled, Chile, Running the Gauntlet, dated in early 1976. Its assailants have plenty of ammunition based on the excesses accompanying Salvador Allende's overthrow and the alleged abuses that still mark Chile's security and detention practices. 30. Contreras, rather than Pinochet, became a lightning rod for criticism. U.S. in 172. Intelligence analysts declared him the number one obstacle to the improvement of human rights in Chile. During a private meeting with CIA officials, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs William D. Rogers told his colleagues privately what no U.S. official would state publicly: the DINA chieftain had become the most notorious symbol of repression in Chile. 31. Pinochet and DINA. The June 1974 decree that established DINA stated clearly that it would be a military agency, directly subordinate to the government junta. Pinochet would propagate this myth for years. I could never say that I was actually running DINA, Pinochet argued in his last interview while detained in London. We're under the orders, under the supervision of all of the junta, the four members of the junta. 32. In fact, the junta never supervised DINA operations, and from its inception to its closure, Contreras took orders only from Pinochet himself. The DINA, as the U.S. Defense Attaché reported only several weeks after it was formed, is directly subordinate to junta President Pinochet. 33. Another DIA report dated in April 1975 reiterated, Col. Contreras has reported exclusively to, and received orders only from President Pinochet. 2 years later, a CIA report on Dina's responsibility for the recent increase in torture, illegal detentions, and unexplained disappearances, stated that Contreras answers directly to the president, and it is unlikely that he would act without the knowledge and approval of his superior. Pinochet exercised sole control over Dina because it provided him with much of his ability to consolidate his authority. Not only did Contreras' agents severely repress any opposition from the left, Dina also spied on and intimidated anyone who dared to disagree with Pinochet from within his own military. When the head of the Armed Forces Counterintelligence Center, Lt.Com. Raúl Monsalve complained about Dina's operations and Contreras' relation with Pinochet, other high military officials warned him to moderate his objections or face the possibility that Dina personnel would fabricate an incident which would destroy his career and get him out of their way, witnesses told U.S. officials. Such threats were made, and carried out, repeatedly during Dina's tenure. One of Pinochet's major sources of power is the National Directorate of Intelligence, an organization whose principal mission is internal security but which is extending its influence to ever-growing areas of activity, the U.S. Embassy cabled the Pinochet in Power 173 State Department in mid-1975. Dina reports directly to Pinochet and is ultimately controlled by him alone. 34 Pinochet not only controlled Dina, he empowered its rapid expansion at the expense of other sectors of the military. He gave Contreras carte blanche in establishing personnel levels at the Dina and backed him as he drew agents and staff away from the other services while forcing them to foot the payroll bills. In January 1975, Contreras drafted, and Pinochet signed, an order giving Dina sole responsibility for persecuting the MIR, the regime's #1 counterinsurgency target. Pinochet also ordered the Air Force Intelligence Unit, which Contreras considered a particular rival, to disband and turn over its operations to Dina. As international complaints about Chile's gross violations of human rights escalated, Pinochet used them in an Orwellian effort to broaden Dina's power. In September 1975, the CIA station learned that Pinochet had conducted a personnel investigation into human rights practices and violations by the armed forces and determined that prisoners held by some of the intelligence units were being abused. He then ordered the Interior and Defense Ministers to issue a secret decree to the heads of all the services clearly stating the authorization and procedures for detentions throughout the country. Purportedly intended to improve Chile's human rights record, Pinochet's secret decree in fact bestowed maximum latitude on the main agency responsible for the majority of atrocities. The September 22 order, obtained by CIA operatives, established Dina as the sole agency responsible for detentions, exempting it from obligation to report its activities to the courts or the other military services. The Directorate of National Intelligence, Dina, is authorized to conduct detentions of persons suspected of subversion or political activity throughout the country. In any case in the Santiago area in which the armed forces, carabineros, or in the course of their patrol duties detain individuals engaged in subversive activity, the detainees must be immediately turned over to Dina. Dina will act as the central coordinator for all detention decrees. 35. Dina's monolithic growth created intense rivalries and strains within the regime as other members of the military sought to assert their influence on Chile's future. Threatened by Contreras' power, and expressing concern about Dina's barbaric practices, a number of military officers sought out CIA and Defense Department officials and shared stories of efforts to pour 174. Swayed Pinochet to rein in Dina operations. In April 1975, several army officers tried to convince the president that Dina should be subject to the direction and control of a National Security Council type of authority rather than just the presidency, the DIA reported. To date, the president has not received these suggestions with enthusiasm. Even U.S. military officers began to express concern about the implications of Dina's power. In comments attached to a detailed intelligence report on Dina's expansion, U.S. Defense Attaché, Captain J.R. Switzer, described Dina's development as a particularly disturbing phenomenon. The apprehension of many senior Chilean military authorities regarding the possibility of DINA becoming a modern-day Gestapo may very well be coming to fruition. DINA's autonomous authority is great, and increasing. Junta members are apparently unable to influence President Pinochet's decisions concerning DINA activities in any way. Regarding DINA organization, policies, and operations, Colonel Contreras' authority is near absolute, subject only to an unlikely presidential veto. Until the end of 1975, the U.S. Mill Group viewed this phenomenon as evidence that Contreras had taken control over Pinochet himself. With the rapid growth of DINA into almost every aspect of the government, this office at times felt that the organization and its leaders had gotten out of hand and that the tail might be wagging the dog in Chile, the defense attaché cabled Washington. But during a dinner party with a very senior DINA official, perhaps Contreras himself, the U.S. Air Force attaché in Santiago, Lt. Col. Lawrence Corcoran, gathered intelligence on Pinochet's personal involvement in the operations of his secret police. Contreras met Pinochet every morning at 7:30 a.m., and privately briefed him on the coming events and status of existing DINA activities, this official informed Corcoran. The President issues instructions on DINA, is aware of its activities, and in fact heads it. Brigada Exterior, the external section. As DINA advanced its effort at wiping out all opposition to the regime, Pinochet and Contreras decided to expand Chile's secret police functions. DINA's mission would not be limited to internal security but would build an extraterritorial operational capability to neutralize threats from abroad, particularly the vocal International Solidarity and Human Rights Network. Pinochet in Power 175, that focused worldwide attention on Pinochet's atrocities. The organizational diagram of DINA, obtained by U.S. intelligence, listed a Brigada Exterior. This section, a Chilean source reported, was made up of DINA operatives who conduct traditional intelligence operations in foreign countries. The Exterior Brigade, however, did not conduct traditional operations. Instead of gathering intelligence on the military capabilities and attitudes of potentially hostile governments posing national security threats, the DINA's foreign branch focused on three main missions: forging alliances with other secret police forces, as well as violent anti-communist and neo-fascist groups, in the Southern Cone, United States and Europe, tracking Pinochet's critics abroad, and organizing acts of international terrorism against prominent exiles. To spy on exile movements and activities, DINA posted agents and assets in Chilean embassies around the world, and among the personnel serving the national airline, as well as at international airports, including those in New York. Drawing on the CIA's organizational model, Contreras ordered the creation of DINA stations abroad to facilitate these operations, with agents operating under civilian, rather than military, cover. In the spring of 1974, DINA established its RST station in Buenos Aires. There, according to the Rettig Commission report, Chilean agents engaged in the investigation, surveillance, apprehension, and even elimination of opposition Chileans who had taken refuge. Subsequently, an undercover agent was based at the Chilean embassy in Madrid, Spain, with responsibility for Western Europe. Contreras also tried to insert DINA representatives in France, England, and West Germany to help track the movements of exiled Chilean politicians and more militant groups working across the continent. In 1976, DINA, in collaboration with the secret police services in Argentina and Uruguay, apparently attempted to open a station in Miami, Florida. 36 In their contacts and secret calls, DINA agents used a code name, Luis Gutierrez, to refer to the International Division. The division had a unique communications and computer system, separate from the rest of the directorate. Army Maj. Raúl Iturriaga Newman oversaw the operations of Brigada Exterior, although Contreras exercised close control of this special unit through his deputy, Pedro Espinosa. The brigade drew its staff from Chilean military personnel, and recruited a number of civilians from the ranks of violent rightist groups such Patria y Libertad. But the most famous member of DINA's foreign branch was not Chilean, he was an American, born in Waterloo, Iowa, named Michael Vernon Townley. Townley was the son of a Ford Motor Company overseas manager. He had moved with his family to Chile at age 14 and, only 4 years. 176. Later, married a 26-year-old Chilean woman, Inés Mariana Callejas, with 3 small children. His RST job in Chile in the early 1960s was an encyclopedia salesman. In 1967, Townley and his family moved to Miami, Florida, where he became both familiar and friendly with the hardline, and often violent, anti-Castro Cuban exile community. After Salvador Allende was elected in Chile in September 1970, Townley's anti-communist Cuban friends urged him to contact the CIA and return to Chile to play an undercover role in efforts to undermine the new Chilean government. 37. As he prepared to return to Chile, Townley did approach the CIA in December 1970 to offer his services as a covert asset against the Allende government. 2 months later, according to records of the agency's Office of Security, the Directorate of Operations requested preliminary security approval to use Mr. Townley in an operational capacity. It is not clear how, or if, the CIA employed Townley over the next year, but on December 21, 1971, the DO alerted the Office of Security that the station had cancelled its interest in him as an agent. 38. By then Townley was a star at the Santiago Embassy and Embassy Barnacle, as one diplomat characterized him. He spent considerable time hanging out with various U.S. attaches and officials, Frederick Purdy, David Stebbing, Jeffrey Davido among them, passing on information about his anti-Allende activities. He had stories to share. Townley was now an operative with Patria y Libertad, the avowedly pro-fascist paramilitary group that modeled itself after Hitler's brown shirts. He headed a commando unit responsible for bombings and acts of economic sabotage using Molotov cocktails. Townley also applied his self-taught skills as an electronics expert to design electronic surveillance equipment that allowed Patria y Libertad to intercept radio transmissions between Allende, his guards, and party officials, tapes of which were then provided to the U.S. Embassy. He became renowned in the extremist opposition community for building and deploying mobile radio transmitters and illicit, anti-Allende television stations. When the government tried to scramble those transmissions, Townley led a PL raid in March 1973 to disable a jamming device at a TV station in the city of Concepcion. During the operation, Townley gagged and hogtied a homeless man who was using the station as shelter. He was found dead of asphyxiation the next day. Now a fugitive, Townley ed Chile to Miami. Wanted for murder in Chile, Townley simply waited until the Allende government had been overthrown to return to his adopted country and rejoin his colleagues from Patria y Libertad to celebrate their anti-communist victory. Pinochet in power. 177. On October 3, he obtained a fake Florida driver's license under the alias Kenneth Enyart. On October 5, he received a new U.S. passport using that name. 5 weeks after the coup, Townley flew back to Santiago. Before leaving Miami, however, he met with an old friend from the U.S. Embassy, David Stebbing, and provided him with significant information. In a letter to the State Department's Chile desk officer, Stebbing provided a debrief of Townley that covered coup plotting, Patria y Libertad, and the murder in Concepcion. Prior to the coup, Townley reported, an assassination squad had been formed by Chilean exiles to kill up to 20 members of Allende's government. If there had been no intervening coup, they would have acted in October. The plan was for 6 or 8 people to enter Chile no more than 2 or 3 days before the target date and to pick off as many of their unbodyguarded targets as possible within a space of 3 or 4 hours. Now that the coup had been completed, Patria y Libertad members were showing up as key officials or advisors throughout the new government, Townley advised. Many of his friends are not at all bothered by the term fascist, Stebbing reported. Mike expected to return to Chile within a few days, and will probably be in contact with the embassy again. As Stebbing presciently predicted, he may someday be in trouble again. Indeed, Townley returned to Santiago and immediately resumed his quest to work with the United States as an operative or informant. Embassy Le record numerous contacts between him and U.S. personnel. Aware that Townley was a fugitive in the Concepcion murder case, the American consul, Fred Purdy, nevertheless welcomed him back and provided him with a new, clean, passport in his real name. In December 1973, Townley called attaché Jeffrey Davido to report that he was working with the same Patria y Libertad types he knew prior to the coup, and that the group is accepting assignments from military intelligence. Townley told Davido that he was eager to establish an intelligence relationship with the embassy. In a biographic memorandum drafted in June 1974, Davido described Townley as an AMSIT with rather unsavory past with crypto-fascist Chilean groups, suggest keeping him at arm's length. 39 But just 2 months later another embassy officer, Michael Lyons, accepted a dinner invitation with Townley and his wife, Ines, and reported that the expatriate American was still interested in being a conduit for information for the United States. By then, Townley was a DINA agent. In the late spring of 1974, Contreras's deputy, Col. Pedro Espinoza, recruited him into the service of the 178th Secret Police. Within several months Contreras had provided Townley with an alias, Juan Andres Wilson, a large home to use as a base, and a 4-member team for operations. 40 As a committed, rabid, anti-communist U.S. citizen, Townley provided DINA with multiple skills and opportunities. My husband was an imitation James Bond, his wife would write in a lengthy handwritten account of Townley's DINA career. But I certainly can state that DINA found his knowledge of electronics, English, and purchasing extremely useful. Add to that the fact that as an American he had free access to the United States at any moment without having the need for hard-to-get visas. My husband, moreover, had qualities that made him especially effective in the intelligence community: a bright mind, an incredible memory, and a fail-safe determination and loyalty. And he was absolutely convinced that the military government and Señor Pinochet were the best things that ever could have happened to Chile. 41. Townley became the Brigada Exterior's leading assassin. In September 1974 he carried out his RST major mission, the cold-blooded car bomb attack that killed former Chilean Commander-in-Chief Carlos Prats and his wife in Buenos Aires. In the spring of 1975, his DINA superiors sent him to Mexico City in a failed effort to blow up a convention center LLED with exiled former members of the Allende government. That September, he arranged an assassination plot in Rome, Italy, that left the exiled leader of the Christian Democratic Party, Bernardo Leighton, and his wife critically wounded. And in September 1976, he organized and implemented DINA's most infamous operation, the car bomb assassination of former Chilean Minister Orlando Letelier and his American colleague, Ronnie Carpenmoft, in downtown Washington, D.C. Although his name was not known at the time, in the mid-1970s Michael Townley ranked among the world's most active and dangerous international terrorists. Project Andrea. From the laboratory basement of his DINA-owned mansion in the Lo Curo district of Santiago, Townley directed another top-secret DINA operation with tremendous terrorist potential, the creation of a biological weapon of mass destruction. Codenamed Andrea, the project wreaked at the Pinochet regime's desire to possess a secret weapon that could be used in the event of war against Chile's neighbors, Peru or Argentina. Townley, N.A. Pinochet in Power 179 team of chemists, developed, manufactured, and stored a nerve gas with the scientific name isopropyl methylphosphonuridate, commonly known as sarin. Sarin is extremely lethal. Even a few drops can bring the quick and painful death of hundreds of people. A military delivery system would kill thousands. The gas, according to an FBI memorandum on Project Andrea distributed by then-Director William Webster, vaporizes on being exposed to the atmosphere, producing droplets that enter the body through the skin or lungs to interdict the neurochemistry that permits the respiratory muscles to function. The Japanese cult Aum Shinrikyo used sarin in the Tokyo subway gas attack that killed 12 people and wounded 500 in March 1995. The Bush administration also believed sarin to be part of Saddam Hussein's alleged arsenal of chemical warfare weapons in Iraq. Townley's mission, as Taylor Branch and Eugene Proper wrote in their book Labyrinth, was to develop a weapon that be extremely lethal to large masses of people but whose effects be localized within a relatively small area. 42 After studying the chemical work of German scientists during operations in Europe in the summer of 1975, Townley procured laboratory equipment and compounds from a British chemical engineering company, Gallenkamp. He also purchased a large microwave oven and rented gas storage canisters in Miami. The equipment was paid for out of a special DINA account, under the Titius Company Prosen Limited, at the Southeast First National Bank in Miami, Florida. By the time of the mission to kill Leitlier in Washington, D.C., DINA had manufactured significant amounts of sarin and Townley was working on a military delivery system that would allow the gas to be deployed in a wartime setting. But he had also opened his nerve gas laboratory to representatives of the Cuban National Movement, a violent anti-Castro organization that collaborated in various DINA assassination missions including the Leitlier bombing. The CNM members, as Townley later told his FBI interrogators, requested that the Cuban nationalist movement be furnished a supply of nerve gas to utilize in their terrorist activities. 43 Townley himself considered the possibility that sarin could be utilized in a terrorist mission. In preparation for the assassination of Orlando Leitlier, he took a small quantity of the nerve gas, put it into a Chanel No. 5 perfume bottle and transported it aboard a Lancilite to the United States. As Townley would later admit, he considered the possibility that a female DINA agent could get close enough to Leitlier to deploy the gas, or that he could toss the Chanel bottle into Letelier's car at a stop sign or red light. Once in Washington, however, he resorted to his signature weapon, a car bomb, and eventually returned the gas to a secure DINA storage facility in Santiago. 44. 180. The National Center for Information. The Leitlier mission, while accomplishing Contreras' objectives, brought about DINA's dissolution. The shadow cast over Chile's military as an institution strengthened the hand of the Contreras' enemies in the high command to the point where they convinced General Pinochet to dissolve DINA and reorganize the intelligence service. On August 13, 1977, the junta issued Decree Law No. 1876 abolishing DINA, citing the need to restructure in accord with present circumstances the functions of an agency created during a situation of internal conflict that has now been surpassed. A second decree, No. 1878, issued the same day, established the National Center for Information (CNI) and authorized it to take over DINA's staff, properties, and budgets. Whereas DINA reported to Pinochet, U.S. military intelligence advised in a cable, DINA dissolved, the CNI supposedly would report to the Ministry of Interior and would not have the power of arrest and detention of its predecessor. But Contreras remained as director, meaning that this change in the structure of the secret police was in name only. Between August and November, Chilean intelligence agents at Contreras' direction conducted a string of bombings, robberies, kidnappings, and killings, all of which the CNI blamed on extremists. In fact, as U.S. intelligence quickly reported, Chilean military agents were attempting to orchestrate a climate of chaos and terrorism, to exaggerate the leftist threat. In one coordinated operation, the Chilean secret police blew up 2 suspected safe houses, killing several people, and then blamed the explosions on the left. Arrests and prosecutions would take months, one Chilean official explained to the U.S. military attaché, but an explosion would produce speedy justice. 45 In early November, high-ranking military commanders met with Pinochet again and demanded that Contreras be relieved of his duties as CNI director. Chile's international image on human rights, they argued, would never improve as long as he remained. On November 4, Pinochet abruptly removed Contreras. He was promoted from colonel to brigadier general and given a post at the Army Engineering School and appointed one of DINA's critics, General Odlanier Mina, as new CNI director. According to a CIA intelligence report led on November 9, Pinochet realized that as long as the leadership of the CNI remains basically the same as its predecessor organization, DINA, many critics of the Chilean government will insist that no real change has taken place. CIA informants claimed that Contreras was completely shocked at his ouster. One source compared Contreras, once the most feared and loathed individual in Chile, to a cuckolded husband who is the last to realize his wife was being unfaithful. 46. According to the Defense Intelligence Agency, General Mina would probably improve Chile's claims of house cleaning within the security community. But CNI proved to be qualitatively, if not quantitatively, as repressive as its predecessor. The levels of political killings abated between 1978 and 1980, but as organized protests against the regime escalated, so did CNI's acts of repression. CNI agents would eventually be charged in several of the most gruesome atrocities committed toward the end of the dictatorship, including the killing of trade union leader Tucapel Jimenez in February 1982 and the decapitation murders of 3 Chilean professors in March 1985. Between 1978 and 1985, the Chilean Commission on Truth and Reconciliation estimated, fatal human rights violations committed by the regime totaled 160 people. Most of them are attributed to the CNI. 4. Consolidating dictatorship. The United States and the Pinochet regime. A documented case can be made for the proposition that the current regime in Chile is militaristic, fascistic, tyrannical, and murderous. Internal State Department Dissent Memo, February 1974. In the United States, as you know, we are sympathetic with what you are trying to do here. We want to help, not undermine you. Henry Kissinger speaking privately to Augusto Pinochet, June 8, 1976. The USG wishes to make clear its desire to cooperate with the military junta and to assist in any appropriate way, states a classified cable from the White House Situation Room dated September 13, 1973. We welcome General Pinochet's expression of junta desire for strengthening ties between Chile and U.S. With that secret message, the Nixon administration officially embraced the bloody coup d'état in Chile. The White House directed Ambassador Nathaniel Davis to convey this position to Pinochet at earliest possible opportunity. Davis cabled back the next day. Pinochet expressed most sincere appreciation and said he would like to keep privately in touch. Publicly, the White House portrayed its posture towards the coup as one of neutrality. We took the decision that we would not say anything that indicated either support or opposition, that we would avoid what we had done in Brazil in 1964, where we rushed out by recognizing the government, Kissinger explained to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee during his confirmation hearing as Secretary of State on September 17. But privately, according to the declassified cable traffic, U.S. officials were assuring Chile's military rulers of Washington's full endorsement of their violent move to 210. Take power. With bodies overflowing from morgues, domestic and international condemnation of the bloodshed, strong criticism from the U.S. Congress, and widespread charges of covert U.S. involvement in the coup, the Nixon White House decided to cover up its warm welcome and avoid open identification with Chile's new military regime. Initially, the Nixon administration communicated with Pinochet through an embassy intermediary, the U.S. Mill Group officer, Col. Carlos Urrutia. At midday on September 12, Urrutia secretly met with Pinochet and received a Bren on the status of mopping up operations, and the junta's political plans, as well as Chile's need for U.S. economic and military assistance. The two also discussed the delicacy of matter of contact and a delay in Washington's formal recognition of the new regime. Urrutia then reported their conversation back to Ambassador Davis. Pinochet, as Davis cabled the White House Situation Room, showed understanding and was relaxed about the matter of recognition and volunteered that obviously we should not be the RST to recognize. Indeed, Washington waited 2 weeks until more than a dozen other nations had formally recognized the military junta before quietly extending recognition to the Pinochet regime on September 24. We strongly believe domestic and international considerations make this very brief delay highly advisable in overall interests of new GOC as in our own. A cable from Kissinger and his NSC deputy Brent Scowcroft explained to Davis as he prepared for a furtive non-official meeting with the regime's foreign minister 1 week after the coup. In the meantime, we want GOC to know of our strongest desire to cooperate closely and establish our basis for cordial and most constructive relationship. In the immediate aftermath of the coup, close cooperation took the form of behind-the-scenes diplomatic support, as well as a sympathetic stance on aid useful for continuing acts of repression. On September 14, the U.S. delegation to the United Nations strongly recommended that the new Chilean government dispatch a representative of stature, presence, and alertness to New York without delay to present a persuasive justification for the overthrow of Allende and counter harsh criticism leveled by the Soviets and Cubans. U.S. officials at the UN worked closely with Chilean diplomats to cast the coup in the most positive light. Back in Santiago, Ambassador Davis lobbied members of the new junta on enlisting the help of the Christian Democrats with this problem of foreign image. This idea eventually led to a tour of Latin America and Europe by prominent members of Chile's Christian Democratic Party to present a public justification for the coup, a tour secretly financed by the CIA. On September 15, the U.S. Air Force attaché was approached by the head 211 of logistics for the Chilean Air Force, who requested the U.S. immediately provide 1,000 ARs to be used for illumination purposes in military operations against extremist groups, as well as 1,000 steel helmets for soldiers. I believe it is advisable to accommodate this request discreetly if possible, Ambassador Davis cabled Washington. In another cable the same day, he argued that providing the equipment would be a key signal of support. The new Chilean government is obviously operating under great strains, and is counting friends in this moment. Negative from us could have serious repercussions and set pattern of attitudes we should probably be willing to take some risks to avoid. 2 weeks later, Davis alerted the State Department that the Chilean military had requested a U.S. detention center advisor and needed technical support as well as portable tents and housing as they scouting new locations for the eventual transfer of thousands of prisoners from the National Stadium. The ambassador recognized that sending of advisor to aid in establishment of detention camps provides obvious political problems, but he recommended Washington send temporary housing equipment without specifying its usage. Department may wish to consider feasibility of material assistance in form of tents, blankets etc., Davis recommended, which need not be publicly and specifically earmarked for prisoners. From the outset, Washington confronted the political pressures of aligning U.S. foreign policy with a ruthless regime. As major media outlets such as the New York Times reported death tolls in the thousands, Nixon administration officials faced increasingly tough questioning from both the press and Congress. In some of these congressional hearings, I've been asked, how many people have been killed? Is it true the rumors that we hear? Assistant Secretary Kubis-Kandid to Kissinger during an October 1 staff meeting. But the new Secretary of State made his position clear. The U.S. would not defend atrocities by the new regime, but we should not support moves against them by seeming to disassociate ourselves from the Chileans. As he admonished, I think we should understand our policy that however unpleasant they act, this government is better for us than Allende was. 5. Helping the regime consolidate, overt assistance. The Nixon administration mobilized quickly to help the Chilean military consolidate its rule. Within 1 day of the coup, the WSAG, an interagency task force known as the Washington Special Actions Group, met to begin preparing assessments on anticipated short, medium, and long-term Chilean assistance requirements, according to a secret/notice Bren memorandum prepared for Kissinger. The CIA immediately began gather 212 intelligence on Chile's currency reserves and debt obligations. Within a week of the coup, action programs were readied on meeting Chile's economic, monetary, and military necessities. On September 20, Kissinger chaired a meeting of the WSAG where the decision was made to instruct Ambassador Davis to talk to the junta, to inform them of our goodwill, of our intention to recognize and when when the emergency food supplies will be delivered, and authorizing the ambassador to discuss, with junta, Chile's middle and long-term economic needs. Almost overnight, Washington reopened the spigot of bilateral and multilateral economic assistance to Santiago. In every category of direct and indirect bilateral and multilateral economic and military assistance to Chile, U.S. aid rose dramatically following the coup, marking the end of the invisible blockade Nixon and Kissinger had used to undermine the Allende government. It is quite apparent that Chile is going to need considerable aid, Assistant Secretary Cubis declared to Congress on September 29, and if it adopts a sensible government, I would expect that aid to be given. On October 6, the U.S. Department of Agriculture granted the Pinochet regime $24 million in commodity credits for the purchase of wheat to help alleviate food shortages, credits that had been previously denied to the Allende government. In November, another such credit was authorized. On November 14, we announced our second CCC credit to Chile, $24 million for feed corn. Kissinger's aides informed him in a secret situation report attached to the Declassified memorandum, Chilean executions, alerting him to hundreds of murders by the regime during its RST weeks in power. Those commodity credits were supplemented by dramatic allocations from AIDS Food for Peace program known as P.L. 480 Title I and II. During the RST 3 years of the military government, Chile received $132 million in Food for Peace grants, as compared to $14.7 million during the 3 years before the coup. Pinochet's Chile not only received far greater amounts of U.S. assistance than the Allende government, the military regime obtained remarkable preferential treatment over all other countries in Latin America. In school years 1975 and 1976, Chile received 80% of all Title I Food for Peace assistance to Latin America, even though the country contained only 3% of the region's population. On PL 480, I understand Chile is getting 2/3 of the total for Latin America, Kissinger told Foreign Minister Patricio Carvajal during a September 29, 1975 meeting. 6. During the same time period, Chile received over $30 million from aid in housing guarantees, compared to only $4 million of such grants aid dispersed among the rest of Central and South America. 7. Freed from U.S. obstruction at the multilateral lending institutions, the 213. World Bank and the IDB both reopened their loans programs in Chile. IDB loans between 1971 and 1973 totaled $11.6 million. During the RST 3 years of Pinochet's rule, that GUR rose to $237.8 million. The World Bank, which had provided zero credit to the Allende government, authorized $66.5 million from 1974 to 1976. When Pinochet's ambassador to Washington, Manuel Trucco, complained to Kissinger and Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs William Rogers that with the World Bank we are experiencing certain delays, Rogers assured him that Chile should have no problem. We are leaning hard on the bureaucracy. 8. The multilateral bank loans obtained with U.S. pressure totaled hundreds of millions, Ambassador David Popper wrote to Rogers in late July 1975. In addition, there was the hundreds of millions we have saved for Chile through our part in debt rescheduling arrangements. Having actively discouraged any debt negotiations during Allende, the United States encouraged repeated rescheduling under Pinochet. We spearheaded the Paris Club debt rescheduling, noted one secret memo sent to Rogers. In 1975, the U.S. agreed to reschedule nearly $100 million Chile owed to U.S. banks. U.S. policy was to maintain and strengthen the new Pinochet regime, according to declassified State Department records. Indeed, Washington's largesse allowed the junta to quickly overcome the food shortages that had plagued Chile during Allende, stabilize the economy, and curry favor with the middle and upper classes, all of which contributed to its consolidation of power. The United States had provided absolutely vital assistance to the Chileans, Ambassador Popper noted in a major policy review paper in July 1975. The Chileans are fully aware of it, and are quick to express their appreciation. 9. Washington's economic largesse freed up foreign exchange for the acquisition of armaments. Once in power, the Chilean military went on a buying binge, reaching agreement with the U.S. to expedite delivery of arms ordered before the coup and on more than $100 million in new weapons and spare parts. The Chileans sought M60 tanks and F-5 supersonic aircraft, as well as complex air defense systems, TOW missiles, and various types of munitions. They also ordered equipment that could be directly deployed for repression: armored personnel carriers, recoilless rise, jeeps, trucks, anti-riot gear, and communication systems. The Chileans requested, but were forced to withdraw, an application for $12 million in foreign military sales credits for counterinsurgency gear to out 23 special counterinsurgency basic units. 10. But on December 28, 1973, the State Department began authorizing export licenses for commercial sale of lethal equipment, including 2,500 M16 Rise, 1,600 submachine guns, and 2.2 million rounds of ammunition that the Chileans paid for with cash. Within 3 years of taking 214 power, Pinochet's Chile had established itself as the FTH largest customer in the world behind such major league buyers as Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Iran of U.S. military hardware. 11. Helping the regime consolidate, covert assistance. Clandestine U.S. support also helped Pinochet establish his violent grip on power. The CIA's Santiago station, with many connections to the military and civilian groups now behind the junta, was well situated to offer critical aid. Covert action projects being run against Chile's elected government prior to September 11 could be extended and reconfigured to contribute to consolidation of the new military regime. In the aftermath of September 11, the CIA initiated what Cables referred to as an effort to make new government strong and effective. 12. That included amending covert political and propaganda operations, and developing new agents of influence and assets within Chile's post-coup power structures. The station also established close relations with Pinochet's new security services, providing organizational training and support for DINA after it began operations in late 1973. At the time of the coup, the Santiago station was heavily staffed with numerous veteran officers and a roster of new agents sent in the late summer of 1973. They included, Chief of Station Raymond Warren, who lived at 952 America Vespuccio Street and operated under the cover of embassy political officer, Deputy Cos Donald Winters, who also posed as an embassy officer and resided at 1275 Tobalaba, and John Devine, an operative who handled the CIA's media and propaganda operations in Chile. 13. Two other CIA agents, John Hall and James Anderson, operated as vice-consuls in the consulate, where, incredibly, they handled cases of U.S. citizens disappeared, detained, and abused by the Chilean military following the coup. In the aftermath of September 11, the CIA station quickly offered material assistance to the regime. But the barrage of accusations of agency involvement in the military takeover prompted Langley headquarters to delay direct aid. Regret has already discussed this matter with Junta. Western Hemisphere Division Chief David Atlee Phillips cabled Santiago on October 3. Agency operational activities in Chile are now prime target for congressional investigations, and we expect questioning to continue for some time, especially in view of increasing news coverage hostile to the repressive measures being adopted by junta. The CIA, Phillips added, must provide honest answers to questions regarding current ops activities and thus cannot assist junta. 14. Instead, the CIA focused on helping the junta improve its bloody image abroad, and popularity at home. On September 19, Ambassador Davis AP. 215. Approved a station request to finance the purchase of what David Atlee Phillips described as a small network of media outlets that would be instrumental in mounting a propaganda campaign to popularize the junta's programs. 15. Two CIA collaborators helped the junta draft a White Book of the Change of Government in Chile, a public relations publication that was widely distributed to the press and political groups in the United States and other nations. 16 And the CIA continued to covertly underwrite its most important asset, the El Mercurio newspaper empire, as it became the leading voice of pro-regime propaganda in Chile, regularly maximizing the military's reforms while minimized reporting on repression. Prior to the coup, the CIA's fiscal year 1974 propaganda project budget for Chile authorized what the CIA called the steady barrage of anti-government criticism against Allende to exploit every possible point of friction. That budget approved covered funding for El Mercurio and its propaganda mechanisms through April 1974. Following the coup, however, the Santiago Station and the Western Hemisphere Division determined an extension was necessary, a high additional subsidy through the end of June to allow the military regime's key oracle a smooth transition off the clandestine U.S. dole. Covered funding was essential to maintaining the trust and continued collaboration of the and through them, to maintain our capability for influencing the junta and molding Chilean public opinion, according to a staff report opposing a deadline for terminating the propaganda project. 17 This project had not only played a significant role in setting the stage for the military coup, David Adley Phillips reminded his superiors in a January 9, 1974 memorandum, it was essential to advance national and international propaganda efforts in support of the Pinochet regime. Since the coup, these media outlets have supported the new military government, he wrote. They have tried to present the junta in the most positive light for the Chilean public and to assist foreign journalists in Chile to obtain facts about the local situation. The project is therefore essential in enabling the station to mold Chilean public opinion in support of the new government. Faced with State Department pressure to wrap up its pre-coup covered projects, the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division sought and obtained an additional $176,000 to give this multifaceted propaganda mechanism the opportunity to locate alternative funding sources, and assure that CIA propaganda assets had an incentive to continue working with the station. The additional funds helped cushion the blow for Auguste N. Edwards's media empire as years of covert U.S. financing were nearly phased out. In late February 1974, 216 agents from the CIA station met with El Mercurio representatives and informed them that post-coup circumstances made it impossible for us to continue to subsidize media outlets and that we wished to divest ourselves of any responsibility for them. The Chileans were told that at the end of the fiscal year, all subsidy support would cease. For these long-standing Chilean media assets, the CIA station chief reported back in a secret March 1, 1974 cable to Phillips, this news came as a shock and disappointment. Through its political action programs, the CIA also covertly promoted the image of the new regime. In October 1973, the station secretly announced an international tour by a group of prominent Christian Democrats to justify the military overthrow. The trip, which lasted more than a month, included party leaders such as Enrique Krauss, Pedro Jesus Rodriguez, Juan de Dios Carmona, and Juan Hamilton. 18 The party arrived at a plan for sending a truth squad to a number of Latin American and European capitals to explain the background of the Chilean military coup and the PDC's association with, and support of, the junta in this situation, the CIA's Directorate of Operations advised in a secret memorandum for the Kissinger-chaired 40 Committee. Unfortunately, the PDC has not had the time to recover from the financial drought of the Allende period, therefore, according to the CIA memo, covered funding was necessary. Post-coup covered support for the Christian Democrats, and other political action projects became subject to a lengthy, and rather extraordinary debate among high-ranking U.S. officials in the CIA and Department of State. At the time of the coup, only $13,000 of the $1 million in covered funds authorized on August 20 by the 40 Committee for Political Action Operations had been dispensed by the Santiago station. Initially, the CIA and Ambassador Davis believed they still had authority to distribute the rest even after the events of September 11. But in Washington, CIA and State Department officials determined that the August 20 authorization was a dead letter. The situation has changed so drastically since August 20 40 Committee approval that we must start anew, as Langley headquarters cabled the CIA station on September 21. Ongoing projects would be reviewed and reconsidered, and post-coup expenditures would have to be approved again by the 40 Committee. In early October, the CIA presented its RST appeal for initial post-coup support to the 40 Committee. On October 15, the 40 Committee did approve interim funding for the propaganda projects to improve the junta's image. The CIA then moved to renew and amend the subsidies for the political parties it had supported to bring down Allende. On December 26, the agency proposed to reconfigure the FI 1974 budget to support the National Party, described as the government's party, to $580,666. The PN, according to the CIA proposal, 217, feels that if it succeeds in becoming the government's standard bearer, it will not need further U.S. government financial support. The CIA also proposed to renew covert funding for the Partido Democrático Cristiano, including payments promised before the coup, along with a clandestine subsidy surge funding to allow the near-bankrupt party to pay its bills in the year following the coup. In late November, the agency sought to adjust the FI 1974 budget for the PDC Political Action Program to $685,150 and requested $160,000 to underwrite the party from December 1973 through April 1974. 19. Facing State Department resistance to continuing political action projects in Chile, several weeks later the CIA submitted a secret/sensitive proposal for the 40 Committee titled Request for Chilean Christian Democratic Party, asking for at least 3 months' worth of financing, and a terminal payment that would allow the Christian Democrat Party to meet its payroll in early 1974 and wean itself away from 12 long years of covert U.S. support. 20. The debate over this $160,000 proposal at the highest levels of Kissinger's State Department reeked at U.S. determination to back a brutal military regime over even minimal support for the party that had represented Washington's greatest hope for Chilean democracy since John F. Kennedy's Alliance for Progress. Now that Allende was dead, the rationale for covert action to preserve Chile's democratic institutions no longer seemed important to U.S. policymakers, even as the regime that overthrew him was systematically dismantling those very institutions. Only one State Department official, a Bureau of Intelligence and Research analyst named James Gardner, who served as a liaison to the CIA on covert operations, seemed to grasp the stark hypocrisy in the U.S. posture. A documented case can be made for the proposition that the current regime in Chile is militaristic, fascistic, tyrannical, and murderous, Gardner wrote in a February 1974 secret memo in an effort to convince his superiors at INR to support covert assistance to the PDC in Chile. At the same time, I think a case can be made for the proposition that the PDC is a sturdily democratic political organization, perhaps the only one in Latin America. The financial cost we are asked to pay to make it perhaps possible for this party to survive is small. The projected assistance would seek only to strengthen an element in Chilean society that might be able to moderate the excesses of this regime. I cannot really believe that our acceptance of the junta must involve passive identification with its more grotesque aberrations. Gardner cited a historical reason as well. 218. With the exception of our past aid to democratic elements in Chile, I am unfamiliar with any case in which our intervention has had any effect but to favor conservative or reactionary elements. We have never worked against the right, no matter how extreme it has been. If we refuse to assist the PDC in Chile, we will have preserved unbroken a record in which I would take some pleasure in seeing at least one, especially if our interests were thereby served. 21. Other U.S. officials endorsed minimal covert assistance to the PDC, but for different reasons. At a meeting with the CIA in November 1973, Deputy Assistant Secretary Harry Schlotterman took the position that a covert subsidy would enable the PDC to support the new regime, but should be extended with the clear understanding that after such and such a date the party would be over. If aid were terminated now, he conceded, we would be causing ourselves trouble, for it would look as if we had been interested simply in knocking off Allende. The CIA, for its part, advanced the cogent position that support the PDC was necessary for it to compete politically against leftist parties if and when Pinochet returned power to civilian rule. Otherwise, an abrupt cessation of U.S. government financial support would strain the PDC's already depleted resources before it had a chance to end the alternative sources, the CIA noted, and, probably of greater import, would adversely affect the U.S. government's relationship with the party. 22 And Ambassador Popper weighed in with the argument that support for the Christian Democrats was a way to help the junta. Covert funding, he cabled, would assist in influencing the PDC in the direction of strengthening its policy of maintaining correct relations with the junta, support of constructive junta goals, and avoiding at all costs an open break with the government. 23 But Kissinger's top aides worried that Pinochet would view as an insult any CIA covert support for political forces that the regime intended to suppress. For the first time in more than a decade of massive covert intervention, U.S. officials voiced concern that Washington could be accused of meddling in Chile's internal affairs. At a November 23-era CIA meeting, Assistant Secretary Cubis voiced his opposition in principle to covert political operations, particularly since we now have a different situation in Chile. The secret meeting minutes recorded his position. The question now was whether, given the abrupt change in Chile and in the security situation there, it was really essential to any tuna political situation simply to be a moderating influence and to help the opposition stay alive. He found it difficult to see a persuasive case that we should do so. His feelings were sharpened by the problems that 219 seemed to be emerging between the junta and the PDC, and by the fact that the Secretary had made it clear that the change in regime in Chile was much in our interest and that we should do all we could to help the junta succeed. In view of the Secretary's remarks, he would not be comfortable recommending assistance to any element in Chile that was not completely identified with the junta. What would happen if the junta discovered that the U.S. was still clandestinely supporting democratic parties? According to Cubis, they naturally would ask what the hell we were doing, he told his colleagues on November 23. If we could say our program had ended with the overthrow of Allende, he concluded, our position would be sound. In a cable from CIA headquarters to Santiago reporting on the meeting, CIA officials complained that Cubis kept raising serious problems if junta discovered we were funding PDC, and requested that the station send any new or particularly compelling arguments in favor of proposal since we will obviously need best possible ammunition. Without resolution, the internal debate between the CIA and the State Department over secret funding for the Christian Democrats extended well into the spring of 1974. On April 4, the head of the Bureau of Intelligence and Research, William Hyland, wrote a memorandum opposing what he called a messy affair, driven by bureaucratic clandestine momentum. Kissinger should be told, Hyland argued, that any payments to the PDC would be exposing ourselves to congressional reactions for continued meddling in Chile. Moreover, he added, I don't quite understand why we continue to support a political party that is, in effect, in opposition to the government, which I presume we now support. After former Chilean President Eduardo Frei raised the sensitive issue of the covert funding with Ambassador Popper during an April 18 meeting, however, the embassy sent a special cable through CIA channels appealing for reimbursement of funds the PDC had spent during the climactic days of the civilian opposition struggle against the Allende government. Popper argued that it is in our interest to maintain a minimally satisfactory relationship with the PDC, and to avoid the imputation of bad faith. We have been put on notice, he added, that our failure to meet the obligation will result in deterioration of our present contacts. 24 The ambassador's advocacy led to a compromise, since the CIA had pledged financing to the PDC before the coup and the party had made commitments based on that pledge. The CIA would make annual, secret payment adjusted for ination to cover pre-coup PDC commitments made between July 1 and September 10. If asked by the U.S. Congress or the Chilean junta. 220. U.S. officials could then claim no clandestine political operations following the coup. With the understanding that it would mark the end of our covert assistance to the PDC, I believe we should approve the payment of the Assistant Secretary Cubis recommended to Kissinger's deputy, Joseph Sisko, on May 7. In a June 11 secret/sensitive/eyes-only action memorandum titled Termination of the Chile Account Marked Outside System to Hide It from the NSC Bureaucracy, Kissinger's office approved the state/CIA compromise for clandestine commitments made before the coup in Chile. On June 24, the 40 Committee authorized this null payment. 25. Off Chile, the CIA's 12-year covert action program to underwrite the Christian Democrats ended on June 30, 1974, with the CIA implementing liquidation plans to close down safe houses, bank accounts, and other covert mechanisms of this funding operation. So too did the clandestine operations in support of other political parties such as Partido Nacional, the Democratic Radical Party, and the Radical Party of the Left. By the end of June, the agency had also formally terminated its covert action propaganda activity built around El Mercurio, considered to be its most successful and influential covert action project in Chile in support of the military takeover. With the Pinochet regime RMLY in place, the CIA now reconfigured its role in Chile. The Santiago station's operational and budgetary emphasis shifted from covert action operations to one which was predominantly non-CIA oriented, as internal CIA records described the transformation after the coup. By the summer of 1974, the CIA's operations focused on liaison relationships with Chile's security services, particularly the secret police force, the Directorate of National Intelligence, DINA. The CIA and DINA. After the coup, the CIA renewed liaison relations with the Chilean government's security and intelligence forces, noted the Church Committee in its report, Covert Action in Chile, 1963 to 1973. For more than 2 decades, that oblique sentence constituted the only official recognition of CIA support for DINA and the other intelligence units responsible for repression during the initial years of the regime. In its own September 2000 report, Covert Activities in Chile, the CIA slightly expanded the description of its liaisons with the Pinochet regime. The CIA offered these services assistance in internal organization and training to combat subversion and terrorism from abroad. Covert assistance, as one intelligence officer elaborated, consisted of manuals. 221. Technical support, organizational methodology, and facility blueprints. 26. But covert ties to DINA extended beyond such basic assistance. The CIA regards its liaison relations with foreign intelligence services among its most sacred of secrets. The details of its support for DINA remain highly classified. But it is clear that the CIA helped DINA become the dominant force it became during the early years of the dictatorship. Shortly after DINA was created, CIA Station Chief Ray Warren promised Colonel Contreras planning, training, and organizational support. 27. To demonstrate the CIA's high-level commitment, the legendary Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, Gen. Vernon Walters, arrived in Santiago to confer with Pinochet over CIA assistance. Pinochet told Walters that he had handpicked Contreras to lead. Contreras then received an invitation to come to Washington in the early spring of 1974. On March 4, the CIA hosted a lengthy lunch meeting between Contreras, Walters, and officers of the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division. A report on the session sent to the CIA Santiago station totaled 3 pages recording the various elements of collaboration the CIA could supply, but years later the agency would only declassify 1 paragraph in which CIA officials stressed to Contreras that they would provide training and support, but not for any activities which might be construed as internal political repression. In August of 1974, according to Contreras, a team of 8 CIA specialists arrived in Santiago to train DINA officers. How long they stayed, and the substance of their training mission remains top secret. The CIA assisted DINA even though officials understood the distinction between support for external subversion and internal repression to be a false one. In documents reviewed by the Church Committee but never declassified, agency officials acknowledged that while most of CIA's support to the various Chilean forces would be designed to assist them in controlling subversion from abroad, the support could be adaptable to the control of internal subversion as well. 28. More than once, U.S. officials raised the specter of Dina's escalating human rights atrocities and expressed concerns that the CIA could be accused of contributing to Dina's repression. The policy community and CIA, the agency's own review, covered activities in Chile, recognized that the relationships opened the CIA to possible identification with the liaison service's internal operations involving human rights abuses, but determined that the contact was necessary for CIA's mission. In pursuit of that mission, CIA agents maintained close communications with Contreras while he was Dina chieftain between 1974 and 1977. The agency characterized this relationship as correct but not cordial and smooth. But State Department and embassy officials interpreted his relations 222 with the CIA differently. According to U.S. Embassy political officer John Tipton, the agency and Dina were in a close relationship, particularly after a new station chief, Stuart Burton, arrived in the spring of 1974 to replace Ray Warren. Burton and Contreras used to go on Sunday picnics together with their families, Tipton told journalist Lucy Commissar in an interview. The closeness of their relations, he remembered, permeated the whole CIA station. 29 In Washington, the memoranda from the State Department's Chile desk also noted the close ties between Contreras and Deputy Director Gen. Walters. Colonel Manuel Contreras considers himself a bosom buddy of the general, the desk officer reported. Pinochet and Contreras utilized these ties whenever they could. When the political controversy over Pinochet's human rights record escalated in July 1975 after the regime abruptly cancelled the visit of the United Nations Human Rights Commission, Pinochet authorized Contreras to approach Chief of Station Burton for permission to meet with CIA Deputy Director Vernon Walters in Washington, D.C. The message Contreras conveyed was that General Pinochet wishes that Gen. Walters receive an emissary for the purpose of learning Chile's position on the human rights issue for passage to Secretary Kissinger, a cable from Burton to headquarters noted. The trip would have to be top secret, as Ambassador Popper told Burton if there were publicity, could be counterproductive. Recognizes value in maintaining good relations with President Pinochet, who should not be led to believe we are rebuffing his efforts to communicate with us. Therefore, thinks it would be worthwhile if General Walters could give Contreras a little time to allow latter to unburden himself on human rights and, thus, let leadership let off steam. Secretary Kissinger was briefed that the investigator, as aides referred to Contreras, intended to travel to Washington. At the White House, Kissinger's National Security Deputy, Brent Scowcroft, signed off on the visit. On the Saturday morning of July 5, Contreras secretly met with Walters at a CIA office at Fort Myer in Arlington, Virginia. He provided the CIA Deputy Director with a Dina dossier on the VE members of the UNRWA, purporting to demonstrate that they were ordinately leftists and biased in their views, according to one Debren of the meeting, and said he wanted senior members of the United States government to know this. 30 In a subsequent memo to Scowcroft reporting on Contreras' visit, Walters noted that Pinochet had sought understanding for the decision to block the UNRWA, as well as a pledge of U.S. support against any effort in the United 223 nations to expel Chile. Perhaps more importantly, Walters reported that Contreras raised the issue of how to circumvent congressional sanctions on U.S. military equipment. Chileans know they cannot get direct aid because of congressional opposition. Wonder if there is any way they could get it indirectly via Spain, Brazil, or the Republic of Korea. 31 Contreras spent another 4 days in the States before returning to Santiago on July 9, much to the relief of State Department officials. In the CIA-era meeting on July 11, Assistant Secretary Rogers expressed his concern that the Dina chieftain had been noticed attending a Washington dinner party. Contreras, Rogers declared, was notorious for his repression. His mission to meet with the CIA Deputy Director would be dynamic if it came out. Yet only several weeks later, this notorious individual was back in Washington, meeting again with General Walters, and running diplomatic and political interference for the Pinochet regime against the international and congressional chorus of condemnation on the regime's human rights record. On August 23, Contreras traveled to New York to confer with Chile's UN mission, ostensibly to brief them on Pinochet's strategy for defusing the uproar over the Human Rights Commission, and to quietly lobby Secretary General Kurt Waldheim to come to Chile or send a select delegation in place of the working group. The main purpose of the meetings in New York, it appeared however, was to consult on the advisability of Pinochet traveling to the UN to defend Chile himself. On August 24, Contreras returned to Washington. He met RST with the State Department's Chile desk officer, Rudy Fimbres, and assured him that the regime soon would liberalize its internal security practices. According to a 4-page memcan of the meeting, Contreras argued that the Pinochet regime was simply misunderstood. He recognized Chile's image abroad was negative, Fimbres reported. While much of this was the result of communist activity, he thought there were sincere and moderate leaders in the U.S. who had not had a chance to appreciate the positive accomplishments of the Pinochet government. 32 On Fimbres's recommendation, Contreras met with the office of one of Pinochet's leading critics, Rep. Donald Fraser. There is no torture, he told them, and there wasn't much before. 33 On August 25, Contreras again met with General Walters, this time at Langley headquarters for lunch. The luncheon will be essentially for protocol purposes, a memo to DCI William Colby stated. Private discussions will be held between the DDCI and Colonel Contreras after lunch, when Colonel Contreras will explain recent measures taken by the Chilean government to improve its image on the civil rights issue. Before the meeting, CIA and State Department officials met to discuss COL 224. Onel Contreras' current visit to the U.S. They agreed on a set of talking points Chile and human rights for Gen. Walters to invoke during the meeting. But there is no evidence that Walters used them, and all information regarding why Walters would meet with Contreras in Washington twice in the space of 7 weeks remains classified. 34 At that time, the CIA was guarding its darkest, and best kept secret in its relations with Contreras. The Dina chieftain was a paid CIA asset. In the late spring of 1975, as the CIA was reporting that Contreras bore the responsibility for much of the Pinochet regime's ongoing human rights atrocities, Santiago Station Chief Stuart Burton began lobbying to put him on the CIA payroll. In May and June 1975, the CIA acknowledged years later, elements within the CIA recommended establishing a paid relationship with Contreras to obtain intelligence based on his unique position and access to Pinochet. Besides access to Pinochet, the agency had another reason for putting Contreras on the payroll. There was one particular operation on which the CIA sought his help, a former intelligence officer recalled. 35 The station had set up secret bank accounts to surreptitiously pass funds to Contreras for collaborative projects. Speaking of accounts, as Dina operative Michael Townley wrote in a private letter to a Chilean colleague, MAMO has at least one, if not more, current accounts, open together with the CIA. Accounts that are used to reimburse the service for work done for the CIA or together with them. 36 Contreras maintained 2 bank accounts at the Riggs Bank in Washington, D.C. a personal account and a Dina service account under the Titius Company Benito Villar Construction, Townley told the FBI. In one secret account, the CIA deposited a still classified sum as a payment for Contreras in the midsummer of 1975. 37 Records from the Riggs Bank show that on July 21, 1975, a $6,000 deposit was made to Contreras' personal account in Washington from an unknown source. 38 The Santiago station expected to make such deposits on a monthly basis, but at CIA headquarters, Ray Warren, the head of the Western Hemisphere Division, abrogated this agent asset arrangement. At the time Contreras was placed on the payroll, Dina's involvement in disappearing hundreds of Chileans had become an international human rights scandal. State Department officials were known to be concerned over agency's contacts with Chilean intelligence. Moreover, the CIA was, in the summer of 1975, coming under intense congressional scrutiny for its covert involvement in Chile. When the contractual paperwork on Contreras arrived on his desk, Warren recalled in a later conversation with a U.S. diplomat, "I said, oh my God, this guy is going to haunt us, and cut it off." 39 Burton received orders to inform Contreras that he was not popular in 225. Washington and headquarters had rejected making him a full-time covered asset. Payment, therefore, would be one time only. 40. CIA scandals and investigations. On July 14 and 15, 1975, around the same time CIA headquarters and the Santiago station were placing Manuel Contreras on their covered payroll, Director of Central Intelligence William Colby was called to testify in closed session before a special Senate panel, the Select Committee to Study Government Operations with Respect to Intelligence Activities, led by Senator Frank Church. Colby was questioned extensively about former President Nixon's orders to foment a coup in Chile in 1970, Track 2, and the assassination of General René Schneider. His responses: Colby denied the CIA was involved in an assassination plot, but admitted it had attempted to foster a coup in Chile, were promptly leaked to the New York Times. It was all very discouraging, the CIA's liaison to ERA, George Lauder, told Assistant Secretary Rogers about the disclosures. The CIA had to protect its sources. More importantly, Rogers angrily responded, the State Department had to protect the hemisphere. A price would be paid for the leak. The CIA had got out of the assassination charges by saying it had taken part in a coup attempt. From a diplomatic perspective, Rogers continued, the confession of having planned a coup d'état had been almost as bad as an assassination. Diplomatically, it was terribly damaging. It was the most explicit admission yet. 41. This was the second time Colby's secret testimony about Chile had created a major uproar when his revelations spilled into the press. On April 22, 1974, the CIA director appeared in executive session before the House Armed Services Committee for a Bren on clandestine operations the CIA had conducted in Chile between 1970 to 1973. The agency activities in Chile, Colby indicated according to a summary of his testimony, were viewed as a prototype, or laboratory experiment, to test the techniques of heavy financial investment in efforts to discredit and bring down a government. 42. Such admissions appeared to significantly contradict sworn denials by high-ranking officials, among them Kissinger and former DCI Richard Helms, that the CIA had attempted to undermine Allende. When Massachusetts Representative Michael Harrington read a classified transcript in July, he realized that U.S. officials had grossly deceived Congress during the ICHIA hearings the year before. He immediately contacted the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations and Subcommittee on Multinational Corpora. 226. J. William Fulbright and Frank Church, but they were reluctant to revisit the Chile scandal. The congressman asked what I thought he should do, Church's staff director Jerome Levinson recalled in an unpublished memoir. Levinson recommended that Harrington give it one more try through established channels. I suggested he send a letter to Fulbright detailing the basis for his concerns and requesting a special inquiry. Harrington took that advice. Congress and the American people, he concluded in his letter summarizing Colby's testimony, have a right to learn what was done in our name in Chile. A copy of Harrington's letter, of course, landed on Levinson's desk. In a report to Senator Church, stamped confidential, Levinson summarized Colby's revelations. The Nixon administration authorized more than $8 million for covert activities by the agency in Chile between 1970 and 1973 in an effort to make it impossible for President Salvador Allende Gossens to govern, and that all these activities were specifically authorized by the 40 Committee, the interdepartmental group, chaired by Secretary of State Kissinger, which authorizes CIA clandestine activities. The goal of the clandestine activities was to destabilize the Allende government. It was considered a test of using heavy cash payments to bring down a government viewed as antagonistic to the U.S. Colby's testimony, Levinson argued, provided key evidence of lying by high U.S. officials during several congressional hearings in 1973. It appears that Secretary of State Kissinger deceived the committee during the course of his confirmation hearing with respect to the extent and object of the CIA's activities in Chile, Levinson wrote. Richard Helms committed perjury. 43 Levinson took one additional step to call attention to the revelations in Colby's still secret testimony. In early September, after lunch with Seymour Hersh at Jean-Pierre's, a swanky French restaurant in downtown Washington, D.C., he quietly provided a copy of the Harrington letter to the intrepid New York Times investigative reporter. The leak set in motion the biggest scandal on covert operations ever to hit the intelligence community. On September 8, 1974, the New York Times published Hersh's front-page story, CIA Chief Tells House of 8 Million Campaign Against Allende in 73. The article detailed both the Chile operations and their cover-up by Nixon administration officials. Gerald Ford, who had assumed the presidency only 6 weeks earlier, read the article and discussed it with Kissinger the following morning. "I saw the Chile story," Ford said. "Are there 227 any repercussions?" According to a secret sensitive memorandum of conversation, Kissinger responded, "Not really." In fact, the story, and a series of follow-ups written by Hersh, had significant repercussions for the Ford administration, Kissinger, the CIA, and the conduct of covert operations abroad. Hersh's revelations on Chile, coupled with further disclosures of CIA involvement in assassination plots against foreign leaders, and Operation Chaos, a domestic spying and disruption program against anti-war groups, set off a major political scandal. The scandal, in turn, led to the RST major congressional inquiry into abuses of executive branch power, the misconduct of the intelligence community and the presidential use of clandestine warfare as a foreign policy weapon. Following the scandals of Watergate and the collapse of Saigon, as Kissinger would concede in his memoir, Years of Renewal, the Hersh articles had the effect of a burning match in a gasoline depot. 44 The uproar over Hersh's September 8 article was immediate. Senate and House leaders denounced the executive branch for misconduct abroad and gross deception at home. Amidst a barrage of criticism, Ford convened his cabinet to discuss what he called the Chile deal and defend the CIA. "We need a CIA and we need covert operations," Ford told his top advisors before calling on Kissinger to give the details. In his Bren, Kissinger claimed that the U.S. was only defending democracy. He omitted any discussion of Track 2 and mendaciously denied that the U.S. had waged an economic destabilization campaign against Allende. "There might have been proclivity for economic warfare," he said, "but the issue never came up. What happened was the result of mismanagement and his nationalization and expropriations. Decisions relating to Chile were made in accordance with the law," Ford asserted. "I wanted you all to have the story." That was the position the president took publicly. In a historic press conference on September 16, Ford became the RST U.S. president to acknowledge, and defend, covert operations against a democratically elected government, operations designed to be plausibly denied. "Is it the policy of your administration to attempt to destabilize the governments of other democracies?" a reporter asked the president. "I think this is a very important question," President Ford responded. "Now in this particular case, as I understand it, and there is no doubt in my mind, our government had no involvement whatsoever in the Allende coup. To my knowledge, nobody has charged that. The facts are we had no involvement in any way whatsoever in the coup itself. In a period of time, 3 or 4 years ago, there was an effort being 228 made by the Allende government to destroy opposition news media, both the writing press as well as the electronic press, and to destroy opposition political parties. The effort that was made in this case was to help and assist the preservation of opposition newspapers and electronic media and to preserve opposition political parties. I think this is in the best interest of the people in Chile, and certainly in our best interest." CIA officials knew the president's statements were inaccurate, and alerted the White House. In a subsequent eyes-only memorandum, White House counsel Jack Marsh advised Ford that his response was not fully consistent with the facts because all of the facts had not been made known to you. 45 Presidential spin on the Chile operations did nothing to halt public and congressional outrage over revelations of CIA misconduct. In early January, when CBS News correspondent Daniel Shore broke the story of CIA efforts to assassinate foreign leaders such as Fidel Castro, Patrice Lumumba, and René Schneider, the intelligence scandal escalated dramatically. "What is happening is worse than in the days of McCarthy," Kissinger complained to Ford in an emergency meeting early Saturday morning on January 4. Helms said all these stories are just the tip of the iceberg. "If they come out, blood will owe," Kissinger advised. "The Chilean thing," he continued, referring to the Schneider killing, "that is not in any report. That is sort of blackmail on me." 46 At the January 4 meeting, Ford and his advisors agreed that he would announce the creation of a Blue Ribbon Commission on CIA activities, to be chaired by Vice President Nelson Rockefeller as a way to head off the threat of an independent congressional inquiry. But on January 27, the Senate voted 82-4 to establish a special committee to study government operations with respect to intelligence activities, which subsequently became known as the Church Committee. On February 19, the House also voted to initiate a panel of inquiry into CIA transgressions, headed by New York Representative Otis Pike. The Ford administration saw these investigations, in Kissinger's words, as an assault on the intelligence community and the substance of American foreign policy in the turbulent mid-1970s. After all the country had been through, he wrote in his memoirs, a full-scale public investigation into the entire range of the nation's intelligence activities was a worrisome prospect in the existing morbid atmosphere. 47 At the State Department, Assistant Secretary Rogers recommended against official acknowledgement of covert operations against Allende, which would destroy people and institutions. I'm 229. Important to Chile and to us as well as damage respect for the United States in the entire hemisphere. In a secret memo to Kissinger, Rogers voiced his opposition to covert action as bad principle and bad practice but warned, "We should expect the gravest consequences to our Latin American relations for years to come if these matters are now to be laid bare." 48 Led by Kissinger, the Ford administration adopted a policy of strategic stonewalling with the congressional panels. U.S. officials disdainfully resisted cooperation with the Pike Committee staff, who Colby characterized as a ragtag, immature, and publicity-seeking bunch of children who were out to seize the most sensational high ground they could. Kissinger claimed executive privilege on State Department documents. When informed that the committees were seeking cable traffic relating to Chile dated between 1964 and 1970, Kissinger told his aides no, according to a secret transcript of his July 14, 1975, staff meeting. "We have to tell the committee straight out that we're not going to," one deputy asked. "No," Kissinger replied. "You shift it to the White House and let the White House refuse it, and I'll see to it that the White House refuses it." 49 At one point the Pike Committee issued 3 contempt of Congress citations against the Secretary of State for refusing to turn over records. The House inquiry was plagued by controversy and conflict. The Senate committee met with greater success. For several months, the White House, CIA, and State Department delayed response to multiple requests for records, claiming to be understaffed. "In truth, the White House told us not to cooperate," Colby would remember. "They just didn't want to turn over documents." Eventually the committee staff worked out an agreement over access to censored versions of CIA records, and the White House turned over some, but not all, of the thousands of documents needed for the Senate investigation. This transition from intransigence to cooperation, as Church's staff officer, Locke Johnson, described it, moved with the pace of a glacier. 50 As the Church Committee inquiry culminated in the fall of 1975, the White House took further steps to obstruct its work, and protect and conceal the controversial covert history the Senate investigation had uncovered. On October 31, President Ford sent a strongly worded letter to all members of the committee demanding that their report on VE assassination plots in Cuba, the Congo, the Dominican Republic, Vietnam, and Chile remain classified to protect national security, and the administration began a concerted lobbying effort in the Senate to block release of the report. The next day, Ford initialed a secret presidential order to oppose the Select Committee's plans to hold an open hearing on covert operations in Chile on the grounds that it would establish a precedent that would be seized on by the Congress. 230. In the future to hold additional open hearings on covert action, and would have a shattering effect on the willingness of foreign political parties and individuals to cooperate with the U.S. in the future on such operations. 51. The Church Committee managed to circumvent these executive branch roadblocks. On November 20, after an acrimonious and unresolved debate in a rare closed session of the Senate over approving the committee's endings, Senator Church simply released alleged assassination plots involving foreign leaders to the press. At the time, the report represented the most comprehensive expose of the dark and seamy side of U.S. foreign policy operations ever published. On December 4, the committee released a second, dramatic case study, Covert Action in Chile, 1963 to 1973, detailing a decade of clandestine CIA intervention to control Chilean politics, prevent Allende from becoming president, and undermine his government after he was elected. Finally, over White House and CIA objections, the committee did convene the first public hearing ever held on covert operations. The hearings focused on Chile as an example of the full range of covert action, Senator Church explained in his opening remarks, which permits the committee, the Senate, and the country to debate and decide the merits of future use of covert action as an instrument of U.S. foreign policy. The Select Committee had taken this unusual step, Senator Church noted, because the committee believes the American people must know and be able to judge what was undertaken by their government in Chile. The nature and extent of the American role in the overthrow of a democratically elected Chilean government are matters for deep and continuing public concern, he concluded. This record must be set straight. 52. The Chile Syndrome. The scandal over covert operations to undermine Chilean democracy, coupled with the Nixon-Ford administration's embrace of Pinochet's violent regime, contributed to a dramatic national re-evaluation of U.S. foreign policy. For the first time, CIA intervention became subject to public debate over the propriety of such practices, a debate that would endure and enhance U.S. operations in countries from Angola to Nicaragua to Iraq in the last quarter of the 20th century. Moreover, Pinochet's atrocities with Washington's ongoing assistance mobilized church and solidarity groups who transformed human rights into a movement, and a potent political issue on Capitol Hill. The Chile Syndrome, supplementing the Vietnam Syndrome of national reticence to U.S. military intervention in distant lands, wreaked at growing public demand that U.S. foreign policy return to the moral precepts of Amer. 231. Icon Society. The issue arose in America at the worst possible time, Kissinger would complain in his memoirs. In the aftermath of Vietnam and during Watergate, the idea that we had to earn the right to conduct foreign policy by moral purity, that we could prevail through righteousness rather than power, had an inevitable attraction. 53. In spite of Kissinger's objections, indeed, because of them, Chile became the battleground for the major GHT between the executive branch and Congress over human rights and U.S. foreign policy. Between 1974 and 1976, Congress passed a wave of precedent-setting human rights legislation in an effort to directly or indirectly block the Ford administration's support for Pinochet laws that institutionalized human rights as a component of U.S. bilateral relations with other nations. In the House of Representatives, a number of congressmen, among them Donald Fraser, who chaired the hearings on human rights issues, Michael Harrington, Tom Harkin, Toby Moffett, and George Miller, took the lead in exposing Chilean atrocities, while sponsoring pioneering laws to penalize Pinochet, and other governments that violated the rights of their citizens. The Senate, led by Edward Kennedy, James Aburazk, and George McGovern, repeatedly called Kissinger and his aides to task for their support for the regime, and moved to curtail both economic and military assistance to Chile. Senator Kennedy must be credited with being the most outspoken congressional critic of Pinochet and U.S. assistance to his regime. Soon after the coup, Kennedy condemned the continued silence of the government of the United States, which has not issued a single public expression of remorse over the military coup which toppled a democratically elected government, or over the deaths, beatings, brutality, and repression which have occurred in that land. Kennedy convened the RST Senate hearings on Chile only 17 days after the coup took place. On October 2, 1973, he offered a sense of Congress resolution urging the president to deny economic or military assistance, other than humanitarian aid, until he NDS that the government of Chile is protecting the human rights of all individuals, Chilean and foreign. In December 1974, Kennedy successfully obtained a $25 million cap on economic aid to Chile in the Foreign Assistance Appropriations Bill, which the Ford administration simply ignored. At the same time, Kennedy also sponsored the RST limits on U.S. military aid and training to the Chilean junta. In July 1976, Congress passed the far more comprehensive Kennedy Amendment, banning all military assistance, credits, and cash sales of weapons to 232. Chile marking the RST time Congress had terminated military aid to another government because of human rights abuses. Congress also passed the Harkin Amendment model legislation tying U.S. economic assistance to the human rights record of other governments. The amendment, attached to the 1975 International Development and Food Assistance Act, was sponsored by then Iowa Congressman now Senator Tom Harkin. The new law mandated a cutoff of economic assistance to any country that engaged in a consistent pattern of gross violations of human rights. Chile was the original target of the bill, recalls Joseph Eldridge of the Washington Office on Latin America, who along with Edward Snyder of the Friends Committee on National Legislation drafted its language. The Ford administration ignored this law also, but the Harkin Amendment established human rights as a legal criterion in U.S. foreign policy. Congressionally imposed restrictions hampered U.S. Chilean relations, creating consternation in both Washington and Santiago. The United States will one day understand that Chile is a true friend, probably the best, and perhaps the only true friend in the hemisphere, Pinochet complained to Ambassador Popper after Congress passed the RST restrictions on military assistance. Chile is a better friend of the United States than the U.S. is of Chile. 54. The sanctions on military acquisitions hurt the junta's reputation with younger officers. Moreover, the regime's growing international isolation threatened its economic relations with the Western world. As the Pinochet regime came under increasing international criticism and pressure, it cast about for a way to improve its despotic image in the United States while continuing its repression. Pinochet initiated a covert propaganda and lobbying operation in the United States. The regime's main effort to influence the media and Congress was conducted through an illicit, and illegal, program most likely run by DINA. This campaign, organized by a tedious public committee called the American Chilean Council between March 1975 and December 1978, was the brainchild of prominent conservative columnist William Buckley, and a veteran lobbyist for right-wing causes, Marvin Liebman. For the sake of future Chilean-American relations, it is vital that Chile's case be put forward to the American people, Liebman wrote in a secret letter to Buckley after both were approached by Chile's UN ambassador for help. The one way of doing this, as I know from many years of experience, is by a carefully planned program of international propaganda, and, when required, the mobilization of public action. The ACC's propaganda program consisted of paying an unregistered lobbyist, L. Francis Bucci, to counter communist charges about human rights abuses in Chile, publishing a series of pamphlets designed to portray 233. The Allende government as an agent of the USSR, 55, and a bi-weekly information review on Chile to key congressional offices, interest groups, and policy actors, and Nancing trips by conservative pundits to Santiago. Private donations from concerned U.S. citizens paid for these activities, or so the ACC claimed in its literature. In fact, the Pinochet regime was the true foreign principal, according to Justice Department records, funneling hundreds of thousands of dollars secretly through an agent in Chile's United Nations mission in New York to Marvin Liebman's Madison Ave office to underwrite the ACC's operations. The U.S. Justice Department eventually shut down these operations, charging that Liebman was acting as an unregistered foreign agent for Pinochet. The ACC, according to the Justice Department, was engaged in a secret and illegal propaganda campaign aimed at making congressmen, journalists, academics, and the American public more sympathetic to Chile's military dictatorship. 56. Human rights, the internal debate. While the Pinochet regime illegally lobbied Congress, the Ford administration adopted an obedezco pero no cumplo obey but don't comply posture toward economic and military aid restrictions. 57. The administration ignored the FI 1975 ceiling of $25 million to Chile and sent over $112 million in food, materials, and credits. To exceed the cap the following year, aid lawyers provided policymakers with a contorted redefinition of the phrase made available in the FI 1976 legislation. The administration also chose to ignore the intent of the Harkin Amendment. The Department of State believes a serious question exists as to whether Chile is a country which engages in a consistent pattern of gross violations of human rights, Kissinger wrote to Congressman Fraser in April 1976, despite dozens of memos and reports from his aides on the Pinochet regime's systematic, ongoing atrocities. Inside the executive branch, Secretary Kissinger personally led the effort to circumvent congressional restrictions and sustain aid to the junta. In a December 3, 1974 meeting at the White House, he broached the issue directly with President Ford. "If we cut off arms, the military government will fall. They are lousy, but we just can't do things like this." On December 20, Kissinger again raised the issue with the president. The Chilean aid cut is disastrous, as notes taken by White House aide Brent Scowcroft recorded Kissinger's argument. "I want to do everything possible to get arms for Chile." 58. In meeting after meeting with his staff, Kissinger forcefully made the same point. Throughout December 1974, as Senator Kennedy's RST effort to curtail U.S. military assistance to the junta advanced through Congress, Kissin. 234. GER berated his deputies for capitulating to the legislative branch, being soft on the human rights issue, and undermining the future of U.S. foreign policy. "Kennedy has the ball and is going to try and run with it," one aide, Karl Ma, informed the secretary on December 3. "The whole thing is on this silly human rights question." Kissinger responded, "If we don't stand with what our interest is, and if every time we get tackled we get compromised or call something a compromise, that's the same as yielding and we are in deep trouble." On December 20, he angrily reminded his aides, "We've got to go to the mat on things of national interest. What else are we here for? You can't throw a country to Kennedy just because it satisfies some ego trip that he's got." The Kissinger lecture continued, "My position is that I don't yield to Congress on matters of principle. I don't tolerate the department making these concessions." In the highly revealing secret transcripts of his daily bren with his assistant secretaries and regional officers, the Secretary of State underscored several themes, RST, that the Pinochet regime was being unfairly penalized. During the December 3 staff meeting, Kissinger repeatedly challenged Assistant Secretary Rogers on this point. "Secretary Kissinger, I'd like to know whether the human rights problem in Chile is that much worse than in other countries in Latin America or whether their primary crime is to have replaced Allende and whether people are now getting penalized, having gotten rid of an anti-American government. Is it worse than in other Latin American countries?" Mr. Rogers, "Yes." Secretary Kissinger, "Well, I think the consequences could be very serious, if we cut them off from military aid." Kissinger returned again to this argument several minutes later. Secretary Kissinger, "The worst crime of this government is that it's pro-American in the eyes of many of these supporters of these cut-offs. Is this government worse than the Allende government? Is human rights more severely threatened by this government than Allende? Mr. Rogers: well, I can't say that, Mr. Secretary. In terms of freedom of association, Allende didn't close down the opposition party. In terms of freedom of the press, Allende didn't close down all the newspapers. Kissinger also argued, repeatedly, that cutting off arms to Chile's military regime might lead it to collapse, be overthrown, or worse, seek to acquire weapons from China or the Middle East. Am I wrong that this sort of thing is likely? 235. To niche off that government, he asked during his December 3 meeting. And if the army winds up totally demoralized, that will affect amongst those out of office the whole future of politics. If it becomes clear that the army can ever move again, the left will become immeasurably strengthened. Am I wrong? On December 20 he snapped at Rogers, you know the only possible outcome of this can be an extreme left-wing government in Chile or driving the Chilean government sort of toward the Arabs, or the Chinese. 59 But his greatest concern was that if Congress succeeded in Chile, it would be emboldened to apply human rights criteria to other nations. If it happens in Chile, now, Kissinger complained during a December 23 meeting with his key deputies, then it will be Korea next year. There isn't going to be any end to it. And we are going to wind up in an unbelievable precarious position, in which no country can afford to tie up with us. 60 This was the fundamental problem, Kissinger said. It is a problem of the whole foreign policy that is being pulled apart, pulling out thread by thread, under one pretext or another. And it is an absurd argument to say Chile doesn't make a difference. To William D. Rogers fell the unenviable task of explaining the political realities of the human rights movement to Kissinger. When the Secretary denounced the legislated cuts in military aid to Chile as insane, Rogers shared this assessment. It is insane. But Mr. Secretary, it does wreak an extraordinary strong feeling amongst the Congress, as you well know. You can go to the mat on it now if you want to. And I predict you will have a hell of a GHT on your hands come January. There are a lot of Democrats on the Hill this coming session who want to go the mat on the issue of human rights and want to make a GHT about it. It is very hard to make a national interest argument on Chile. The human rights issue has caught the imagination up on the Hill, as you well know, Mr. Secretary, and amongst the American people. My diagnosis of the reason they stuck at the department in this case, Rogers continued, is that they didn't think we were sincere on the human rights issue. 61 Indeed, the Ford administration's approach to Congress and the Chilean regime demonstrated an abysmal lack of sincerity on human rights. Rather than diplomatically employ the human rights legislation to press the Chileans to halt abuses, the administration appeared to commiserate with the Chileans. The executive branch, from President Ford down, consistently opposed restrictive legislation with regard to Chile, Ambassador Popper told. 236. Pinochet in January 1975. Both the Department of State and the Embassy had exerted every effort to assist Chile in this area, and we would work to change the restrictive legislation. 62 In his closed meetings with Chilean officials, Kissinger seemed to spend more time disparaging his staff's concerns for human rights than criticizing the regime for its atrocities. I read the Bren paper for this meeting and it was nothing but human rights, Kissinger condemned privately to Chilean Foreign Minister Patricio Carvajal during one meeting in 1975. The State Department is made up of people who have a vocation for the ministry. Because there are not enough churches for them, they went into the Department of State. 63 During another meeting Kissinger told Carvajal, I hold the strong view that human rights are not appropriate in a foreign policy context. Washington, Kissinger stated, did not intend to harass Chile on this matter. 64 A growing number of mid-level State Department officials recognized the folly of Kissinger's attitude towards Pinochet's atrocities. Washington's embrace of the regime had not only failed to ease repression in Chile, it was costly to U.S. national interests, creating divisions with Western allies, jeopardizing congressional cooperation on other foreign assistance programs, and damaging America's moral leadership in the Third World. Befriending Pinochet had become a major liability. A defense of human rights, these officers argued, should be elevated to a prime objective of U.S. foreign policy, and a primary U.S. national interest. Increasingly, these officials made their voices heard in a heated internal debate over changing course in Chile. The diverging positions in this debate became evident during the drafting of the embassy's country analysis and strategy paper on Chile. The report, signed by Ambassador Popper and submitted on May 18, 1975, recorded Kissinger's position: United States interest can best be served by maintaining and strengthening the present government in Chile. In conventional political and economic terms, it is after all a highly friendly government. On human rights, Popper wrote, the U.S. would make its preferences known, and encourage and offer incentives for the military to end abuses. But the CASP report rejected direct pressure tactics which, Popper submitted, would contribute to the siege mentality in the regime. 65 Ambassador Popper's position prompted a near mutiny within the embassy. 4 embassy officers, senior political officer John Tipton, political officers Robert Stephen and Michael Lyons, and labor attaché Arthur Nixon drafted and signed a VE-page dissent to the CASP report titled U.S. Policy Toward Chile an Alternative. In the RST clear internal challenge to Kissinger's positive posture toward Pinochet, these embassy officers argued that this policy of friendly persuasion has not worked and proposed a course of action, including tangible measures, which has the best chance of furthering 237 U.S. interests while at the same time causing real changes in the GOC's behavior. The human rights issue, according to their cogent critique, was paramount in U.S. Chilean relations. In Chile at this time, it is and should be the dominant factor. There are no other U.S. interests in Chile, individually or collectively, which outweigh it. Further, the cost to the U.S. of continued identification as the principal supporter of the present GOC significantly outweighs the benefits received. To continue our present support for the GOC in the face of its continued serious human rights violations is to squander executive branch capital and credibility with Congress over a relatively unimportant issue when much more important ones are at stake. Further, by acting as a GOC advocate and protector in international fora and in representations to other governments, we are expending our influence and effectiveness with our traditional friends and world allies over an issue of relatively little vital importance to us. In an explicit rejection of Ambassador Popper and Kissinger's position, the embassy officers recommended that it should be U.S. policy to inform the GOC that we will take no new initiatives to assist Chile politically, economically, or militarily unless and until its human rights practices have reached an acceptable standard. In a series of interagency group meetings on future relations with the Pinochet regime, the Kissinger-Popper position prevailed. But there was still disarray in Chile policy, as NSC aide Stephen Lowe titled a memorandum to Kissinger's White House Deputy General Scowcroft. 66 Increasingly, the political fallout of ongoing assistance to the regime was affecting other bureaus and agencies in the State Department and Pentagon, adding to internal bureaucratic opposition. Pinochet's abrupt cancellation of the United Nations Human Rights Committee Working Group, a transparent attempt to cover up its atrocities on July 5, strengthened the hand of critics of U.S. policy toward Chile, including those inside the U.S. government. Through the summer and fall of 1975, the internal debate continued, with the division among policymakers, diplomats, and desk officers growing more strident. As the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs prepared for a major meeting about Chile in July, Ambassador Popper submitted a defense of the status quo, a 26-page overview of the situation in Chile and the prospects for U.S. policy, framing the options of carrot versus stick on the human rights issue. The human rights issue, he implied, had received more attention than warranted. In terms of U.S. national interests, Popper suggested, the 238 human rights problem is secondary, achieving its present importance principally because of its effect on our maneuverability in other areas. The ambassador opposed a high-level démarche to the regime and argued that the U.S. should simply continue our general stance of disapproval. At the Policy Planning Office in ERA, Popper's arguments inspired analyst Richard Blumeld to draft one of the bluntest and most candid documents ever written by an official on U.S. policy and human rights in Chile. How would the junta ever get the impression the USG disapproves, he asked in a 2-page paper to Assistant Secretary Rogers. As the old saying goes, actions speak louder than words. In his memorandum, Blumeld listed U.S. actions in support of the regime. We are solicitous about Chile's debt problem and deploy our diplomacy to promote a debt rescheduling. We use our unions in the IFIS to assure that Chilean loans are not held up. We vote against or abstain on resolutions in international organizations that condemn the GOC's human rights record. We assure the GOC that we want to sell it arms and that we regret congressional restrictions. Blumeld rejected the premise, put forth by Popper and Kissinger, that without U.S. backing the Pinochet regime would fall and some type of hostile leftist government would re-emerge. The need to live with the absence of human rights in Chile in order to prevent the re-emergence of a hostile government is, in my mind, a distinctly secondary consideration, he wrote. The self-inflicted wounds to U.S. policy, however, were primary considerations. Both domestically and internationally, Washington's support for Pinochet had so damaged the image of the United States government as to undermine the credibility of the U.S. government. In the eyes of the world at large, we are closely associated with this junta, ergo with fascists and torturers, Blumeld asserted. It is one more reason why much of the youth of the country is alienated from their government and its foreign policy. Chile is just the latest example for a lot of people in this country of the United States not being true to its values. Kissinger and Pinochet. Growing public, congressional, and internal department pressure led to a bizarre and unexpected scene: Henry Kissinger giving a major international 239 address on human rights in Santiago, Chile. His now famous June 1976 trip was part of a Latin American tour, a priority of his Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, William D. Rogers. Initially, it had been scheduled for February 1975, but the demands of the Secretary's shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East forced a 2-month postponement. Then, in April, the collapse of Saigon and chaotic end of the Vietnam War led to the cancellation of the planned trip. A year later, when the Organization of American States scheduled its General Assembly meeting in Santiago for June 1976, Kissinger agreed to attend. His high-profile visit, as Rogers understood, could meet several goals at once: calling attention to the Latin American region, mollifying Latin American governments who felt ignored, and addressing congressional skepticism about the State Department's interest in human rights. At the top of the OAS agenda was the new, and highly critical, Inter-American Commission on Human Rights report on the Pinochet regime's atrocities. The right of physical liberty of the person continues to be frequently ignored by the government of Chile, the ICHR report stated. While decrees are being issued for the purpose of tranquilizing or confusing world opinion, the practice of arbitrary jailings and persecutions and tortures continue up to the present. Kissinger did not intend to focus his participation at the OAS on the human rights issue, but Assistant Secretary Rogers and the embassy convinced him that there was no way to avoid it. For the Secretary to come to Chile without raising the human rights issue would generate criticism on a scale that effectively closes out the non-involvement option, Deputy Chief of Mission Thomas Boyett cabled Washington on April 21. Moreover, Boyett argued, no U.S. official of the Secretary's stature has visited Chile since the coup, nor does another visit at such a level appear likely during the present GOC's tenure. The Secretary will be listened to, and his visit offers the best opportunity we are likely to have to obtain significant improvements of human rights practices in Chile. 67 For that reason, the embassy recommended Kissinger hold a private meeting with Pinochet. In terms of diplomatic strategy, Ambassador Popper's office counseled that only a direct, tough, message on human rights would get through. Pinochet is so narrow-minded and convinced of his righteousness that it takes sledgehammer blows to all his attention to some unpleasant facts of life, Boyett noted. Pinochet's anti-communism is evangelical and self-righteous, Ambassador David Popper reiterated in an biographic, about the man cable intended to introduce Kissinger to the psychology of the individual he would face. The traditional norms of diplomatic phraseology can be lost on the president. He needs direct treatment and clear and specific statements. If we deal in platitudes, Pinochet will never understand what is bothering us nor react to our recommendations. 68. 240. In preparation for the meeting, 2 weeks before the trip, Assistant Secretary Rogers provided the key Bren paper overall objectives for your visit to Santiago to Kissinger. When you do see, Rogers submitted, your objectives will be to make clear that the problem of human rights in Chile is central, not only to the Congress and the public but for our relations as a whole. We are well aware that there is an international propaganda campaign, and we discount it. But the problem is not propaganda. A public relations response will not work. Basic steps to improve human rights practices would be in Chile's own interest and in ours. The task, Rogers continued, was to convince the Chileans of the rudimentary facts of life, which they have not accepted from anyone else but may believe from you. Kissinger needed to make Pinochet understand that only basic change in human rights practices is likely to block efforts to embargo the military pipeline, prohibit future military sales, reduce or cut off concessional wheat sales and housing guarantees, cut off loans by international banks. Similar to Franco's Spain in the 1940s, Chile had become a symbol of right-wing tyranny, Rogers advised the secretary. Like it or not, we are identified with the regime's origins and hence charged with some responsibility for its actions. This accents our strong interest in getting the GOC to pursue acceptable human rights practices. 69. In his memoirs, Years of Renewal, Kissinger described how he followed this advice, pushing the themes of democracy and human rights at a noontime meeting on June 8 in General Pinochet's presidential office. A considerable amount of time in my dialogue with Pinochet was devoted to human rights, Kissinger recounted. I outlined the main points of my speech to the OAS, he wrote. Quoting what he had told Pinochet, Kissinger continued, Pinochet needed to understand that human rights were a problem which complicates our relationships. I am going to speak about human rights this afternoon in the General Assembly. I delayed my statement until I could talk to you. I wanted you to understand my position. We want to deal in moral persuasion, not legal sanctions. 70. 241. But Kissinger's public account is in sharp contrast with the text of the secret memorandum of conversation with Pinochet that reveals no effort at moral persuasion, no mention of democracy, and only minimal concern expressed on human rights. As the Declassified transcript indicates, Kissinger's intent was to brief Pinochet in advance on the speech and let him know that it was intended to appease the U.S. Congress rather than directed at Chile. I can do no less without producing a reaction in the U.S. which would lead to legislative restrictions, Kissinger told Pinochet after outlining several points in the speech. But he stressed, the speech is not aimed at Chile. I wanted to tell you about this. My evaluation is that you are a victim of all left-wing groups around the world and that your greatest sin was that you overthrew a government which was going communist. In his selective rendition in Years of Renewal, Kissinger noted Pinochet's complaint that the United States had a punitive system for its friends. I returned to my underlying theme that any major help from us would realistically depend on progress on human rights, Kissinger wrote of his response. In fact, according to the secret transcript, Kissinger responded by commiserating with Pinochet over congressional pressures on human rights and reassuring him of Washington's support. There is merit to what you say. It is a curious time. It is unfortunate. We have been through Vietnam and Watergate, Kissinger condemned to Pinochet. We welcomed the overthrow of the communist-inclined government here. We are not out to weaken your position. Kissinger did raise the human rights issue, in the context of removing the weapons in the arms of our enemies, a reference to the U.S. Congress. It would really help if you would let us know the measures you are taking in the human rights field, he said, immediately adding, None of this is said with the hope of undermining your government. I want you to succeed. And I want to retain the possibility of aid. The urging of the Secretary's top aides to press the Chileans for basic changes in their human rights practices went unheeded. Moreover, throughout the meeting, Kissinger ignored the embassy's warning not to cloud his limited message on human rights with platitudes. In the United States, as you know, we are sympathetic with what you are trying to do here, Kissinger told Pinochet at the outset. We wish your government well. And toward the end of their conversation, he reiterated the Ford administration's support for Chile's military regime. We want to help, not undermine you. You did a great service to the West in overthrowing Allende. 5. American casualties. Raised this subject in the context of the need to be careful to keep relatively small issues in our relationship from making our cooperation more difficult. Memorandum of Conversation between Assistant Secretary of State Jack Cubis and Junta Foreign Minister Ismael Huerta, February 1974. On June 8, 1976, the very day that Henry Kissinger commended General Pinochet for his service to the West, a Chilean intelligence officer met with reporters from CBS News and The Washington Post and told them about the regime's post-coup execution of an American citizen. The meeting took place in a small, dark room in the Italian embassy where the officer, Rafael Gonzalez, had sought asylum in an attempt to leave Chile. Speaking passable English, Gonzalez recounted to the journalists that a few days after the coup, he had been summoned to the 9th floor of the Army's Military Intelligence Service building to translate during the interrogation of an American prisoner named Charles Horman. I was told, this guy knew too much. Horman, you know, as Gonzalez recounted the conversation with his superior, General Augusto Lutz, and that he was supposed to disappear. According to a transcript of the recorded interview, Gonzalez added that he believed an American agent was in the room during Horman's interrogation based on the way that he behaves, his dressing, the shoes, you know, and everything. I wouldn't say the trigger was pulled by the CIA, he told the reporters. But that the CIA was mixed up in this, yes. It was the Chileans that get of him, but the CIA was behind that. 127 years later, Gonzalez would be arrested and charged with being an accomplice to homicide in the death of Charles Horman. In January 276, 2004 he would recant his story about an American being present during Horman's interrogation. But in 1976, Gonzalez's dramatic accusations transformed Charles Horman into the most famous American victim of the Pinochet regime. His case eventually became the subject of an Oscar-winning Hollywood movie, Missing. The LM starred Jack Lemmon as Charles's father and Sissy Spacek as his wife. It portrayed his family's painful search for him in Santiago through an obstacle course of callous U.S. officials and a pro-coup U.S. policy. Horman was, however, the RST of 4 U.S. citizens to be murdered by Chilean military. Another American, Frank Turugay, also was seized by security forces at his home in Santiago 9 days after the coup, and, like Horman, taken to the National Stadium where he was interrogated and executed. In January 1985, a military patrol detained a University of Pennsylvania mathematics professor named Boris Weisfeiler while he was hiking in southern Chile. Weisfeiler subsequently disappeared. In Washington, D.C., Ronnie Karpenmoft was killed in September 1976 by a car bomb planted by agents of the Chilean secret police, becoming an American casualty of the Pinochet regime's most infamous act of international terrorism. Years after they were committed, each of these horrific crimes would remain unresolved. Each would be deemed by blatant cover ups on the part of the Pinochet regime and the concealment of evidence, negligence, and/or simple disinterest on the part of the U.S. government. Charles Horman. When Rafael Gonzalez's allegations about Charles Horman appeared in the Washington Post, they generate diatanather skandalov potential U.S. misconduct, the premeditated murder of an American citizen, with alleged U.S. collusion, by a military actively influenced, and supported by the Nixon-Ford White House. For almost 3 years, the Pinochet regime had insisted that extremists of the left impersonating the military had murdered Horman, as well as Turugay, to embarrass the new junta. Even though the embassy had abundant evidence that this explanation was false, the US government adopted and promoted such specious pronouncements. Only days after Chilean authorities privately conceded to his father that Charles had been shot in the National Stadium, a State Department spokeswoman told the press that Horman might have been killed by left-wing groups masquerading as soldiers, really wicked people who would kill him just to make the military look bad. 3. Now, these revelations generated renewed demands from Horman's family for a complete accounting. His family led a wrongful death lawsuit and legal demands for release of all relevant records, as well as a American casualties 277 slew of angry letters from Capitol Hill, and public allegations of an Official cover-up. It now appears, stated a Washington Post editorial on June 27, 1976, that American diplomats withheld from Mr. Horman's family crucial information about the circumstances of his death. The U.S. government did withhold substantive information from the family before June 1976, and for more than 20 years thereafter. Following the Gonzalez revelations, 2 State Department Latin American bureau officers did a cursory review and quickly discovered a litany of liability. During his family's desperate search for him in Santiago after the coup, U.S. officials had failed to inform them that a credible source had told the embassy within days of his execution that Horman had been murdered in the National Stadium, and that they had undertaken no substantive actions in response to this information. Instead, U.S. officials passed on specious rumors that Charles was in hiding, or was making his way out of the country through a leftist clandestine pipeline. Unbeknownst to the family, at least one of the U.S. consulate officials providing this information, James Anderson, was a CIA agent operating under diplomatic cover. The embassy never informed the family that the Chilean military seemed to have ready intelligence on Horman and Turugay's leftist activities, and that U.S. officials had failed to pursue the question of how, and from where, the regime had obtained such information. Indeed, the U.S. government's oft-repeated claims to be actively investigating the Horman-Turugay murders were misleading, the State Department officials concluded. We keep telling the families and the press that we are diligently pursuing every lead, doing everything to develop the circumstances surrounding the deaths of these Americans, the Chile desk officer Rudy Fimbres reported in a memorandum to Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, Harry Schlotteman. This is overdrawn. For in their preliminary review of the mid-level era officials concluded that the Chilean military had executed Horman and that there was a possibility that U.S. intelligence agents in Chile had played some role in his death. This case remains bothersome, 3 officers reported in a secret memorandum to Schlotteman subject, Charles Horman case on August 25, 1976. The connotations for the executive are not good. In the Hill academic community, the press, and the Horman family, the intimations are of negligence on our part, or worse, complicity in Horman's death. Based on the they wrote, we are persuaded that the GOC sought Horman and felt threatened enough to order his immediate execution. The GOC might have believed this American could be killed without negative fallout from the USG. There is some circumstantial evidence to suggest. 278. U.S. intelligence may have played an unfortunate part in Horman's death. At best, it was limited to providing or confirming information that helped motivate his murder by the GOC. At worst, U.S. intelligence was aware the GOC saw Horman in a rather serious light, and U.S. officials did nothing to discourage the logical outcome of GOC paranoia. The State Department deliberately hid these conclusions from the family. No U.S. official briefed the Hormans at the time, and when this pivotal document was declassified in early 1980 pursuant to the family's lawsuit against U.S. officials, its content was completely censored. Then, when the State Department declassified the document again in 1982 as part of continuing legal efforts around the Horman case, that specific section was blacked out, along with all other references to the CIA, on the grounds of state secrets and executive privilege. Only 17 years later, In October 1999, when the Clinton administration released this memo intact among thousands of other documents relating to the United States and Chile, did the Horman family nally learn that, in 1976, at least a few U.S. officials had shared their suspicion of a possible role by U.S. covert operatives in Charles's murder. Charles Horman, along with Frank Durugai, became two of an estimated 2,800 U.S. citizens caught in the crossfire of the Chilean coup. About half the Americans in Chile were part of the business and diplomatic community and supported the coup, but many others were graduate students, like Durugai, who had come to do research on Chile's social revolution, or social activists like Charles and Joyce Horman who wanted to experience the Allende experiment firsthand. When the new junta labeled them, and hundreds of others who had come from abroad to Chile during the Allende years as foreign extremists and began rounding them up en masse, they received little sympathy from the Nixon administration, whose paramount goal was to embrace the new regime, and avoid attracting attention to its bloodletting. Top U.S. officials in Washington were well aware that foreigners were being targeted for repression. On September 20, Kissinger chaired a meeting of the Washington Special Actions Group in the White House Situation Room to establish a date for U.S. recognition of the new regime and arrange emergency assistance. According to the secret minutes of the meeting, Assistant Secretary Jack Kubis briefed Kissinger on the desperate situation of foreigners trying to get out of Chile. American casualties 279, most are third country nationals who ED their own countries and got caught up in this thing. The government's holding about 5,000 in the stadium. They have been very candid about this. They intend to treat them in accordance with military courts. If innocent, they will be free to. If guilty, the junta intends to deal with them harshly. 6. There are few Americans caught up in it, Kubis informed the secretary. The memorandum of conversation does not record any further discussion of their situation before officials turn to evaluating a Chilean military request for 1,000 airs and helmets to use in mopping up operations. The embassy engaged in an all-out effort to ensure the welfare of Americans in Chile, the State Department would submit to Congress in December 1973. But while other countries, most notably France, Sweden, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Venezuela opened their embassy doors to provide refuge for their citizens and aggressively sought to secure their safety if they were detained, the United States did neither. A special investigation conducted by the U.S. General Accounting Office titled An Assessment of Selected U.S. Embassy Consular Efforts to Assist and Protect Americans Overseas During Crisis and Emergencies concluded that the U.S. Embassy and consulate buildings in Santiago had been specifically designed and equipped to house up to 450 persons for a 3-day period in order to be responsive to a situation exactly like the Chilean coup. But requests for refuge were denied on the grounds that the facilities were not adequate to permit them to stay overnight. U.S. officials also dragged their feet on aggressively interceding with Chile's new military authorities to protect detained U.S. citizens from abuse, failing to adhere to the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations by waiting to formally protest and demand their security until adverse media coverage forced them to do so. In Chile, GAO investigators concluded prompt and effective protests by high-level U.S. officials on behalf of arrested and detained Americans in accordance with the International Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, were not always made. Formal written protests were made only in response to press publicity and congressional interest. Some 29 U.S. citizens were arrested and jailed in the days following the coup and at least 15 imprisoned at the main detention torture execution center, the National Stadium. 1. A Methodist priest named Joseph Doherty, was detained along with another Methodist, Francis Flynn. 280. On September 16 and spent 11 horrific days there. On September 19, Doherty, who kept a detailed journal recording the beatings, torture and murders taking place around him, asked a Dutch embassy official who had gained access to prisoners to contact the U.S. consul as neither of us had heard from them. 7. But Doherty did not have any contact with the U.S. consul, Frederick Purdy, until September 26 when he, Flynn and 6 other U.S. citizens were nally released into the custody of U.S. officials. Mr. Purdy informed us that the condition of our release was that we had to leave the country, the Methodist pastor recorded in his journal. Mr. Purdy informed us that if we did not accept this condition we could go back into the stadium, at which time the United States consulate would not be responsible for us. Charles Horman, detained on the evening of September 17 and reportedly executed on or around September 20, was one of those Americans caught up in the coup. His friends described him as a highly intelligent, liberal, mild-mannered, gentle individual. As a 31-year-old Phi Beta Kappa graduate of Harvard University, he had come to Santiago with his new wife Joyce in the late fall of 1972 to try his hand at writing and filmmaking. During the last year of his life, Charles, along with Frank Turugay, worked as an editor of a small news service known as the North American Information Sources, which clipped, translated, and distributed U.S. news articles on Chile through a small progressive pamphlet called Fin. He also produced animated children's cartoons and was writing a book on the Allende government's effort to transform Chilean political society. According to his wife, at the time of the coup he was investigating the October 1970 assassination of General René Schneider. The mysterious circumstances of his murder amidst the bloodshed of the Chilean coup have been catalogued in Thomas Hauser's compelling book, The Execution of Charles Horman, an American Sacrist. On September 11, 1973, Horman happened to be visiting the scenic seaside town of Vina del Mar with Terry Simon, a vacationing family friend from New York. They found themselves trapped at their hotel, without access to news, phones or transportation back to Santiago. In search of other Americans with information, they met a U.S. Navy engineer named Arthur Creter. "I'm here with the United States Navy," he informed them. "We came down to do a job and it's done." Horman and Simon also met one of Creter's supervisors, Lt. Col. Patrick Ryan, Deputy Chief of the United States Naval Mission in Valparaiso, and one of the U.S. military attachés most ardently supportive of the coup. They pressed him for information on the coup and on the possibility of getting American casualties 281 back to Santiago. "I was approached by subject couple who identified themselves as American tourists and requested, at that time essentially a satrap," Ryan wrote in an October 5, 1973, summary of his contacts with Horman. "I gave them what info I considered appropriate, promised to keep them posted and also to lend them money if their stay in Vina proved lengthy. I also directed them not to leave the hotel." The two were forced to stay at the hotel for 4 days, until Lieutenant Colonel Ryan arranged for them to be transported back to Santiago with the head of the U.S. military group, Captain Ray Davis. At the embassy, Davis told them that the United States had no provisions for getting Americans out of the country. When Horman and Simon returned to the embassy on the afternoon of September 17 in an effort to secure safe passage out of the country for themselves and Joyce, they experienced a rude brush-off from a secretary. She told them it was not our job to help Americans leave Chile and that they would have to go to the U.S. consulate a mile away. By then it was late afternoon and Charles determined he should return home to avoid being caught out after curfew, so Simon met alone with the consulate official. As she recalled, that official also informed her they would have to wait till the borders opened and that "we're not responsible for people who want to leave, and I have no information about the necessary procedures." Horman arrived at his home on Vicuna Macena Street around 5 p.m. 11 summary State Department report records what happened. According to the neighbors, between 1600 and 1700 on September 17, a private non-military truck came to 4126 Vicuna Macena. 10 to 15 men in Chilean army uniforms led by a man wearing captain's or lieutenant's insignia got out, tried the gate and, ending it locked, jumped the fence and broke the lock. They entered the house, removed Horman and a box of books and papers from the house, and loaded them on the truck. At about 2300 the same day, the same truck and 2 other trucks returned to 4126 Vicuna Macena, carried out some suitcases and a large box from the house, loaded them on the trucks and departed towards downtown Santiago. From the outset there was overwhelming evidence that Charles had been detained and placed under interrogation by CIM, the Chilean Army Intelligence Service headed by General Augusto Lutz. A witness from the NE. 282. Borhood had seen the truck carry Charles toward the National Stadium. 12 at 8 a.m. the next morning, a former neighbor of Horman's received a call from a military intelligence officer who stated that CIM had detained a gringo with a beard, according to the State Department report. She was also asked if she knew that the gringo worked in pictures, and if she was aware that the gringo was a leftist extremist. 13 A second call was placed to the house of a Horman friend, Warwick Armstrong, stating that an American who makes LMS had asked Armstrong to speak on his behalf and ordered him to proceed to a local police station. From reports on both phone calls, the U.S. Embassy learned of Horman's detention and the CIM inquiries on September 18. 14 A chronology on the Horman case kept by the U.S. Consul, Fred Purdy, recorded that on 18 September consulate received report of Horman's detention from one of its local employees, one of whose relatives know Horman. Few details given. Later also received call from Mr. Armstrong, also telling that Horman missing since late September 17 when reportedly detained by military. 15. On September 19, Joyce met with one of Purdy's CIA consulate deputies, John Hall, and informed him that her home had been ransacked, and her husband taken away by the military. He queried her on what type of information the soldiers might have found at the Horman residence, and she described to him her husband's research on General Schneider's assassination. 16 later that day, Terry Simon called the head of the U.S. Mill Group, Captain Davis, and asked him for help in locating Charles. Over the next several days, both consulate and U.S. military officials made a series of informal inquiries to the Chilean police and military and intelligence offices, all denied detaining or holding Horman. Purdy went several times to the National Stadium to check the lists of detainees, but Horman's name did not appear as such or under any of several variants, Ambassador Nathaniel Davis cabled on September 25. Embassy continues try locate him and all other embassies with full resources at its disposal. Yet, the very next day Ambassador Davis refused Joyce Horman's plea to escalate the role of U.S. efforts to ND Charles by personally visiting the stadium. She asked him to go to the stadium with her, noted a report by the head of the U.S. Mill Group who attended the meeting. 17 He declined and provided rationale for the negative response. According to Joyce Horman's recollection, Ambassador Davis told her, "We really can't do that. If American casualties 283 we ask special favors of the ruling forces, everyone else will want them too. That might damage our relations with the new government." 18 Inside the embassy, some U.S. officials had already concluded that Charles Horman was dead. People were being killed in those days, Vice Consul Dale Schaefer recalled. "We thought Horman was dead," the head of the aid mission, Judd Kessler remembered. "We had asked the Chileans to tell us where he was and they hadn't, so we figured they were probably stalling to cover up." On or around September 30, a Chilean source named Enrique Sandoval informed Kessler that, in fact, Horman had been executed in the National Stadium. Sandoval, a Ministry of Education official under the Allende government who had been imprisoned in the Estadio Chile after the coup, met with Kessler twice. During the RST meeting, around September 23, Kessler sought information on human rights atrocities, and told Sandoval that 2 Americans, Horman and Turugay, were among the missing. Several days later, as Kessler recounted in a memo to the Chile desk officer on July 19, 1976, "I spoke with Sandoval again, at which time he told me that someone he knew in the Chilean military had said that Horman had been in the National Stadium and either that he had been killed there, or was dead." Kessler wrote no formal memorandum about this conversation, instead he informally passed it on to the chief consular officer, Fred Purdy, during a hallway conversation in the U.S. Embassy. 19 I'll bet that's right, as Kessler remembers Purdy's response. 20 The Consul General, whose job is the welfare of U.S. citizens, took no steps to follow up. Inexplicably, Purdy neglected to pursue the lead Sandoval's story and his sources appeared to offer, failed to protest to the Chilean authorities, and withheld this information from Joyce Horman, and Charles's father when he flew from New York on October 5 to search for his son. By the time Ed Horman arrived in Santiago, Frank Turugai's body had been discovered at the morgue not by the embassy, but by an American friend who insisted on looking for him there. The government of Chile claimed Turugai had been picked up for curfew violations, taken to the National Stadium, released the next day and later found shot in the street. On October 3, the Foreign Ministry provided a virtually identical statement to the embassy on Horman. He had been detained at the National Stadium on September 20 for violations of curfew but released on September 21 for lacking of merit to any charges against him, and the military was checking into his whereabouts. 21 These events gave U.S. officials ever more reason to discount the regime's denials regarding the Horman case. In a meeting with Edmund Horman the day he arrived, however, Ambassador Davis never mentioned the regime's acknowledgement that his son had been in the 284 stadium. Instead, the ambassador reiterated all of the Chilean military's disclaimers and then offered a theory that lent credence to them. Davis said that the embassy feeling was that Charles probably was in hiding, as Horman recorded the commentary. 22 Between October 5 and October 18, Ed and Joyce Horman conducted a poignant and desperate search for Charles. For 2 weeks they and, at Ed's demand, the embassy, pursued a set of inquiries that U.S. officials had failed to undertake, investigating detention centers other than the National Stadium, checking all foreign embassies where Charles might have sought asylum, a fingerprint check on all unidentified bodies at the morgue, issuing a press release to all Chilean newspapers, and publication of a reward for information leading to the whereabouts of Charles Horman. Ed and Joyce traversed Santiago, searching hospitals and refugee centers, meeting anyone who might be helpful, and enduring useless questioning by low-level Chilean officials going through the motions of an investigation. With the embassy's help, they gained access to the inside of the stadium where, using a microphone, they called for Charles to come forward. A dramatic and wrenching scene depicted in the LM Missing. In the late afternoon of October 16, Purdy invited them to the embassy to meet with Vice-Consul/CIA station operative James Anderson and a British journalist named Timothy Ross. Ross informed them he had a contact who claimed that Charles was alive and well, and making his way through an underground escape pipeline. He was now in northern Chile and would soon be out of the country. At the end of the meeting, following instructions from the ambassador, Anderson took Ed Horman aside and told him, "If you put any credence on this information, you may wish to consider that any continuing embassy pressure in this case may be double-edged." 23 The bizarre, unlikely, and contradictory nature of Ross's information. Witnesses had seen Horman taken away by the military. Military intelligence officials had clearly interrogated him and called his neighbors and friends the next day, and he had been missing for an entire month without a single communication appeared to be lost on the embassy officials, who found Ross credible enough to subject the Hormans to this meeting. The very next day, during a visit at the Ford Foundation's Santiago office, Ed Horman received a far more believable account of his son's fate. Charles had been shot to death in the National Stadium on or before September 20. Although third-hand, this information rang true. It had been provided to a Foundation staffer, Lowell Jarvis, by an official in the Canadian Embassy in Santiago who. American Casualties 285 was close to a Chilean who, in turn, had obtained this information from high-ranking Chilean military sources. Unbeknownst to the Hormans at the time, the source of this information was Enrique Sandoval, who had shared the identical story with the U.S. Embassy almost 3 weeks earlier. In an effort to leave Chile and seek refuge for his family in Canada, Sandoval contacted the RST Secretary of the Canadian Embassy, Mark Dalgan, 24, for assistance in early October, and told him the same thing he had told aide official Judd Kessler at the end of September. Then, Purdy had ignored this information, but now that Ed Horman pressed him to verify it, the embassy took less than 24 hours to confirm that Charles Horman was dead. In a terse cable to Washington, SUBJ, deaths, Charles E. Horman, Ambassador Davis reported that Embassy informed afternoon October 18, 1973 that previously unidentified male body which delivered to morgue on September 18, 1973 and given autopsy number 2663 had been identified through fingerprints as being that of Charles E. Horman. Unidentified body delivered to Santiago Cemetery on October 3 and apparently interred thereafter. Cause of death was bullet wound. The cable concluded that embassy advising wife and father. When they returned to New York City, an angry and grieving Edmund Horman and his daughter-in-law both wrote highly negative reports on their experience in Santiago to the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, William Fulbright. The embassy's handling of his son's case, Ed Horman charged in his letter, had been derelict. The American embassy did nothing to verify the evidence which had been placed in their hands on September 18 and which proved to be the key to the truth. From October 5 to the very end, their efforts produced no results beyond their repeated statements that they had contacted the Chilean government right up to General Pinochet, and had been told that the Chileans knew nothing about Charles or his whereabouts. I do not know the reason underlying the negligence, inaction, and failure of the American embassy, Horman concluded. Whether it was incompetence, indifference, or something worse, it's shocking, outrageous and, perhaps, obscene. In the search for a missing American, the embassy indeed produced no 286 information beyond what the military junta decided to tell them. Initially, embassy officials made multiple, informal, and low-level inquiries and visits to police stations, the National Stadium, Army military intelligence, and regime officials, and readily accepted repeated denials that the Chilean military was responsible for his disappearance. Since we had received denials from military intelligence that they had any knowledge of Horman, we had seen no reason to follow this point further, as Purdy explained why he didn't actively pursue persuasive evidence that Horman was under the control of the Army's military intelligence service. 25 1 week after Horman's seizure, Washington requested a more substantive search. Given congressional and other high-level interest in this case, Kissinger's office cabled the embassy on September 24, would appreciate embassy redoubling its efforts locate Horman, including possibility he may be detained by Chilean authorities. Only then did Ambassador Davis elevate the case to the level of a bilateral issue by discussing it with the regime's foreign minister, and other ministry officials. I raised Turugay and Horman cases, pointing out public relations implications of any continuance of the present situation where circumstances of their disappearances remain unexplained, Davis reported to Washington on a September 27 meeting with Chile's new ambassador to the United States. It would be helpful if the GOC were able to clear up the mysteries involved in the cases of the two missing or deceased AMSITs, Davis told a high foreign ministry official on October 3. 26 during a meeting with Pinochet himself on October 12 to discuss substantive U.S. assistance to the new regime. Davis alluded to the political problems we are encountering, among them the Kennedy Amendment and the Horman-Turugay cases. Washington chose not to exercise the considerable leverage, influence, and power it had at its disposal. At a time when the Nixon administration was laying the groundwork for formal recognition of the new regime, expediting tens of millions of dollars in emergency economic assistance to Chile, and covertly assisting the formation of its intelligence apparatus, U.S. policymakers led by Secretary of State Kissinger refrained from linking avid support to satisfactory action, resolution, and justice in these cases. Only in the wake of adverse media coverage and congressional outrage over the handling of the Horman case, did department officials prod their Chilean counterparts to address the murders of two Americans. Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Jack Cubis wreaked the administration's attitude when, during a February 1974 meeting with Junta Foreign Minister Ismael Huerta, he broached the Horman and Turugay cases. Cubis raised this subject, according to a memorandum of the conversation, in the context of the need to be careful to keep relatively small issues in our relationship from making our cooperation more difficult. 27. American casualties 287 Congress, not the executive branch, Nally used U.S. assistance to leverage Chilean military cooperation in the Horman case. When the Hormans left Chile on October 20, they asked for the prompt repatriation of Charles's remains. Our purpose, as Ed Horman would remind the State Department, was to verify identity, determine time and method of death, and any evidence of torture. 28 As the U.S. government feigned impotence for months, the Pinochet regime stalled on relinquishing the body, rendering impossible any autopsy that could tie the Chilean military to Horman's death. 29 In early March 1974, at a time when the Chilean Navy was seeking tow missiles from the U.S., the powerful senator from New York, Jacob Javits, moved to block further shipments of military equipment to Chile until the remains were returned. Almost immediately, a Chilean counterintelligence official informed the U.S. Mill Group that he had authority to effect the return, according to department summary of the case. 30 We had to send him fast out of here because Senator Javits said that he will not approve in the Congress, Rafael Gonzalez recalled to the U.S. reporters in his June 1976 interview. On March 21, Gonzalez went to the U.S. consulate and asked James Anderson, the embassy officer who, Gonzalez stated, had a dual role in Chile as a consulate and CIA official, to accompany him to the General Cemetery to locate and remove Horman's body. Gonzalez stated quite clearly why he had been picked for this assignment. I could identify Horman when he was dead because I saw him alive. One more obstacle, and one more example of official U.S. callousness, remained: obtaining payment from the Horman family for sending the body in a slat wooden crate back to the United States. On March 22, the State Department began repeatedly calling and cabling Horman's parents and widow for a deposit to cover the costs of transshipment. On March 23, 1974, a telegram signed by Kissinger arrived at the home of Horman's parents. In order for the American Embassy in Santiago to arrange shipment, you will recall that a deposit of $900 is required to cover the estimated cost for preparation of the remains and transportation to New York City. Funds and instructions should be sent to the Office of Special Consular Services, Department of State. Please accept our deepest condolences in this tragic affair. Kissinger. 4 days later, his widow received a cablegram advising her that to date we have received neither instructions nor funds to cover the estimated costs and urgently need a deposit of $900 to cover estimated expenses. 288. The State Department warned her of the possibility that if instructions are not soon received, the government of Chile will order remains reinterred for health reasons. In a phone call the next day, a bureaucrat from the Consular Services Office gave her until the morning of March 30 to wire the money. Such official determination and pressure, from the family's perspective, contrasted sharply with the State Department's restrained response to Charles's disappearance 6 months earlier. I pointed out, Ed Horman would tell the consular official who called again to request the $900, that if certain employees of the Department of State had displayed the same sense of urgency at the right time, my son might still be alive. 31. Frank Turugay. U.S. officials considered the murders of Charles Horman and Frank Turugay to be closely linked. As the only 2 Americans killed by the regime following the coup, their special cases bear numerous similarities. Both of them worked on the publication of the small radical magazine newsletter called Fin. Both were seized at home by Chilean military personnel who ransacked their houses, carting away books and papers considered to be evidence of a pro-Allende inclination. Both were taken to the National Stadium, where Chilean authorities attempted to cover up the fact they had been there by keeping their names off lists shown to U.S. Embassy officials. One additional commonality, as an internal State Department summary noted, was that the junta clearly had or quickly acquired derogatory information on Horman and Turugay and frequently mentioned it to embassy personnel. The main apparent difference in their cases was that unlike Horman, Turugay had not crossed paths with U.S. military or intelligence officers. Horman's experience, particularly in Vina del Mar, raised the suspicion that U.S. personnel might have engared him for the Chilean military, but there was no evidence that Turugay had ever been on the U.S. radar screen. At least that is what his family was led to believe for more than 20 years after his death. At the time of the coup, Frank Turugay was a 24-year-old graduate student studying Chile's economic transition under the Allende government. In October of 1971, after graduating from the California Institute of Technology, he enrolled in the School of Political Economy at the University of Chile in Santiago. He lived at a group house at 2575 Hernan Cortez Street frequented by Chilean militants, along with his American roommate David Hathaway. At approximately 9 p.m. on the evening of September 20, according American Casualties 289 to a one-page summary of his case titled Deceased United States Citizen, a squad of Chilean Carabinero police arrested Turugay and Hathaway at their home. Both were taken to the Escuela de Suboficiales Macal of the Carabineros where they were detained overnight and then taken the morning of September 21, 1973 to the National Stadium. No reason for the detention was given. A note from the Chilean Foreign Office dated October 3, 1973 stated that Mr. Turugay had been arrested on September 20 for violation of curfew and had been released for lack of merit on September 21, 1973. According to Mr. Hathaway, the afternoon of September 21 an officer separated Mr. Turugay from the other U.S. citizens detainees based upon a list of names he was carrying. Mr. Turugay was not seen alive again. Hathaway's Chilean auntie, Irina Munoz, was at the house and witnessed the arrest. In a debrief with Vice-Consul/CIA operative James Anderson, she observed that a unit of 15 to 20 police agents arrived and spoke to a neighbor outside who denounced Turugay and Hathaway as foreigners. She also told Anderson that during a search of Turugay's bedroom, the squad had found the complete works of Karl Marx and accused him of contaminating his mind. The police took the literature and other materials, along with the two Americans. The U.S. Embassy learned of Turugay's detention on September 24, when a close friend, Steve Vogt, reported them detained and missing. A chronology of information relevant to Frank Randall Turugay, put together by the State Department, suggested that Purdy was told by Chilean authorities later that day that Turugay was being held at the National Stadium, and during a visit to the facility the next morning a volunteer humanitarian worker told Purdy that Turugay's interrogation had been completed. In the late afternoon of September 25, however, Purdy received a call from the General Morgue stating that body of Frank Randall Turugay, born March 14, 1949, in United States had been brought to morgue dead of bullet wounds on 22 September. 32 The consul took Turugay's roommate, David Hathaway, to the morgue on September 27, the day after Hathaway's release from the stadium. Hathaway was forced to examine over 150 bodies lined up in rows, but he could not positively identify the corpse tagged with Turugay's name. At this point, the State Department called Turugay's family into Plains, Illinois, and told his parents that there was some confusion about the fate of their son. Finally on October 2, Steve Vogt made a positive identification. 33 In diplomatic note number 15126, dated October 3, the Chilean Foreign 290 Office advised the embassy that Turugay had been detained for curfew violations on September 20, a statement clearly contradicted by the facts and released the next day for lack of evidence. How, then, did he die? It is possible that Mr. Turugay might have been wounded fatally by curfew control patrols or by civilian criminal elements, according to the diplomatic note, and later recovered and taken to the morgue. During an October 15 meeting with the U.S. Defense Attaché, Col. William Hahn, the Chilean head of CIM, General Augusto Lutz, was far less diplomatic. His theory, Hahn reported in a memorandum of conversation, is that Turugay was picked up by his friends and ultimately disposed of. 34 As for Horman, Lutz theorized that during this particular time of his disappearance groups of robbers or extremists dressed in soldier uniforms were making searches and robberies of houses known to be occupied by North Americans and foreigners with the purpose of ending dollars or other saleable merchandise. General Lutz also informed Hahn that the Chilean military had obtained incriminating information on Turugay's activities. Gen. Lutz said they have knowledge that Turugay was here in Chile to spread false rumors to the outside world relating to Chile and the situation. 35 This theme dominated the one and only substantive statement that Pinochet's military provided to the United States on the Horman and Turugay cases. On October 30, General Lutz sent the U.S. Defense Attaché an unsigned memorandum on the antecedents on 2 North American citizens' decease. In special deference to the American Embassy, the report stated, the Chilean Military Intelligence Service had accurately investigated the fate of Turugay and Horman. Available information on both persons leads to the conclusion that they were involved in extreme leftist movements in our country, which they supported both materially and ideologically. It is necessary, furthermore, to indicate that available and well-supported data evidence existence of an organization linked to North American residents in our country, with connections in the rest of the countries in the continent and led from the U.S., which has undertaken an offensive campaign. This situation is related with the citizens Horman and Turugay since there are concrete reasons to believe that at least belongs to said organization. U.S. officials did not share these allegations of subversive activities with the Turugay or Horman families at the time, but later a number of State Department officials focused on them as a possible lead in resolving these murders. Did such evidence exist? If so, where did the Chilean military get American casualties 291 it? What was the basis for their conclusions? In a compilation of known evidence and unanswered questions put together by Bureau of Inter-American Affairs officers in the summer of 1976 called Gleanings, the authors noted that the October 30 memorandum from Army intelligence to Colonel Hahn may have been based on information provided by U.S. intelligence. In the Horman case, that supposition derived from a statement by the key source, Enrique Sandoval, that his contact inside the Chilean military had seen an abundant dossier on Horman's U.S. activities in the United States. 36 In the case of Turugay, whose activities seemed to attract the regime's attention even more than Horman's, speculation came to focus on one top-secret and closely guarded CIA document. In March 1975, Turugay's father, Frank Turugay Sr., initiated a Freedom of Information Act request to the CIA for all documents relating to his son and his death. Our representative in Santiago advises that there are no documents in his lap pertaining to your son, the CIA responded in May. The agency did, however, acknowledge that it found a single document which pertains to your son at Langley headquarters. This document could not, however, be declassified because of national security considerations. More than a year later, the CIA informed an ACLU lawyer representing the Turugay family that the document was furnished to representatives of this agency by an intelligence service of a foreign country was not obtained from the government of Chile or any other South American country. Also, it contains no derogatory information on Frank Randall Turugay and does not concern his death in September 1973. 37 The document did, in fact, contain derogatory information on Turugay and worse, the address of his home at 2575 Hernan Cortes in Santiago. In July 1972, one of West Germany's intelligence agencies provided a report to the CIA on their surveillance of an American living in Heidelberg who was allegedly engaged in activities to foster desertion and dissent among U.S. servicemen stationed in Europe. This individual published a series of underground newsletters and sought contributing writers and editors from other parts of the world. Through an informant, West German intelligence operatives obtained information that the name of Frank Turugay, along with his address in Santiago, had been provided to this individual as an important contact to have in his newsletter network. 38 The Germans also shared this information with the U.S. Army's 66th Military Intelligence Group based in Munich. That unit forwarded a report to the FBI in October 1972. According to information received by source, Turugay is an American residing in Chile who is closely associated with the Chicago Area Group for the Liberation of the Americas, noted the FBI. 292. Memorandum. The FBI then opened a Lino 10053422 subject. Frank Turugay SM subversive and ordered its Chicago office to conduct appropriate investigation to identify subject, and submit results of investigation in form suitable for dissemination. By December, agents were laying reports on his affiliations and attendance at conferences, while conducting background checks and interviews with former colleagues and acquaintances. Rooting information on the documents does not indicate that the FBI disseminated this information to Chile. The key question was, and remains, whether the CIA did so. When the agency refused to declassify the document, the staff of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence sought access to it. Eventually they were shown a strategically censored copy. In a secret memo to the Directorate of Operations South American Division in November 1976, the CIA's Legislative Council noted that the staffers had posed the obvious question: did CIA, or the service which originally obtained it, pass the document to, or to another Latin American intelligence service which might have passed it to? The Directorate of Operations responded that it had conducted a thorough check that fails to reveal any evidence that the Central Intelligence Agency released or passed the information on Frank Turugay Jr. to any Latin American liaison service, including, according an internal CIA memorandum. Nevertheless, the agency continued to withhold from release even a sanitized version of the German intelligence report and any of the routing sheets that would have accompanied it that would allow verification of this statement. Pursuing the truth. Until the Gonzalez allegations generated a new public and political uproar in mid-1976, the U.S. government took very little action to resolve the Horman and Turugay murders. Under pressure from the families and Capitol Hill, the embassy submitted a series of mildly worded diplomatic notes listing unanswered questions and requested an inquiry to determine the circumstances of their deaths, requests the military regime ignored, obfuscated, or simply denied. In a July 24, 1974, letter to Congress on the Horman case, the State Department reported that competent authorities of the Chilean government consider it highly probable that the death was due to the action of snipers or extremists using military uniforms, and that the United States was unable to establish a legal basis for attributing an international wrong to the Chilean government for the death of Mr. Horman. 39 During the period when the United States had the most leverage in its bilateral relations with the Pinochet American casualties 293 regime, it never once took the position that these Americans had been deliberately killed by the military, nor demanded that the regime identify, prosecute, or extradite the commanding officers and personnel responsible. Both families made an energetic attempt to keep the investigation alive. In February 1974, Turugay's father, Frank Turugay Sr., traveled to Santiago with a group called the Chicago Commission of Inquiry and met with U.S. Embassy and Chilean military officials. "Is this case closed?" he pressed the new ambassador David Popper, during a meeting at the embassy. Declassified meeting minutes record their exchange. "Ambassador Popper, we have repeatedly tried to determine the facts in this case and we will continue to do what we can to clear up these discrepancies. In all honesty, I cannot be very optimistic about getting a fuller story at this date and after this lapse of time. Mr. Turugay, it is difficult for family to understand how the USG can be helping the government of Chile when they don't even answer our questions. In the broad scheme of U.S. Chilean relations, State Department officials made clear, resolving this murder was not a priority. Both the embassy, and the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs, as one internal memorandum noted in June 1974, now indicate that they believe further pressure in this regard will be of no avail and merely further exacerbate bilateral relations for no benefit. For 20 years neither the U.S. nor the Chilean governments provided any new evidence in the case relating to the circumstances of Frank Turugay's death. Only one piece of noteworthy information emerged from a source outside the United States. In November 1975, a Belgian government official named André van Lanker provided a sworn affidavit to the U.S. consulate in Brussels relating to his harrowing imprisonment in the National Stadium from September 17 and November 8, 1973. Between September 20 and 22, 1973, he recalled, "I got knowledge of the attendance among us of a United States citizen, named Frank, a university man who had been arrested. During a brutal interrogation at the hands of uniformed police officers, Van Lanker was severely injured and taken to a hospital tent where Red Cross workers intervened to save his life. When he was returned to his cell, fellow prisoners told me what happened to Mr. Frank. The military took him for interrogation the same days as me, i.e. about the 20th to the 23rd of September 1973, to the Caracol, a kind of corridor of the Velodrome. An officer whose identification was Alpha 1 or Sigma 1, I do not remember anymore, was in charge of the interrogation, where Frank was heavily tortured by blows and electricity shocks. Finally, Frank was in such a bad condition that the officer commented that he had gone too far and he shot him with a burst of machine gun as used in such cases. Afterward, fellow prisoners told me the military commented among themselves, their fear of having troubles with the government of the USA, that is why they did not want to recognize Frank's presence in the stadium. The scent of scandal from Rafael Gonzalez's account of the Horman murder brought renewed attention to both cases, and forced the State Department, at least temporarily, into a more activist mode. To obtain the truth of the Horman and Turugay cases, the Chile desk officer Rudy Fimbres warned, a comprehensive probe would be required accessing evidence from the of the U.S. intelligence agencies that likely knew more about the case than they admitted. The Chile desk was unconvinced the total U.S. role is honestly and accurately recorded in the records available to the department, he informed Assistant Secretary Harry Schlotterman, who was known to be close to the CIA. 40 in August, Fimbres and his colleagues wrote to Schlotterman, "We find it hard to believe that the Chileans did not check with regarding 2 detained Americans. Lack of candor with us on other matters only heightens our suspicions." 41 Assistant Secretary Schlotterman promised the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that the department would do everything possible to investigate the unresolved murders of Horman and Turugay and determine whether any official had initiated, condoned, or was negligent in Horman's detention and execution. Instead, Schlotterman simply assigned one lone career diplomat, Frederick Smith Jr., who happened to be in Washington awaiting his next embassy posting, to do a thorough examination of department records. In the fall of 1976, Smith recalled, he spent several weeks sifting through and drafting a detailed 26-page report entitled Death in Chile of Charles Horman. 42 Like his colleagues, Smith understood that the answers to the mystery of Horman's fate were likely to be found elsewhere. "I see no other alternative if we want to satisfy ourselves and others that we have done all we can to determine the truth of the matter," he wrote in a cover memo to Schlotterman, "but to make a high-level approach to the U.S. intelligence community." As Smith noted, if one concludes as I do that the GOC was directly responsible for Horman's death, it is difficult to be. American casualties 295 leave that the GOC would have felt sufficiently secure in taking such drastic action against 2 American citizens without some reason, however unjustifiably inferred or inadvertently given, to believe that it could do so without substantial adverse consequences vis-a-vis the USG. 43 The null paragraph of his report recommended that high-level inquiries be made of intelligence agencies, particularly the CIA, to try to ascertain to what extent, if any, actions may have been taken or information may have been furnished, formally or informally, to representatives of the forces that now constitute the GOC. Either before or immediately after the coup, that may have led the junta to believe it could, without serious repercussions, kill Charles Horman and Frank Turugay. Neither Declassified State Department nor CIA let indicate that any such high-level inquiry was ever undertaken. Unlike the Pentagon, which ordered a written debrief of all U.S. military personnel who came in contact with Horman or were involved in efforts to end him, the CIA apparently did not officially question its key station operatives James Anderson, John Hall, Ray Warren, John Devine, and Donald Winters among others about their contacts with Chilean military officials in the days following the coup, or any discussions they might have had regarding Americans in Chile. Nor do the documents record any information on what effort the agency made to ascertain what happened to Horman and Turugay after they were detained. The lack of documentation suggests no such effort was made. The State Department did pursue 2 avenues of inquiry, a new set of questions for Rafael Gonzalez including, as Smith wrote, if he knows of any information provided by U.S. sources regarding Horman or Turugay or other American citizens, and an effort to ND and question Enrique Sandoval, the original source of the information that Horman had been killed in the stadium. On August 2, 1976, Fimbres tracked down Sandoval in exile in Montreal, Canada. He confirmed he told Judd Kessler that Horman was dead, and not to look for him alive. Fimbres reported to the U.S. Embassy, but he would not reveal his source. I said I felt I must continue to pursue this line of inquiry because the information he provided had proven to be accurate. Better late than never. To his protestation that there was no point now in pursuing this matter, I explained that in simple justice to Horman's parents and in response to the many inquiries regarding the circumstances of the deaths. 296. Of the two Americans, we had vigorously to pursue every lead. He said he saw a threat in this. He volunteered that his primary sources, uniformed persons, were in jail. He implied they would be at the mercy of Chilean security if it was revealed that they had passed on to us information on Horman. The State Department had concluded, quite correctly, that Sandoval's source was his brother, who they unfortunately misidentified as most likely Colonel Guillermo Sandoval Velázquez. 44. For this reason, Fimbres confessed to being confused at Sandoval's repeated references to multiple sources. His use of the plural uniformed persons is confusing, Fimbres wrote, perhaps deliberately so. But more than once he implied throughout the conversation that he had more than one source. 45. Indeed, Sandoval repeatedly tried to obfuscate where his information came from. In an interview with Hauser in 1976, he claimed he had 3 separate sources, among them a close relative serving inside the stadium and a military officer who said he was present when Horman was led away to be executed. 46. In a private meeting in Manhattan with Joyce Horman in January 1975, Sandoval contended that his source was a relative serving as a military school and army lawyer inside the stadium. Sandoval's sources represented the only direct witnesses able to identify those Chilean military officers responsible for murdering an American. But, having identified his informant as his brother, and now concerned about the personal security of this source, U.S. officials decided to abandon this avenue of inquiry. Any approach in Chile, as Fimbres and 2 colleagues wrote to Schlotterman, would have to be made with considerable discretion, and would be terribly sensitive. We are skeptical that anything positive can be accomplished through this line of inquiry. In his own report to Schlotterman in December, Frederick Smith also recommended against pursuing the Sandoval lead. To do so might seriously endanger his source, and confirmation of Horman's presence at the National Stadium or other information we might obtain from him would seem at this point to be marginal to our main concern. 47. An U.S. ambassador to Santiago, David Popper, opposed pursuing Sandoval's source, or any other inquiry to identify Horman's killers. The U.S. cannot conduct a full investigation on the territory of another sovereign nation, he wrote to Fimbres. Somewhere along the line we will have to take the position that we have gone as far as we can. 48. American casualties 297. A final missed opportunity. There would be one more example of U.S. government irresponsibility in the Horman case, publicly unknown until the declassification of documents in June 2000, extending the long pattern of official disinclination, and simple inability, to bring the most famous crime against an American citizen in Chile to legal and historical closure. On March 11, 1987, an informant with credible ties to the Chilean secret police appeared at the U.S. Embassy and requested to speak to Ambassador Harry Barnes, or the Deputy Chief of Mission, George Jones. Instead he was referred to a junior political officer, David Dreyer. In this initial meeting the informant, his name remains deleted from Declassified, said he knew what had happened to Charles Horman and wanted to come clean. He knows who ordered the killing of Horman and that some of these people are currently top officials, Dreyer reported. He says he will name names. 49. The State Department's Southern Cone Desk, headed by David Cox, characterized this information as intriguing, but took a remarkably reserved position on pursuing it. It occurs to us, just as it probably has to you, that this could be a setup, by the extreme left or the GOC, Cox informed Ambassador Barnes. Rather than recommend that the informant be turned over to a high-level officer or even the FBI, the department recommended handling him at a very low level. "You are the best judge on who should meet with him," Cox wrote, "but from our vantage point, it would seem best at this stage to treat this as a consular matter." On April 20, the informant returned to the embassy and spent 90 minutes discussing Horman's fate, providing for the RST time new names of Chilean military officers involved in his seizure and death. According to the story he related to Dreyer, Horman was seized by intelligence units acting on information provided by Salas, current CNI head. He was taken to the Escuela Militar and interrogated. From there he was transferred to the National Stadium for additional questioning. Documents seized from his residence indicated that Horman was an extremist. He was therefore considered a foreigner/extremist and the order was given to execute him. Said that Horman spoke little Spanish and the troops that had him were unaware that he was an American. Instead, they thought that he was a Brazilian, Italian, etc. The record indicating that he was an American arrived at the stadium after the execution. He was forced to change clothes and then shot 3 times. The body was dumped on the streets to indicate he had been killed in 298. A confrontation. The news of his death got lost in the confusion of those days and later was suppressed as it was known that he was an American. 50. The source stated that Horman was among several hundred people perished at the stadium. The person who made the decision on who was to die, he said, naming names, was Col. Pedro Espinoza, who soon joined the secret police, DINA. 51 does not feel that the embassy did very much to help the Horman family, Dreyer reported in a cable that went to the White House Situation Room. Was highly critical of the Consul General at the time and also of the military group for not acting to help a fellow citizen. He also said that he was getting the impression that the embassy still was not very interested. 52 Indeed, the embassy's handling of this informant reeked the same ambivalence about aggressively pursuing the Horman case that had dominated U.S. officialdom from the start. Here was a potential witness to the controversial murder of an American citizen, the RST, to step forward since Rafael Gonzalez in 1976. Yet the State Department seemed more focused on his motivations than evaluating what evidence he had to offer. I don't understand his motivation. Why after 14 years has he now decided to tell his story? Dreyer complained in the report on the second meeting. When the informant returned to the embassy for a third and pivotal meeting on April 24, he said that he felt his family was being threatened and insisted that he had to get out of Chile and get his family to the United States. Could be part of a GOC plot to compromise embassy officials, the embassy noted in a comprehensive summary of the informant meetings. On the other hand, he could be on the level and have useful information. How to respond? If the United States did nothing, it could create the worst-case scenario. In Dreyer's assessment, the informant could be killed under mysterious circumstances and it becomes known that he came to us for help after giving us new information on the Horman case. Our reaction was to take the information lightly and to deny him any protection or aid. The press would crucify us. But stalling him was no longer an option. We are going to have to decide what to do with this guy. 53 After internal discussions, embassy officials simply decided to turn the informant away. When he returned for the 4th time on April 27 seeking some form of asylum, the informant was told that the U.S. would not grant his request, transportation for subject and family to the United States and some form of subsistence for an indefinite period of time. He then left. 54 18 days later, after conferring with the Justice Department and FBI. American casualties 299. The State Department partially changed its mind. Now officials in Washington took the position that the department has a fundamental interest in determining circumstances of deaths abroad of U.S. citizens, even 13 years after the fact. Moreover, we would consider it a very serious matter if senior GOC officials had been aware of the circumstances of Horman's death and attempted to conceal this information from the USG and Horman's family. Even so, the State Department was unwilling to send an investigative team to Santiago to establish the informant's bona fide. Instead, it instructed the embassy to tell the informant that, before we could consider the possibility of his travel to the United States, we would have to interview him more thoroughly. This cannot be done in Chile. If he is willing to travel at his own expense to Montevideo, U.S. officials stationed there will interview him and make a determination as to his credibility. Should understand the USG cannot offer him special assistance, financial or otherwise, if we ND is fully truthful after questioning in Montevideo, including polygraph test, we would be willing to consider the possibility of his subsequent travel to the United States. This unattractive offer was never delivered, and the new information on the Horman case never pursued. The embassy had identified the informant and obtained biographic data on him. We verified he was who he said he was, one internal memo noted, but U.S. officials professed to be unable to ND him. Although Mbof asked to keep in touch, he has made no further attempt to contact us, the embassy complained. 55 For our part, we have no means of contacting subject as he steadfastly refused to provide us with an address or telephone numbers, Ambassador Barnes cabled the department on June 17, 1987. Unsatisfied with the embassy's lack of effort, on July 14 the State Department ordered a mission-wide effort, including the use of U.S. intelligence operatives, to recontact this individual. A month later, the embassy sent back a brief, "Endnull, status report, post unable to locate Boris Weisfeiler." As the Santiago embassy waited for the Horman informant to reappear in June 1987, a second Chilean military source came forward with what secret cable traffic described as a startling report about the fate of another American, a missing hiker named Boris Weisfeiler. Weisfeiler, a Russian-born, 43, 300-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen and a professor of mathematics at Penn State, had disappeared while on a solo backpacking trip in southern Chile in early January 1985. After a perfunctory investigation, the Chilean government announced he was presumed to have drowned while trying to cross the rushing waters of the Nubble River in the Parral region 250 miles south of Santiago. Weisfeiler's backpack was found on the riverbank, but no remains were ever recovered. The source, who called himself Daniel, told a far darker story, which could throw a whole new light on Weisfeiler's disappearance, the embassy reported. In early January 1985 he had been part of a 7-man Chilean army unit patrolling the perimeter of Colonia Dignidad, described in secret State Department records as a secretive German immigrant settlement reportedly with neo-Nazi tendencies located in the Andean foothills in the southeastern part of the country. 56 The colony collaborated closely with the Pinochet regime and was used as a secret torture/detention center. Daniel cited visits by the head of DINA, Manuel Contreras, and Pinochet himself to its massive 37,000-acre wilderness enclave. Due to the security surrounding La Dignidad, as it was known in the region, and its proximity to the Chilean-Argentine border, the Army Patrol had standing orders to arrest anyone found in the area. His unit, he said, received a radio call from 2 Army soldiers guarding a cableway near the intersection of the Nubble and the Los Sauces rivers. They had turned away an individual trying to make use of to cross the river. The Army Patrol then set out in search of this suspected subversive and found a hiker washing something in the river. In a taped confession, Daniel described what transpired. "When we came to a place where there were 2 rivers, the patrol came across a man with a backpack, etc. He did not speak good Spanish and he did not offer any resistance. Subject was told he should not have entered the area. In continuing the search of subject we found the following documents, based on which, the officer in charge classified subject as a Russian spy and a Soviet. A further search of subject produced a U.S. passport and a letter saying that he was a professor at a U.S. university. We then took off his shoes, tied him up and took him into Colonia Dignidad where he was turned over to the chief of security for Colonia Dignidad. In further interviews with embassy officers, this informant, who said he was now detailed to the CNI, provided excruciating details of the human rights abuses Weisfeiler was forced to endure, including a rudimentary map of American casualties 301 where Weisfeiler was found, stripped, and interrogated that closely corresponded to maps drawn by consulate and private investigators in 1985. According to Daniel's account, Weisfeiler was taken downstream about VE kilometers and then stripped and searched more thoroughly. The commander of the patrol again accused Weisfeiler of being a spy and began to kick him, strike him with his gun butt, and submerge his head in the river. At this point Weisfeiler began to shout his name, and also began to shout to contact the American embassy. At a guard shelter along the southern edge of the colonia, they turned Weisfeiler over to the colonia's chief of security. The patrol's commander and the colonia's security chief entered the colonia and interrogated Weisfeiler for a period of some 2 hours. When the interrogation was over, the patrol's commander emerged and stated that the prisoner was neither a Russian nor a CIA spy, but a Jewish spy. His conscience prompted Daniel to come forward with this account of Weisfeiler's fate, he told U.S. officials. He was talking now in hopes this information could be used immediately to locate the victim. Daniel said he had recently been in contact with a former member of his army patrol who was once again assigned to Colonia Dignidad and had just seen Weisfeiler alive. The embassy reported, "Our source has information from an eyewitness that Weisfeiler was in the colonia as late as early June, 1987. 57 in June 2000, more than 15 years after Weisfeiler's disappearance, the State Department declassified this 13-page summary report on This informant, case of Boris Weisfeiler, Colonia Dignidad, new information, along with 436 other documents relating to his case. None of the Weisfeiler had ever been provided to his family and, yet, numerous records contained extraordinary information on what the embassy knew and when it knew it. Some documents indicated that within the RST year of Weisfeiler's reported disappearance, embassy officials received a tip that he had not drowned and was still alive. By April 1985, consulate officers suspected the involvement of Colonia Dignidad but made no effort to gain access to the enclave. After Daniel surfaced, according to the embassy officials took few immediate steps to escalate efforts to locate Weisfeiler. And although consular officials wanted to initiate an official judicial investigation to unravel the regime's cover-up, the State Department delayed a decision for a year and then refused to authorize minimal funding for legal fees. From the start, the shadow of Charles Horman hung over the case of another vanished American. I didn't want what happened in that movie. 302. Missing to happen again, then Consul General Jane Kobylska recalled. 58 When Penn State University reported that Weisfeiler had failed to return to teach the winter semester, the consulate moved expeditiously to look for him. On January 23, a day after the Carabineros informed the embassy that Weisfeiler's green backpack had been found on the bank of the Nubble River, a consular officer Konoff named Edward Arrizabalaga traveled by car and horseback to the small riverside village of Los Mayos to retrace Weisfeiler's steps, interview the peasants who had seen him, and request a special investigation from the local authorities. In the RST clue that something was amiss, the consular officer observed that the contents of the backpack were dry, not wet nor moldy smelling, according to his handwritten notes, and showed no signs of ever having been in the water. Weisfeiler's passport, plane ticket, and a diary he always kept were also missing. Nevertheless, Arrizabalaga reported, accidental death is in fact the most likely explanation for his disappearance. Embassy investigators soon learned, however, that at the very moment that Weisfeiler disappeared, a unit of the Carabinero police and an army patrol were tracking him as a suspected subversive. On January 4, Luis Lopez, one of the peasants who had seen Weisfeiler hiking, reported him to local police as a possible extremist. All residents, as the embassy summarized Lopez's initial account, had orders to report the presence of all strangers in the area immediately to the Carabineros. Luis Lopez reported the presence of the stranger to the commander of the El Roble outpost, Sargento Second Class Jorge Cofre Vega. Following Lopez's report, the Carabineros apparently set off on horseback to search for the stranger. According to the testimony of SGT. Kafir, the Carabineros were assisted in their search by a military patrol from an army regiment based in Concepcion, which happened to be in the area on the day of January 4, 1985. Luis Lopez is the last person who reportedly saw Boris Weisfeiler. 59. But when embassy officials returned to the region, they were unable to interview the Carabineros who participated in the search because they had all been reassigned and dispersed around the country. SGT. Kafir Vega was suddenly retired and not available. The Chilean military refused to identify the members of the army patrol. There were a number of indications, the embassy cabled Washington, that witnesses were under considerable pressure from the Carabineros to confirm the official story and minimize independent contact with consular officers. In the fall of 1986, the key witness, Luis Lopez, was found dead in what the embassy called mysterious circum. American casualties. 303 stances hung from the infrastructure of the river cableway not far from where Weisfeiler disappeared. 60. This cover-up was particularly disconcerting because, within the RST year of his disappearance, declassified records indicate the embassy had one hint that Weisfeiler had not, in fact, drowned. A contact, who remains unidentified, apparently approached embassy officer Lawrence Penn and suggested W was still alive, according to a cryptic memorandum, classified secret, and written probably in late 1985 by the Deputy Chief of Mission, George Jones. Is there any way to refresh, revive, update that one contact you had? Jones wrote to Penn as the new ambassador, Harry Barnes, considered the official verdict of accidental drowning. Ambulance said that one thing that bothered him about closing the on the case was that one hint that W was alive. The case was kept open, largely due to the personal outrage of the Consul General Jane Koblyska, over the Chilean military's evasive responses to U.S. inquiries. In April 1985, Koblyska discovered that the embassy had been misinformed about the boundary line of the 70-square-mile mountain enclave of Colonia Dignidad. In an eyes-only memorandum, Welfare/Whereabouts, case of Boris Weisfeiler, Koblyska reported that at the time of his disappearance Weisfeiler was either on or very near to the Colonia property and recommended that this information be transferred to Washington via a secure telephone. After another year of U.S. informal approaches yielded nothing from Chilean military officials, she drafted a strongly worded memorandum to the new ambassador, Harry Barnes, demanding he take definitive measures to raise the profile of this case and obtain answers on Weisfeiler's fate. Inaction is damaging, she advised. The real danger in this case is that we will delay action until it is too late to either save Weisfeiler's life or to determine the true circumstances of this death. 61. After yet another year of the Pinochet regime's evasive diplomatic exchanges, Koblyska again urged the ambassador to take a more forceful stand. The Mickey Mousing around we've done on this case with this government is disgraceful, she wrote, and though I think forcefulness should have been applied a long time ago, it wasn't. In the late spring of 1987, as Koblyska prepared to return to a new post in Washington, she initiated a detailed status report on the Weisfeiler case. The 14-page review cited important contradictions in the evidence, as well as indications that the police had pressured witnesses to falsely claim they saw Weisfeiler's footprints where he allegedly entered the river and drowned. Weisfeiler was a semi-professional hiker. He had trekked alone in Siberia, Alaska, China, and Peru, but no satisfactory answer has yet been given to the question of why an experienced backpacker such as Weisfeiler, 304, would attempt a river crossing in an obviously dangerous place, the report noted. One possible explanation cited by the embassy was that the backpack had been placed in a location in order to feign an accidental death. 62. By the time this report was cabled to Washington at the end of June, embassy officials had begun to interview the informant known only as Daniel, who explained that the Army Patrol had sent the backpack to CNI headquarters for analysis before it was replaced on the riverbank. 63. If true, his story would throw a whole new light on the case, and call into question a substantial portion of the information previously received and reported concerning Weisfeiler's disappearance, the embassy cabled the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs. To be sure, Daniel's account was bizarre. But it was also absolutely believable. His story is so detailed and ties so well with what we know from many other sources of Weisweiler's whereabouts, physical description, and what he was carrying, that it seems likely to us that source did in fact participate in Weisweiler's arrest and delivery to the Colonia, according to the embassy officers that met him. 64. The possibility that Weisweiler was still alive posed a dilemma. If Weisweiler is in fact alive and a prisoner at the Colonia or anywhere else with the knowledge of the GOC, any investigation we undertake which comes to the GOC's attention runs the risk of his being killed to cover up the affair. On the other hand, to take no action could be equivalent to abandoning an American citizen trapped in the hands of persons for whom paranoid is one of the kinder adjectives. This calculation, along with sheer bureaucratic inertia and the abject ambivalence of top department officials, paralyzed any aggressive steps to ascertain Weisweiler's whereabouts and welfare. Consular Officer Philip Antweiler did propose pursuing what he called 7 unturned stones in the case. But Daniel's story resulted in no immediate and direct U.S. initiatives to resolve his disappearance. In August 1987, the State Department informed the embassy that Washington would favor reopening of a separate judicial investigation over any revival of administrative inquiries, which, as embassy has reported, had failed to resolve discrepancies in case 65. But next steps were left to embassy officials who continued to seek regime support for administrative inquiries. Approaches to the authorities, however, yielded only more stalling, obstruction, and empty promises for further review of the case. In January 1988, a consular officer did obtain permission to travel to Parral and interview the Carabinero officials who had originally searched for Weisweiler. During that American Casualties 305 meeting, SGT, Vega produced a list of names of members of the Army unit that had also tracked the hiker. But not until August 1988, more than a year after Daniel had come forward, did the U.S. government formally request access to those soldiers who may have important information concerning the chain of events surrounding Mr. Weisweiler's disappearance. 66. In December, almost 4 years after Weisweiler's disappearance, the Chilean Foreign Ministry nally responded that only the local tribunal, the San Carlos Court, could legally mandate such interrogations. The court, however, would act only if proper judicial proceedings were initiated and deemed legally warranted by new, compelling evidence. The year 1989 marked the phase-out of the Pinochet regime. With Chile entering a lengthy transition to civilian rule, consulate officers considered hiring a lawyer and pursuing legal avenues for a full, court-sanctioned investigation into Weisweiler's fate as a logical and promising next step. Who knows what might turn up in the next few years, particularly with a new government and altered political climate, Consul General William Barkel wrote in a January 3 recommendation to approach Alfredo Echeverri, the prominent Chilean attorney representing the United States in the Letelier proceedings. 67. Echeverri had already done considerable pro bono work on the Weisweiler case. He asked for a moderate XED retainer of several $1,000s to represent the U.S. consulate in seeking to reopen a judicial inquiry. In mid-March, the embassy cabled the State Department requesting approval to obtain legal services to permit consular officers to perform duties relating to protection of U.S. nationals and to engage a knowledgeable local attorney. Alfredo Echeverri. Months went by with no response. On August 29, the embassy cabled Washington again, noting that in spite of numerous follow-up attempts, we received no reply other than "Department is studying proposal." This renewed request also disappeared into a black hole, as have all the others, Barkel complained in an internal embassy communication dated in October 3. On October 6, he cabled the State Department Legal Office. Given the sensitivity of this case, which has sparked congressional interest, we cannot understand the delay in responding to our request. Only after the U.S. ambassador to Chile, Charles Gillespie, returned to Washington and personally raised the issue did the State Department nally respond. On November 20, in a cable signed by Secretary of State James Baker, the department noted that the issue had newly been vetted. The department has no objection to the post's employment of private local counsel to prepare and lie with the appropriate court, a petition on behalf of the embassy that requests the government of Chile to reopen the investigation. There was one caveat: the department would not provide 306 any money. The cost of the legal services will be paid for with post's funds. The U.S. Embassy's inability to decide whether it could budget several $1,000s to hire a lawyer prompted even more procrastination and inaction in the Weisweiler case. On November 28, 1989, Barkle requested that the administration office check to see if funds were available. In December and January, he asked again, only to be told it is being looked into. Finally, in February 1990, more than a year after RST proposing the plan to hire Echeverry, Barkle formally submitted a memorandum, funding to engage attorney to reopen Weisweiler case. I would very much appreciate a definitive answer, he wrote. If funds are available, I would like to get cracking and reopen the case. In the end, the embassy's business and Nance office determined there was no money in the budget. Barkle received a terse, one-sentence memo informing him, at present time there are no funds available in post allotments for this project. A full decade later, on January 3, 2000, the Chilean courts agreed to open a judicial investigation into the case not at the behest of the embassy, but through a legal petition led by Boris Weisweiler's sister, Olga. The State Department led on the Weisweiler case had not yet been declassified, but the family cited as new evidence a statement made by Daniel who resurfaced in October 1997. During a radio talk show on the subject of Colonia Dignidad, he called in and retold the story of the Weisweiler abduction and transfer to the German enclave. The talk show host, Ricardo Israel, convinced Daniel to meet with him privately. During that meeting, the informant provided a handwritten unsigned report on what had happened to Weisweiler that Israel gave to the Chilean press and to the U.S. Embassy. 10 years earlier, Daniel had reported that Weisweiler might still be alive, held prisoner at Colonia Dignidad. Now he stated that Weisweiler had been executed. Later on, we found that this person, after being savagely interrogated, was made to kneel on the ground and was murdered with a shot to the nape of his neck. The U.S. Embassy, in transmitting a translation of Daniel's report to the State Department, noted that it considers the case open and unsolved. As of mid-2003, Boris Weisweiler remained the one U.S. citizen among 1,119 Chileans disappeared at the hands of the Pinochet regime. Charles Horman and Frank Turugay were the two Americans among more than 3,100 Chilean murder victims, whose killers remained unidentified and at American casualties 307 large. Their cases span the systemic, arbitrary, and brutal atrocities enacted on Chilean society from the day of the military coup until the end of Pinochet era. They also called worldwide attention to the indifferent posture of the U.S. government toward the Pinochet regime's human rights crimes even as those crimes claimed the lives of Americans. But the fate of a fourth U.S. citizen, Ronnie Carpenmoft, represented an escalation of such atrocities beyond Chile's borders into a crime of a very different category: international terrorism. 6. Operation Condor. State-sponsored international terrorism. Internationally, the Latin generals look like our guys. We are especially identified with Chile. It cannot do us any good. Secret Bren paper for Secretary Kissinger on Operation Condor, August 1976. In October 1975, the head of Chile's feared secret police, COL, Manuel Contreras, invited his counterparts in the Southern Cone to an all-expenses-paid Primera Reunión Interamericana de Inteligencia Nacional, the RST Inter-American Meeting on National Intelligence. The meeting would be of a strictly secret nature, according to Contreras's invitation letter. The hope is that this reunion can provide a basis for excellent coordination and improved action to benefit the national security of our respective nations. On the conference agenda, to establish something similar to Interpol in Paris, but dedicated to subversion. This covert intelligence convention took place between November 25 and 28 in Santiago. In a formal closing statement, the conference participants approved the concept and structure of a new cooperative security organization. From this date onward, read the Acta de Clausura de la Primera Reunión Interamericana de Inteligencia Nacional signed by the delegates from Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia. Their intelligence services would initiate bilateral or multilateral contacts to exchange information on subversives. They agreed to create a Sede del Sistema, the network coordinating office, and to further meetings in Chile the following spring to develop and expand this new system of coordination to combat subversion. Finally, in honor of the host country, they unanimously approved a motion that this organization will be designated Condor, named after Chile's national. 332. Bird, the large Andean vulture. Operation Condor was officially inaugurated. Top-secret CIA reports would casually describe Operation Condor as a cooperative effort by the intelligence/security services of several South American countries to combat terrorism and subversion. In fact, in the mid-1970s, Condor became the most sinister state-sponsored terrorist network in the Western Hemisphere, if not the world. Those targeted went far beyond members of the militant Southern Cone guerrilla movements such as the Argentine ERP, the Uruguayan Tupamaros, and the Chilean MIR. They included civilian political leaders from the region, and Latin American exile leaders living in Europe and the United States. Victims numbered in the hundreds, as the Condor nations collaborated in cross-border manhunts, tracking, surveillance, kidnappings, torture, interrogation, and elimination of opponents. Some individuals in the region simply disappeared. Many victims were kidnapped and killed while living in exile in Argentina. Others were caught in one nation, interrogated under torture by multilateral teams of Condor agents, and then secretly remitted to the nation of their nationality to be further abused and murdered. Selected special targets were subject to Phase 3 Condor operations. A third and reportedly very secret phase of Operation Condor involves the formation of special teams from member countries who are to carry out operations to include assassinations, the Defense Intelligence Agency recorded in a secret intelligence report. Special team would be dispatched to locate and surveil the target. A second team would be dispatched to carry out an operation against the target. Special teams would be issued false documentation from member countries, could be composed either of individuals from one member nation or of persons from various member nations. Team members would not be commissioned or non-commissioned officers of the armed forces, but rather special agents. This would be the modus operandi used by the Pinochet regime to carry out its most infamous Condor mission, the September 21, 1976, terrorist car bombing that killed Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Karpenmoft in the capital city of the United States. Precursor operations. Chile's Condor Convention of November 1975 essentially formalized coordinated operations that had been conducted among the Southern Cone. Operation Condor 333 nations since soon after Pinochet took power. Immediately isolated by international public opinion as a pariah regime, the junta turned to its like-minded neighbors, particularly Argentina, for support and cooperation against what Pinochet called the International Marxist Campaign. Long before Condor's formal creation, its methods of intelligence sharing, surveillance coordination, multilateral repression, and murder were all but perfected. The Prats assassination. The RST major collaboration to eliminate a potentially prominent opponent targeted not a radical leftist guerrilla leader, but rather Pinochet's own predecessor as Commander-in-Chief of the Chilean Armed Forces, Gen. Carlos Prats. Following the coup, which Prats had opposed until he was forced out of the military and replaced by Pinochet, he and his wife went into voluntary exile in Buenos Aires. There they lived unobtrusively among a large and growing Chilean exile community. 2 months after taking power, Pinochet dispatched his renowned enforcer, Gen. Sergio Ariano Stark, on a special mission to Argentina. In Buenos Aires, according to CIA intelligence sources inside the Chilean military, Ariano would Discuss with the Argentine military any information they have regarding the activities of General Carlos Prats. Arellano will also attempt to gain an agreement whereby the Argentines maintain scrutiny over Prats and regularly inform the Chileans of his activities. 1. Intelligence sharing on Prats, and other Chilean exiles, was conducted through a DINA external branch in Buenos Aires. In the spring of 1974, Contreras assigned a former Patria y Libertad, turned DINA agent Enrique Arancibia Clavel to covertly establish DINA's RST external base. Arancibia, who had been a fugitive in Argentina during the Allende years for his role in the assassination of Gen. René Schneider, operated out of a 13th tour office of the National Bank of Chile at 845 Córdoba Avenue in downtown Buenos Aires. He used an alias, Luis Felipe Alemparte, and assumed the professional cover of a bank manager. A second DINA agent, Col. Victor Hugo Barrié, was posted as the military attaché at the Chilean embassy. Arancibia established multiple contacts with counterparts in the Argentine Servicio de Inteligencia del Estado, and the Federal Police Department, which oversaw the terrorist death squad activity of vicious paramilitary groups such as the AAA, the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, as well as 334. With intelligence officers from other southern cone nations, to monitor the anti-junta activities of Chilean exiles. On Prats, however, surveillance yielded no indication of any effort to openly oppose the Pinochet regime. Prats was living quietly in Buenos Aires, noted a subsequent CIA situation report. He was not permitted to make any public appearances or statements and had faithfully carried out the restrictive instructions pertaining to his exile. Nevertheless, Pinochet considered Prats far more of a threat than any politician or militant guerrilla. As a respected constitutionalist member of the Chilean armed forces, the exiled general represented the only individual with potential influence within the middle and high ranks of Pinochet's own power base, the Chilean army. When DINA obtained intelligence from Argentina that Prats was writing his memoirs about the Allende era and had applied for a visa to immigrate to a safer location in Europe, the Pinochet regime designated him the RST high-profile exile to be assassinated. 3. As the RST anniversary of the Chilean coup approached, Contreras ordered his Argentine branch chief to work with Argentine paramilitary groups to kill Prats. When that plan failed to progress rapidly, Contreras assigned his new recruit, American expatriate Michael Townley, to complete the RST major murder mission of DINA's external section. In court testimony that remains sealed, Townley recalled that he received his orders from Contreras' deputy Col. Pedro Espinosa in August 1974. Prats had the potential to become part of a government in exile, Townley remembered being told. Prats was a danger to Chile. 4. Townley went to Buenos Aires for a short reconnaissance trip, and returned again on September 10, 1974, traveling on a false passport under the name of Kenneth Enyart. He spent 3 weeks monitoring Prats's movements and waiting for the opportunity to kill him, working at least tacitly with members of an Argentine paramilitary group and the Department of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Police, the agency actually in charge of the security detail assigned to protect Prats's apartment. At one point, Townley followed Prats to a park and drew a gun, he said, but did not shoot because there were too many people around. Instead, Townley fashioned a remote control bomb in his hotel room using 2 C4 cartridges and 3 detonating devices, establishing his modus operandi as an international terrorist. On September 29, he managed to slip into the parking garage of Prats's apartment building and attach the bomb, unobserved, under the chassis of his small Fiat 1600. 5. At 12:50 a.m. on September 30, Prats and his wife returned to their apartment building after a late evening visit with friends. As Prats got out of his car to open the garage door, the powerful bomb exploded, blowing him. Operation Condor 335 13 feet through the air onto the cement sidewalk and setting the car on re. 6. The general was killed instantly. His wife, as a cable to the U.S. National Military Command Center described the horrific crime scene, was trapped in the vehicle and carbonized. The Pinochet regime energetically denied any connection to the crime. But Argentine press accounts, as well as broadcasts from Radio Moscow, correctly pointed the anger at Dina, suggesting that Chile's regime was afraid that Prats would attract the loyalty of military personnel disaffected with Pinochet's expanding dictatorship. Intelligence sources in Argentina, as the CIA reported, similarly believed the assassination of General Carlos Prats to be the work of Chileans, based on the fact that the bomb used in the assassination was considerably larger than those ordinarily used in Argentina, and on the fact that the assassination was not carried out in the manner in which such terrorist acts are usually executed by Argentine groups. The U.S. Embassy, however, refused to accept the possibility that Pinochet's secret police were behind the attack. "This makes no sense to us," U.S. Ambassador David Popper cabled Washington in the RST of many embassy reports turning a blind eye to Chile's involvement in international terrorism. "Nor do we see significant interest in killing Prats of any other Chilean group with capability of doing so." 7. As the Pinochet regime established a precedent for transnational violence that would later reach to Washington, D.C., the United States made no serious effort to investigate or denounce, publicly or privately, an assassination that the CIA appropriately catalogued in its weekly Situation Report on International Terrorism. 8. Operation Colombo. The successful bilateral effort on the Prats assassination encouraged both Chilean and Argentine officials to take a broader view of multilateral cooperation. An idea exists to form an anti-communist intelligence community on a continental level, with members of the armies of Uruguay and Argentina who are interested in talking to Chile. 9. Arancibia cabled Dina headquarters in a report on the Argentine armed forces 2 weeks after the Prats assassination. General Pinochet himself promoted this idea during one of his rare trips outside of Chile in the spring of 1974 when he traveled to Brazil, Bolivia, and Paraguay. His frequent condemnation of the threat of international communism prompted widespread speculation of the creation of an anti-communist axis of southern Latin American military governments, as the U.S. Embassy in Asunción described it. Would Chile form an anti-336 Marxist bloc? Reporters asked Pinochet. "Anything is possible," he responded. Chilean-Argentine collaboration toward enhanced repression increased significantly toward the end of 1974. In November, Argentine secret police assisted the DINA in the brazen kidnapping of British-born Chilean stockbroker William Dossier, in the middle of the Ezeiza airport in Buenos Aires as he was in transit to London. 10. In December, intelligence operatives provided Arancibia with lists of former members of Allende's Popular Unity Coalition who were now enrolled in classes at the National University in Buenos Aires. In April 1975, Arancibia reported to Luis Gutierrez the code name for DINA's external section on anti-Pinochet Chileans at the university who had been arrested through federal coordination and were now believed to be RIP, coded but not so subtle reference to the disappeared and murdered. By the summer of 1975, DINA obtained a commitment from its contacts in the Argentine Army Intelligence Unit known as SIE to supply immigration records on all Chileans who had entered Argentina since the 1973 coup. 11. In addition to committing extensive bilateral acts of repression, in the summer of 1975 Chilean and Argentine intelligence officers began cooperating on covering up those crimes. This collaboration, codenamed Operation Colombo, became one of the Pinochet regime's most Machiavellian, and macabre, efforts to hide ongoing human rights abuses. Operation Colombo grew out of increasingly forceful international condemnation of atrocities committed by Pinochet's security forces, particularly on Los Desaparecidos. The practice of disappearing hundreds of Chileans without a trace appeared to escalate in the fall of 1974 and spring of 1975 as the Chilean secret police systematically hunted down, detained, and disappeared members of the MIR and the Chilean Communist Party. In response to habeas corpus appeals by family members, and legal demands for an accounting by Chile's leading human rights group, the Committee for Peace, as well as international agencies such as the United Nations Human Rights Commission, the Chilean government claimed that the missing were all leftist militants who had fled the country. Allegations that they were victims of repression, the junta stated, were the result of a concerted Marxist campaign to mislead the world about the Pinochet regime. As the UNRWA petitioned to conduct an on-site investigation in Chile to determine the fate of the disappeared, DINA mounted a crude covert disinformation operation with the help of Argentine officials and secret police units to obfuscate accountability for their deaths. In the spring of 1975, DINA's International Division Chief, Maj. Raúl Idariaga Newman, traveled. Operation Condor 337 to Buenos Aires to tell Arancibia to initiate Operation Colombo. Arancibia's RST assignment was to arrange the supposed appearance of the body of a disappeared Chilean, David Silbermann, in Argentina. In May, a headless and handless corpse appeared on a sidewalk in Buenos Aires. A semi-destroyed photo identification card with a number that corresponded to Silbermann's Chilean national registration card was in a pocket. 12. A note attached to the remains read, "Brought down by the Mir." The reappearance of the disappeared, through the placement of unrecognizable, supposedly Chilean corpses on Argentine soil 13 was one component of Colombo. The second component was generating press coverage indicating that these Chileans had been killed while operating outside of Chile by their leftist brethren or in armed conflicts. But the propaganda failed to materialize in the Silbermann case. Arancibia's cables back to headquarters reeked complaints that his contacts in the Argentine media hadn't followed through. But he requested additional identification papers to continue the operation. On July 12, 2 more mutilated and burned bodies, hands and faces discolored beyond recognition, were discovered by police in the town of Ciudad Pilar outside of Buenos Aires. Identification papers on the bodies named them as 2 disappeared Chileans, Luis Alberto Gandelman Wisniak, 14, and Jamie Robo Tom Bravo. A third body was also found in Buenos Aires, identified as a missing Chilean, Juan Carlos Perlman. Each body was tagged with a sign that read "Executed by the Mir." The implication, as the New York Times reported, was that they had been members of the revolutionary left movement, and had been killed as a result of an internal struggle. 15. This time, DINA abandoned efforts to obtain mainstream media coverage and simply manufactured the initial propaganda with the help of its Argentine collaborators. 3 days after the bodies appeared, an article appeared in an unknown Buenos Aires magazine called Lee, containing a list of 60 Chileans who, according to the unnamed author, have been eliminated during the last 3 months by their own comrades in arms as part of a vast and implacable program of vengeance and political purification. The article insinuated that the 60 had been executed for disputes over political differences and money, and that the internecine killings had taken place in Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela, Panama, Mexico, and France. A week later, the Chilean press reported on a second list of Chileans published in an obscure newsletter in Curitiba, Brazil called Novo O Dia. The Novo O Dia article, unsigned and undated, stated that 9 Chilean Marxist agitators had been killed in a clash with Argentine security forces in the northern province of Salta. Chile's leading newspapers dutifully reprinted the stories on what came. 338. To be known as the List of 119. La Segunda republished the Novo O Dia list under the headline "Miristas exterminated like rats." El Mercurio ran a lengthy editorial that read as if DINA officials had drafted it themselves. The politicians and foreign newsmen who asked themselves so many times about the fate of these members of the MIR and blamed the Chilean government for the disappearance of many of them, now have the explanation that they refuse to accept. Victims of their own methods, exterminated by their own comrades, every one of them demonstrates with tragic eloquence that violent people end up falling victims to the blind and implacable terror that they provoke. 16. But DINA's perverse efforts to cover the tracks of its atrocities quickly unraveled. Within days, the Chilean Church-sponsored Committee for Peace published a comprehensive report detailing direct evidence that 77 individuals on the lists were known to have been detained in Chile by security personnel before they disappeared, and providing indirect evidence of official detention on another 27 individuals. In 4 cases of names on the Lee and Novo O Dia lists, the committee report noted, Pinochet's authorities had, in writing, off-Chile acknowledged arresting those individuals. Reporters from the Washington Post, New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, and Time, easily determined that Lee did not exist as a magazine before, or after, the July 15 edition mysteriously showed up on newsstands in Buenos Aires. The copies had been published through an industrial print shop controlled by the right-wing Argentine government minister, José López Rega. Similarly, Novo O Dia was an unofficial and irregular publication, a memo published by a single individual. Journalists noted that the Novo O Dia list had been distributed to Chilean papers by a media advisor to the junta identified by American journalist John Dingas as right-wing columnist Alvaro Pugas 17 several days before the newsletter actually appeared in Brazil. Finally, there existed not a shred of evidence that any military confrontation had occurred in Salta, Argentina, as the Novo O Dia story alleged. No casualties had been reported, no bodies or graves could be located. Nor were the mutilated bodies discovered in Argentina actually those of the 3 disappeared Chileans. When the families of Perlman and Robo Tom, who both appeared on the Novo O Dia list, and Gandelman went to Buenos Aires to retrieve the charred remains of their loved ones, they discovered that the identification cards were crude forgeries, and that the dead individuals bore physical traits quite distinct from the individuals they were purported to be. 18 As the U.S. press descended on Chile, the embassy could no longer ignore Operation Condor 339, the magnitude of what it called the fast-moving story of deaths and disappearances. Initially, Ambassador Popper wavered on whether to believe the official line that the extremist movements themselves had fabricated evidence of detention and disappearance, or accept the obvious. There appears to be ground for suspicion that GOC and or its security organs are attempting to close book on those who have died while in custody, the embassy cabled Washington on July 26. Embassy has independent evidence that GOC security forces have detained and held persons without accounting for them, and that some have died in custody. We can believe in addition that some disappeared persons indeed went underground. Whatever the facts, stories expected to emerge in foreign press are likely to put GOC in very bad light. 19 In early August, however, after examining multiple theories on who was behind creating the lists, the embassy surmised that the Pinochet regime might well have been impelled to plant lists. In his summary of an August 8 cable, Analysis of Deaths and Disappearances of Chilean Extremists, Popper wrote, "Most plausible explanation we can piece together for what will probably remain something of a mystery is that GOC security forces acted directly or through third-party, planted reports in obscure publications to provide some means of accounting for disappearance of numerous violent leftists. GOC security forces may have killed some or all of them." Additionally, the embassy wrote in its RST acknowledgement of covert collaboration in the region, it would be plausible to assume that Argentine security forces and or right-wing groups such as AAA and López Rega elements extended at least tacit cooperation to GOC in this matter. Chile, base for international terrorism. During the Allende era, the U.S. intelligence community searched for evidence on the potential for Chile to become a platform for international terrorism. It was the Pinochet regime, however, that transformed Chile into an active base and sponsor of violent terrorist groups around the world. Under the auspices of DINA, in the mid-1970s Chile created covert alliances with a number of the most notorious terrorist organizations in the United States and Europe, offering refuge, training, financing, as well as missions that ranged from photo reconnaissance, to bank robberies, to assassination of political exiles. These operations deemed state-sponsored international terrorism. 340. DINA established its most energetic alliance with the violent anti-Castro Cuban exile groups in the United States. In December 1974, 3 leaders of these groups, Orlando Bosch, Guillermo Novo, and Dionisio Suarez, traveled to Santiago to offer services to, and seek support from, the Pinochet regime. Bosch, then and now the most famous exile terrorist, already had a long record of shooting bazookas at Cuban ships and sending package bombs to Cuban embassies, he would collaborate with the Chileans on one assassination attempt in Costa Rica and move on to mastermind the bombing of a Cubana airliner over Barbados in October 1976, killing all 73 passengers and crew. 20 Novo-headed New Jersey wing of the Cuban nationalist movement, an anti-Castro terrorist group, according to declassified FBI reports. Dina took the anti-Castro Cubans up on their offer. In early February 1975, Contreras dispatched Michael Townley to Miami to recruit CNM assistance for another major mission of international terrorism. Townley carried with him the names of major Chilean exile leaders expected to attend a meeting in Mexico of the International Commission of Inquiry into the Crimes of the Military Junta in Chile, and orders to do away with anyone on the list. 21 Under the cover of taking a camping trip, Townley, his wife, and a CNM member named Virgilio Paz, drove 4,000 miles from New Jersey to Mexico City in a recreational vehicle LLED with plasticky explosives. 22 But they arrived well after the conference had ended. Townley and Paz then went to Madrid to continue tracking leading members of the Chilean exile community living in Europe. The RST name on their list was that of Carlos Altamirano. For months, agents of the Pinochet regime had been trying to assassinate the Secretary General of Chile's Socialist Party. General Contreras had an illogical obsession with accomplishing Altamirano's demise, one informant told the FBI. To that end, Contreras had issued standing orders that all DINA agents operating abroad were to assassinate Altamirano on sight. On August 3, 1974, the chief of Chile's naval mission in London, Capt. Raúl López, organized a meeting of all Chilean military attachés in Europe and ordered them to report on the movements of Altamirano, and any anti-junta activities in their host countries. Elements in the Chilean government are attempting to locate and assassinate major leftist leaders such as Carlos Altamirano, as the CIA reported on the manhunt. It is believed that the junta wants Altamirano either assassinated or kidnapped. 23 Townley's orders were to eliminate the socialist leader and to make contacts with as many European-based anti-communist groups as possible to establish DINA as a principal benefactor in an international war against Operation Condor 341 Marxism. Townley began to make the rounds of the European fascist circuit, as Dinges and Landau described this effort in their book Assassination on Embassy Row. The groups and individuals he contacted included the newly formed Fascist International, the Corsican Brotherhood, the famous French terrorist Albert Spaghieri, and the neo-fascist Italian Avanguardia Nazionale, led by Stefano Del Che, aka the Black Bomber. While in Frankfurt in July, Townley met and recruited Del Che, codenamed Alpha, in communications with DINA to be a partner and participant in Chile's violent, clandestine campaign against the left. The Pinochet regime would offer a safe haven, a base, and training. Avanguardia Nazionale would spy on the activities of Chilean exiles in Italy and other parts of Europe. With support from his superiors, Townley also arranged for Alpha to undertake a deadly operation, the assassination of Bernardo Leighton, a popular and active Chilean Christian Democrat living in exile in Rome. On the evening of October 6, as they walked home after dinner along a narrow neighborhood street, a lone hitman wielding a 9mm Beretta shot both Leighton and his wife, Anita, at close range from behind. One bullet hit Leighton in the back of the head, another tore through his wife's spine. Both survived, albeit with severe and permanent brain and paralysis injuries. DINA considered the operation a success. Leighton was effectively silenced and a dire warning sent through the Chilean exile community in Europe. In the aftermath of the assassination attempt, Townley traveled to New Jersey and Miami, met with Novo and Paz, and agreed to let CNM take credit for the Rome operation. Using its nom de guerre 0, the CNM then published a communiqué with the initials BL imposed on a large 0. 24 Several weeks later, in a communiqué distributed to the Associated Press, 0 described the shooting using unpublished details that Townley had provided. This deception not only diverted attention away from DINA, Townley explained in a debrief with the FBI on the Leighton shooting in 1978, it advanced DINA's goal of fostering strong alliances. He conveyed the details to Paz in order to allow the CNM to take credit for the attempted assassination, Townley stated, so that the CNM would gain stature as a viable international terrorist organization. The Leighton operation cemented Dina's ties with both CNM and with Avanguardia Nazionale. Dina offered CNM members safe haven in Santiago, and a special training course in intelligence operations. Contreras agreed to provide protection and support for Avanguardia Nazionale, in return for Del Che's agreement to conduct espionage operations against Peru and 342. Argentina. In November 1975, when both Contreras and Pinochet traveled to Madrid to attend the funeral of Spanish dictator Francisco Franco, Contreras met personally with Del Che and received a full brief on the Italian organization's capabilities to conduct spying, sabotage, and terrorist operations on both the European and Latin American continents. To seal this collaboration, Contreras arranged for Del Che to have a private meeting with General Pinochet. For your knowledge, Pinochet had a meeting with Mamo and Alpha in Spain. Townley would later write in a prison letter that revealed Pinochet's personal involvement. 25. The problem of the Italians is very serious, very serious. Mamo married them a long time ago, in a much less dissolvable way than even the Cubans, Townley wrote to a Dina collaborator, alluding to still unknown clandestine operations Avanguardia Nazionale carried out on Dina's behalf. Alpha can be much more embarrassing for Mamo and the government in the long run. Creating the Condor Consortium. In the spring of 1975, a leftist pamphlet began circulating in Europe announcing the formation of a revolutionary coordinating junta by militant groups in the Southern Cone. The MIR in Chile and ERP in Argentina, along with the ELN in Bolivia and the Tupamaros in Uruguay, planned to merge efforts to overthrow the military regimes in the Southern Cone. This announcement garnered little international attention, and proved to be more talk than action. In its first year of existence, U.S. intelligence recorded no major paramilitary, insurgency, or terrorist activities sponsored by the JCR. JCR representatives in Western Europe provide assistance to cohorts temporarily residing there and publish propaganda against Southern Cone governments, the State Department's INR reported in June 1976. According to available information, it has not sponsored any major Southern Cone operations. 26. Nevertheless, the JCR's creation generated concern among Dina officials in Chile and side officials in Argentina. The subsequent capture of a courier for the JCR, a Chilean sociologist and member of the MIR named Jorge Fuentes Alarcón, provided the immediate catalyst to formally create Operation Condor. Fuentes was detained, along with Amilcar Sanducho, the brother of the head of the Argentine ERP, on May 16, 1975, as he attempted to cross into Paraguay from Argentina using a false Costa Rican passport. His fate reeked at the high degree of collaboration that had already evolved among the Operation Condor 343 Southern Cone security organizations. Various agencies were involved in capturing this MIR leader, as the Chilean National Commission on Truth and Reconciliation described the multinational methods of repression. The Paraguayan police arrested them both and took them to Asunción. Argentine intelligence services provided information on Jorge Fuentes' false passport. The U.S. Embassy staff in Buenos Aires kept the investigative police in Chile advised of the results of his interrogation, and the Paraguayan police allowed him to be transferred secretly. 27. Paraguay picked up Amirista, Fuentes, and turned him over to Contreras, the FBI attaché in Buenos Aires, Robert Scherer, subsequently confirmed to journalist John Dingas. He was tortured and killed. 28. It was Scherer who advised the Chilean military police of the intelligence on the JCR obtained from Fuentes. 3 weeks after his capture, the FBI special agent conveyed the initial results of Fuentes's brutal interrogation by the Paraguayan secret police to the head of Pinochet's Office of Investigations. In an official letter to Chilean Gen. Escobedo Beza, dated June 6, Scherer wrote that the FBI had discovered that the aforementioned subject is a citizen of Chile and a member of the MIR. The letter, on U.S. Embassy stationery, continued. According to the information supplied by the subject during various interrogations by the Capitol Police in Asunción, he admitted that he is a member of the coordinating junta and was acting as a courier for said group. Fuentes's address book, which his Paraguayan interrogators showed to Scherer, listed the names and addresses of 3 individuals living in Texas, New York City, and Puerto Rico. On the same day he wrote to General Beza, Scherer cabled FBI headquarters in Washington with a report. The Bureau is requested to instruct the Dallas, New York and San Juan to conduct appropriate investigation, concluded the heavily redacted cable. Scherer also passed the names and addresses to the Chileans. In an offer that demonstrated an active U.S. collaboration in the Pinochet regime's violent campaign against its opponents, Scherer wrote, "The FBI initiated an investigation in the United States concerning the aforementioned people and addresses. I will inform you of the results of the investigation as soon as I have them in hand." Intelligence on the JCR, gleaned from Fuentes's tortured confessions in 344. Paraguay, apparently galvanized Colonel Contreras' decision to formalize a regional anti-communist security network. In the late summer of 1975, he set out on an multi-nation tour designed to lay the groundwork for Condor. His RST stop was in Washington, where he met with CIA Deputy Director Vernon Walters for the second time in less than 2 months. On August 27, Contreras arrived in Caracas to meet with officials from the Venezuelan intelligence service DIZIP. He said he had been making some goodwill trips to get the support of different Latin American intelligence services. DIZIP Deputy Director Rafael Rivas Vasquez later testified to a grand jury in Washington, D.C. He said he was building up this grandiose scheme of a very big and powerful service that could have worldwide information. 29 In similar meetings throughout the Southern Cone, Contreras issued an invitation to his counterparts to come to Santiago in the fall. On November 25, 1975, Contreras convened the RST Condor Conference to discuss expanding, formalizing, and modernizing mutual cooperation among their secret police services. At morning and afternoon working sessions, the intelligence chieftains from Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Bolivia reported on the situation of subversion in their respective nations, and the structures and mechanisms each of their security agencies used to combat the left. The delegates, according to the agenda, then turned to a discussion of the creation of a coordinated regional security system built around what Colonel Contreras identified as 3 basic elements: a central database of information on opponents of their military regimes, a modern and agile communications system with special codes and cryptology machines for the rapid and secure exchange of intelligence, and multilateral work meetings on a systematic basis to enhance regional counter-subversion capability and coordination. 30 At the conclusion of the conference, according to the minutes, the delegates agreed to phase in an advanced system of coordination through a series of future actions. The posting of national intelligence personnel or similar agents in the embassies of our countries for direct and personal liaison. Creation of a coded communication system known as Condortel, using with cryptographic machines. And the eventual creation of a high-speed communication system for information exchange. Swift and immediate contact when suspicious individuals are either expelled from the country or travel outside the country so as to alert intelligence services. Publishing propaganda aimed at attacking subversion. Operation Condor 345 providing information to a technical team to create a central, modernized database on subversives. And conducting a feasibility project on advancing intelligence coordination. They agreed that the directors of their respective military regimes would ratify this Condor Accord, and it would take effect on January 30, 1976. Another Condor meeting would be scheduled in Chile later that year. The Second Condor Convention convened in Santiago at the beginning of June 1976. Representatives of the VE original Condor nations, joined by officials from Brazil, reviewed what they had accomplished, and discussed how to further their long-range cooperation. This meeting, monitored by U.S. intelligence, produced several decisions, Condor nations would receive numerical designations, with Chile holding the distinction of being Condor 1, Brazil would officially join, becoming the sixth full-edged member of the Condor organization. DINA would house a computerized databank on known and suspected subversives, and Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay would undertake covert operations against members of the JCR living in Western Europe. Those covert operations, the CIA quickly learned, would include assassination missions against militants and civilians living in France and Portugal. Paris, where the majority of Latin American refugees from the Southern Cone military regimes resided in the mid-1970s, would be Condor's main stalking ground. Targets included the leadership of the JCR, Chilean journalists, as well as the famous Venezuelan-born master terrorist Ilich Ramirez Sanchez, aka Carlos the Jackal. In late September 1976, a special 2-month-long Condor training course opened at an operations center of the Argentine State Secretariat for Intelligence in Buenos Aires. Those enrolled were agents from Chile, Uruguay, and Argentina. Training covered urban search and destroy techniques that would be used to conduct surveillance on subjects in Western Europe and arrange for their elimination. At the conclusion of the course in December, at least 2 Uruguayan agents were to be detailed to Paris to perform unspecified duties, according to one top-secret intelligence summary. A report by the U.S. Defense Attaché in Buenos Aires noted that the Argentines had also organized their own special team of agents, structured much like a U.S. Special Forces team with a medic, demolition expert, etc. to be prepared for action in Phase 3. 2 factors impeded Condor's plans to expand their murderous operations onto the European continent. First, the newest member of the Organi. 346. Zacian, Brazil, objected, which delayed implementation. Brazilian military intelligence preferred to convey its participation to Southern Cone activities, particularly intelligence input and exchange on subversion. Subsequently, Brazil provided equipment for the communications network Condortel, and collaborated with other Condor nations in tracking down and abducting foreigners living in exile in Brazil. The second factor was CIA interference. The agency intercepted information on a joint Chilean-Argentine covert mission to kill Carlos the Jackal and 2 Chilean journalists working in Europe and took active steps to thwart Condor's plot. The CIA warned the governments of the countries in which the assassinations were likely to occur, a CIA briefer later told a special Senate subcommittee on international operations. In turn, those governments France and Portugal warned possible targets and called in representatives of Condor countries to warn them off the action. 31 Indeed, in September, French security officials alerted the Chilean embassy in Paris that France was aware of the existence and some objectives of Operation Condor, as the CIA later reported. In response, the assassination mission, made up of 2 Chilean and 2 Argentine agents, as well as DINA's leading international hitman Michael Townley and his wife, Mariana Callejas, was cancelled. 32 According to a top-secret INR summary in late November, Argentine and/or Chilean security officials informed their French counterparts that Condor would function in Europe, but not in France. 33 This breach of security coincided with the aftermath of the assassination of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft in Washington, D.C. But neither appeared to diminish Condor's pursuit of dramatic Phase 3 operations. In December 1976, DINA Deputy Chief Colonel Espinosa directed Townley to go to Madrid, infiltrate a major international Socialist Party Congress and attempt again to assassinate Carlos Altamirano. Matalo, kill him, Colonel Espinosa ordered, when Townley called to report on the heavy security surrounding the conference. 34 Along with Uruguay and Argentina, the Chilean secret police continued to plot missions of murder against selected targets around the world, including in the United States. Despite substantial evidence of continued plotting for state-sponsored terrorist attacks, there is no record that the Ford or Carter administrations pressed for Operation Condor to be dismantled. Indeed, the Condor nations continued to meet, expanding their membership and advancing their dirty war of coordinated repression. Between December 13 and 16, member countries reconvened again, this time in Buenos Aires, to weigh future plans. Principal on the agenda, as a member of the Paraguayan intelligence later informed the CIA, was the discussion and planning of coordinated psychological warfare operations directed against leftist and radical groups in various Operation Condor 347 member countries. 35 Yet another Condor meeting was planned in Paraguay to discuss psychological warfare techniques against terrorists and leftist extremists in 1977. In early 1978, Condor added 2 new members. In January, Ecuador became Condor 7. The Chilean CNI invited 4 Ecuadorian officers to attend an intelligence training school in Santiago, free of charge. In March, Peru also joined. According to an internal CNI memorandum, stamped secreto, the Chilean intelligence service requested permission to post an undercover Condor operative as a civilian attaché in Chile's embassy in Lima. The Peruvian director of intelligence telephoned the director of CNI, according to the memorandum, to inform him that there would be no difficulties for the appointment of a Chilean representative in Peru. 36 By then, internal Chilean documents suggest, Argentina had become the network secretariat and the base of the interstate communications system known as Sistema Condor. In October 1978, however, a Paraguayan official informed U.S. Ambassador Robert White that the hub of the system was located the U.S. military base in the Panama Canal Zone. The Condor nations, White wrote in a Roger Channel cable, keep in touch with one another through a U.S. communications installation in the Panama Canal Zone. This U.S. communications facility is also employed to coordinate intelligence information among the Southern Cone countries. They maintain the confidentiality of their communications through the U.S. facility in Panama by using bilateral codes. I have no knowledge that this is true, Ambassador White concluded. But if so, it would seem advisable to review this arrangement. 37 When Condor officially disbanded remains unclear, as does the total number of Condor casualties. Between 1975 and 1977, the heyday of their state-sponsored acts of serial terrorism, the Southern Cone regimes coordinated the deaths of dozens of victims, many of them in Argentina. After the Argentine military coup in March 1976, some 15,000 exiles from other Southern Cone nations who had sought refuge from repression in Argentina found themselves trapped by the increasingly coordinated, regional collaboration in abductions, torture, disappearances, and murders. Examples of the scope of Condor's atrocities in Argentina included: April 10, 1976, Chilean and Argentine security personnel kidnapped and disappeared a ranking member of the MIR, Edgardo Enriquez, in Buenos Aires, along with a number of other Chilean militants, and 348. A Brazilian woman, Maria Regina Marcondes. After being held in Argentina, Enriquez was turned over the DINA and transported to Villa Grimaldi, tortured and disappeared. May 21, 1976, 2 prominent Uruguayan congressmen, exiled in Argentina, Zelmer Michelini and Luis Hector Gutierrez, were gunned down in the street in Buenos Aires. June 4, 1976, the former president of Bolivia, Juan José Torres, was found shot to death in his Buenos Aires apartment. June 11, 1976, 23 Chilean refugees and 1 Uruguayan under United Nations protection in Buenos Aires were kidnapped by 40 armed and hooded men and held for more than a day at an undisclosed installation. They were interrogated and tortured by a team of Argentine, Uruguayan, and Chilean security agents and warned to leave Argentina within 48 hours or be killed, as the U.S. Embassy in Buenos Aires reported. The operation indicated close coordination of Southern Cone security forces to eradicate what they consider to be subversion and to terrorize refugees. 38 September 24 to 27, 1976, side agents and members of the Uruguayan Military Intelligence Service participated in what one DIA report called a joint operation against members of OPR 33, a militant Uruguayan group in Buenos Aires. More than 30 people were reportedly killed during the sweep. May 16, 1977, 3 exiled members of the Chilean Communist Party, and VE Argentine members of a Chile Solidarity Committee based in Buenos Aires were arrested in a joint Argentine-Chilean operation. They subsequently disappeared. Condor actions took place in other member nations as well. In Paraguay, JCR courier Jorge Fuentes Alarcón was the RST of numerous Chileans, Uruguayans, and Argentines to fall victim to this multinational murder incorporated. Documents discovered in the Paraguayan archives of terror provide ample evidence of torture sessions conducted by teams of Paraguayan, Uruguayan, and Argentine security agents and the secret transfer of individuals kidnapped in Asunción into the hands of the secret police agencies of their native countries. 39. One Paraguayan report described the good work of the Brazilians in the disappearance of several Argentine citizens detained in Brazil. In Bolivia during the Condor years, 3 Chileans were detained and turned over to Chilean authorities, while 6 Argentine exiles were kidnapped and repatriated. And after Peru joined Condor, victims began to disappear there. Indeed, one of the last recorded cases of a Condor operation took place in Lima on June 12, 1980. Members of an Argentine death squad unit known Operation Condor 349 as 601, collaborating with Peruvian military intelligence, abducted 4 alleged Montonero leaders. The present situation is that the 4 Argentines will be held in Peru and then expelled to Bolivia, where they will be expelled to Argentina, a member of 601 advised a U.S. Embassy official in Buenos Aires on June 16. Once in Argentina they will be interrogated and then permanently disappeared. 40. The declassified documents do not record any major effort on the part of the embassy to save the 4 from this fate. 3 were never seen again. In a grotesque reincarnation of Operation Colombo, the corpse of one of the victims, Noemi Esther Ginetti, was later found in an apartment in Madrid. This was proof, Argentina's foreign ministry declared, of the falseness of the campaign against Argentina and Peru. The Letelier Moffat assassination. Of all of Condor's atrocities, one stands out as the most infamous and egregious: the September 21, 1976 car bombing that took the lives of former Chilean diplomat Orlando Letelier and his 26-year-old American colleague, Ronnie Carpin Moft. Until Osama bin Laden's hijackers used American Airlines IT-77 into the Pentagon on September 11, 2001, the Letelier Moft assassinations constituted the most brazen act of international terrorism ever committed in the capital of the United States. The target was Orlando Letelier, at the time of his murder the most respected and effective spokesman in the international campaign to condemn and isolate the Pinochet dictatorship. A longtime friend of Salvador Allende, Letelier had been named the Popular Unity Government's RST ambassador to Washington. In May 1973 he returned to Santiago to become foreign minister. As social and political turmoil escalated, Allende appointed him Minister of Defense in August, a position nominally in charge of Pinochet and the other Chilean officer corps. Pinochet used to carry Orlando's briefcase, Letelier's widow, Isabel Morel, recalled. Following the coup, Pinochet ordered Letelier, along with dozens of other VIP officials from the Allende government, locked up in a desolate, cold concentration camp on Dawson Island off the South Pacific coast. A concerted campaign of international pressure forced the junta to free Letelier after a year in detention. He was expelled from the country and subsequently came to Washington to work at the distinguished progressive think tank, the Institute for Policy Studies. In Washington political circles, Letelier was already well known. He had spent the 1960s as a high-level economist at the Inter-American Development 350 Bank, and was considered connected, sophisticated, and extremely energetic. Orlando was all over the place, Senator James Aburesk recalled in an interview. His efforts to press for congressional human rights sanctions aimed at Chile, as well as to lobby the UN and European nations to condemn the military regime, established Letelier as Pinochet's most formidable political opponent in exile. Those activities also put him on the radar screen of both Chilean and US intelligence. The CIA RST began tracking Letelier's movements in May 1960, when he accompanied Salvador Allende to a conference in Havana. Over the next 16 years, Agents LLED his 201 Intelligence Lee number 0881118 with biographic sketches, personality proles, surveillance reports, and secret source material. The Le regarding his appointment as Allende's ambassador to Washington describe him as a personable, socially pleasant man, a reasonable, mature Democrat with a constructive and precise knowledge of the United States. Agency reporting covered the activities and health of his wife, their 4 sons, their lifestyle and interests. CIA agents even gathered intelligence on their English sheepdog, Ale. 41 After Littleyer returned to Washington in exile, CIA agents spied on his involvement in the international organizing efforts against the Pinochet dictatorship. Littleyer, the CIA reported, has been quite successful in the United States in gaining important political support for the anti-junta cause. 42 That success outraged members of the junta, particularly General Pinochet himself. Indeed, when Pinochet met with Henry Kissinger on June 8, 1976, he pointedly accused Littleyer of spreading misinformation about the regime's human rights record in Washington. "We are constantly being attacked by the Christian Democrats," Pinochet told Kissinger, according to the declassified transcript of their conversation. "They have a strong voice in Washington," also Littleyer. "Littleyer has access to the Congress," Pinochet complained. "We know they are giving false information." 43 Within several weeks of this meeting, Pinochet and Contreras set in motion the mission to permanently silence Littleyer. In late June, Contreras ordered his chief deputy, Col. Pedro Espinosa, to organize the Littleyer operation. Espinosa instructed Townley that he and another DINA agent, Lt. Col. Armando Fernandez Larios, would travel to Asunción, Paraguay, in keeping with Condor procedures, to obtain false passports and U.S. visas, and then on to Washington to execute the assassination. 44 On July 17, Colonel Contreras sent a cable to his counterpart in the Paraguayan secret police, Benito Guanes, through the encrypted teletype system set up for Condor communications. 2 DINA agents would be arriving with a request for mission support, it read. "I would appreciate assistance in Operation Condor 351. The performance of the mission," Contreras wrote. The cable was signed Condor 1. 45 Townley and Fernandez arrived in Asunción several days later. When Paraguayan intelligence officials inquired about the purpose of their mission, they presented a cover story. They were traveling to conduct surveillance on suspected leftist employees of the Chilean State Copper Company, Codelco, in New York. The CIA station chief in Santiago, they claimed, had cleared this activity. Eventually they were provided false Paraguayan passports under the fake names they had chosen: Alejandro Romeral Jara and Juan Williams Rose. The American consulate, however, delayed issuing U.S. visas to the Chileans for 8 days. Ambassador George Landau agreed to provide the paperwork only after repeated phone calls and face-to-face cajoling by President Alfredo Stroessner's right-hander, Conrado Pappalardo. Pappalardo informed Landau that Stroessner had received a call from Pinochet himself requesting the favor of providing the passports and visas. Pappalardo claimed that the 2 DINA officials would meet with CIA Deputy Director Gen. Vernon Walters when they arrived. Landau faced a diplomatic dilemma. On the one hand, knowingly issuing visas to 2 Chilean agents using false identities, false nationalities, and false passports seemed risky and illegal. On the other hand, he did not want to inadvertently disrupt some type of CIA-sanctioned covert mission. He ordered the consulate to issue the visas, but copied the passports, along with the photo pages, and, on July 27, pouched them to General Walters at CIA. On August 4, Walters responded that he was unaware of the Chilean operatives, fueling intense suspicion about the true nature of their mission. Landau then cabled Assistant Secretary Schlotterman to alert him to the so-called Paraguayan caper, which, he stated, in my view has troublesome aspects. Landau urged that the Chileans using those visas be barred from entering the country. 46 If there is still time, and if there is a possibility of turning off this harebrained scheme, states a Roger Channel cable that Schlotterman immediately sent back, you are authorized to go back to urge that the Chileans be persuaded not to travel. By then, however, Dina had aborted the effort to have Townley and Fernandez travel through Paraguay to the US and recalled them to Chile. Dina waited 3 weeks to see if the mission had been blown, then on August 26, sent an advance team Fernandez using the alias Armando Fondez Leon, along with a female Dina agent, Liliana Walker, to Washington. Their assignment: conduct preliminary surveillance on Leteliers. 352. Movements. On September 9, Townley arrived, entering the country under a false Chilean official passport issued to a Hans Peterson Silva. He met Fernandez at Kennedy Airport in New York and received an immediate briefing on Letelier's whereabouts, home address, and make of car. Townley then drove to Union City, New Jersey, a bastion of hardline anti-Castro Cuban exiles, to meet with the Cuban National Movement leader Guillermo Novo and recruit CNM assistance. The assassination team gathered in Washington in the early morning hours of September 15, when Townley and Virgilio Paz arrived from New Jersey. They were later joined by CNM operative Dionisio Suarez. They spent 2 days conducting surveillance on Letelier, monitoring the time he left for work, the route he took, his daytime and evening routine. From Radio Shack and Sears, Townley purchased null components for making a remote control bomb, and constructed it in his Econo Lodge motel room. In the late evening of September 18, the three drove to Letelier's Bethesda home. Under cover of darkness, Townley quietly affixed the device to the chassis under the driver's seat of Letelier's Chevrolet Chevelle as it sat in the driveway. On the morning of September 21, as Letelier drove his colleagues Michael and Ronnie Moft to work, his automobile was tailed down Massachusetts Avenue by Paz and Suarez. As the Chevelle rounded Sheridan Circle, passing the residence of Pinochet's ambassador and the Turkish embassy, Suarez pressed the button on an electronic paging device, detonating the bomb. Sitting in the back, Michael Moft was spared the power of the explosion and survived. But a piece of shrapnel pierced his wife's jugular vein and she drowned from internal bleeding into her lungs on the curb next to the car. Letelier, his legs blown off, died a short time later at George Washington University Hospital. This unprecedented terrorist attack took place 14 city blocks from the White House. Indeed, the blast could be heard at the State Department just a half-mile away. Public and political reaction was swift and spontaneous. Within minutes of the assassinations, friends and colleagues gathered in front of the Chilean residency across Sheridan Circle shouting "Pinochet! Assassin!" As news of murder reached Capitol Hill, numerous congressmen and senators, among them Congressman Tom Harkin and Senator Edward Kennedy, stood up to eulogize Letelier. The tragedy goes beyond the cold-blooded murder of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft, stated Senator James Aburesk. It means that the tyranny of the dictatorship has now been extended to the United States. 47 The Pinochet regime immediately went on the offensive to portray itself as the victim of this crime rather than its perpetrator. Chile's ambassador, Manuel Trucco, arrived at the State Department for a late afternoon meeting. Operation Condor 353 on September 21 with Deputy Assistant Secretary William Luers, to express his government's repulsion for this ghastly, outrageous act of terrorism. He asked the State Department to make no statements which would cast doubt on anybody. 48 In Chile, the Foreign Ministry issued a statement implying the left was responsible. The Chilean government has taken a consistent and open stance against terrorism. This criminal act demonstrated a cold and cruel planning of a type only instigators of hate, imbued with savage fanaticism, could carry on. At Dina headquarters, Colonel Espinosa informed his operative Armando Fernandez Larios that the assassination had been carried out by the opposition to the Pinochet government to discredit the regime before the Chilean foreign minister was scheduled to speak at the UN that week. As Fernandez recalls being told, "That is what you will say." 49 In his RST post-assassination cable to Washington, Ambassador Popper noted that the assassination could not have been better timed to attract the attention of the UN General Assembly, and predicted that the regime would hasten to deny all responsibility and claim that the affair is a leftist provocation designed to hurt the GOC. This is not inconceivable, Popper concluded. Based on obvious motivation, however, suspicion will fall RST of all on the GOC Directorate of National Intelligence. Littleyer was a RST-ranked political foe of the junta. He was politically active in exile. Silencing him will tend to inhibit some other exiles from speaking, writing or plotting against the junta. Reacting the turn-a-blind-eye gullibility that marked previous embassy reporting on the Prats assassination and Operation Colombo, the cable continued. But we have never had any indication that Dina was in any way operational in the U.S. territory, and it is difficult for us to believe that even its rather fanatical leaders would expose themselves to the consequences of being implicated in a terrorist act in Washington. Key sectors of the intelligence community took the same position. The CIA leaked multiple stories to the press suggesting that Dina was not involved. The Defense Intelligence Agency, usually known for strong, accurate assessments, produced an initial report written by DIA Chile desk officer, Ardenk, discounting the likelihood that the Pinochet regime was behind the Washington car bombing. It is difficult to pin the blame on Santiago at this point for several reasons. The reach of the Chilean Directorate of National Intelligence cited as responsible almost certainly does not. 354. Extend to the U.S. Chilean image building received a severe setback by the killing, something that planners of the attempt would have foreknown and considered. Moreover, the event occurred, as had two previous attempts, during the convening of the UNGA in New York. Poor timing for a Chilean attempt. But the FBI provided far more accurate intelligence. 1 week after the bombing, FBI legal attaché in Buenos Aires, Robert Scherer, sent a secret 4-page report to Washington, drawing on a source high inside the Argentine military. His cable, designated Chilbom, stated that the assassination was likely the work of Operation Condor. Chile was the center of Operation Condor, Scherer wrote. A third and most secret phase of Operation Condor involves the formation of special teams from member countries to carry out sanctions up to assassination. As Scherer concluded, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the recent assassination of Orlando Littleyer in Washington, D.C. may have been carried out as a third phase of Operation Condor. Condor, a chronicle of terrorism foretold. For 20 years, Scherer's September 28, 1976, Chilbom cable was the only declassified document on Operation Condor, suggesting that the U.S. intelligence community had not discovered this international terrorist network until a week after the car bombing in Washington. 50. In truth, the Ford administration, particularly Henry Kissinger's office and the CIA, had extensive knowledge of Condor and its terrorist activities well prior to the Letelier assassination. But the complex record of U.S. action, or lack of action, in response to that knowledge was deliberately hidden from the victims' families and the public, and even withheld from Justice Department officials investigating this terrorist crime. As early as the fall of 1974, when Dina assassinated Gen. Carlos Prats in Buenos Aires, the U.S. intelligence community knew of terrorist collaboration among U.S. allies in the Southern Cone, the precursor to Operation Condor, as the CIA later conceded. According to the special report to Congress, CIA activities in Chile, within a year after the coup, the CIA and other U.S. government agencies were aware of bilateral cooperation among regional intelligence services to track the activities of and in at least a few cases kill political opponents. CIA reporting also tracked Chilean military efforts in 1974 to locate and assassinate political opponents as far away as Europe. Even before the Pinochet regime formally created Condor, U.S. intelligence Operation Condor 355 had documented Chile's capability and intent to commit atrocities beyond its borders. CIA records acknowledge an initial awareness of Plan Condor in March 1976, when intelligence agents reported that Dina chieftain Manuel Contreras had initiated a program of cooperation among the Southern Cone intelligence agencies. The agency obtained detailed information about the Second Santiago Condor Convention, held 2 months later at the end of May. The basic theme of the meeting was long-range cooperation among the services of the participating countries, stated a later CIA report, but went well beyond information exchange. By the time of the Second Condor meeting, there was ample evidence of the nature of that cooperation. The kidnapping in Argentina, transfer to Chile and murder of MIR leader Edgardo Enriquez in April 1976, the May murders of the Uruguayan parliamentarians, the slaying of the former president of Bolivia in June, along with the mass abduction, interrogation, and torture of Chilean and Uruguayan refugees by a multinational team of torturers all indicated ongoing, increasingly brazen, joint transnational operations. This spate of atrocities in Argentina prompted expressions of outrage on Capitol Hill, and raised concerns among a number of high State Department officials who remained unaware of CIA information on Operation Condor. There was speculation that the Southern Cone nations were cooperating in some sort of international murder incorporated. A possible intergovernmental assassination program according to an intelligence and research report prepared for Henry Kissinger on June 4. That same day, under Kissinger's signature, the Latin American Bureau sent an immediate action cable to the Southern Cone embassies, subject possible international implications of violent deaths of political leaders abroad. The cable posed 2 basic questions. Do you believe that the deaths of political refugees or asylees from your country abroad could have been arranged by your host government through institutional ties to groups, governmental or other, in the country where the deaths took place? Do you have evidence to support or deny allegations of international arrangements among governments to carry out such assassinations or executions? From Buenos Aires, Ambassador Charles Hill promptly responded that the embassy believed the Argentine security forces were involved in most of the killings, some of which may have been undertaken as a favor to other security forces in the region, but had no concrete evidence of a conspiracy. 356. The U.S. Embassy in Santiago cabled back that it had no evidence of formal collaboration, but we believe these arrangements are possible, and that it is also possible Chilean agents have been involved in killings abroad, possibly in cooperation with foreign governments. 51. Traveling in Latin America following the OAS conference in Santiago, Kissinger was informed that embassy reporting supported the following conclusion: there is no evidence available suggesting the existence of a conspiracy among the governments of the Southern Cone to track down and prominent asylees resident in those countries. In 2 analytical reports, the Bureau of Intelligence and Research offered the same, incorrect, assessment. The June 4 report to Kissinger, drafted by INR analyst James Buchanan, acknowledged that the Southern Cone security forces undoubtedly coordinate their anti-subversive efforts insofar as information exchanges are concerned, but attributed the assassinations to the work of right-wingers, some of who are security personnel in Argentina. A second, similar report, dated July 18, contained far more detail about secret police collaboration in the Southern Cone. Yet INR concluded, the evidence does not conclusively establish the existence of formal, high-level coordination among Southern Cone security forces for the express purpose of eliminating exiles. The CIA, however, did possess concrete evidence of a formal coordinated conspiracy for the express purpose of eliminating exiles through political assassinations around the world. Covert agents, drawing on Latin American intelligence sources who had attended the Second Condor meeting, reported back in June that the Southern Cone regimes were expanding their operations and now planned to engage in executive action outside the territory of member countries. Not until the end of July, however, after the State Department had spent almost 2 months trying to determine if its Latin allies were indeed coordinating assassination operations, did the CIA share this intelligence. On July 30, during the weekly CIA/ERA meeting, an agency official briefed the State Department on what he termed disturbing developments in operational attitudes. Chile and the other Condor nations had assumed an activist role, he said, that included identifying, locating, and hitting guerrilla leaders wherever they could be found. Secretary of State Kissinger received this dramatic information on August 3. In a detailed 14-page report, Classed Secret and titled The Third World War and South America. Assistant Secretary for Latin America Harry Schlotterman informed Kissinger of the existence of Operation Condor and its mission.